What is Eve's album?
Oh.
Oh, my hero, I also don't know.
Yeah, it's my hero, but I don't know.
What? He plays music?
Yeah, my ulti plays music.
My caption is Japanese, I don't know.
So it's Primora.
Oh, I do remember that.
Easy.
Also,
Transform.
Optimum Pride.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm just making
It's
something.
Primora.
Yeah,
Ah,
that is
Primora.
P.
I knew it, bro.
Robotics.
Primora.
Oh, okay.
And the next one is Julian's first skill.
It's one word, I know.
I think it's dagger something.
Oh my god. What's this?
Scythe is correct.
Holy man.
The correct answer is Scythe.
Sight.
One.
The true dagger.
The correct answer is Scythe.
I say so.
What do you mean you say it's
No, I say it's either a scythe or
guys, and welcome back to MPL SG Season 8. And right now we are here to Week 2, Day 1. So speaking of which, if you guys don't want to miss out on any of the action, remember to follow us on Instagram at mpl.sg.official to check out the overall standings, the latest highlights, as well as how you can get tickets to join us right here at the venue itself. Now with that being said, let's take a look at the overall standings. As you see here on your screens, these are the overall standings. Now tied neck to neck with a perfect score record thus far, we have Evo with NIP Flash with 6 points to their name. Now we also have Vanguard Esports with 4 points and Frontyardigans and Rift Esports tied at 3 points to their name. HomeBois SG with 2 and unfortunately Bleed Esports and RSG SG with none to their name thus far. Now remember, that was just the results from Week 1 itself. So with that being said, that's going to be just a warm-up in Week 1. Now we're heading over into Week 2, Day 1. So let's take a look at today's match schedule. So here at your respective screens, now we're going to see Match 1 opening up the show with Frontyardigans duking it out with Rift Esports. Now they're tied neck to neck with 3 points to their name, but after the conclusion of Match 1 happening at 10 a.m., we're going to see a great divide later on. Now for Match 2, we're going to see RSG that's going to be crossing swords with Evo at 12:30 p.m. And Match 3, we see Vanguard Esports going up against NIP Flash at 3 p.m. And closing off the show for Match 4, we see Bleed going up against HomeBois SG at 5:30 p.m. Now what an exciting day indeed. Now speaking of which, MPL SG Season 8 wouldn't have been possible without all of our wonderful sponsors. MPL SG Season 8 is powered by Mutan and Zenbury Productions. Presented by our partners in esports. We also have our presenting partner of McDonald's. And of course, we also have our official partner, Roto, and our partners in esports, JD Sports. Now, jumping straight into our first match of the day, ladies and gents, we're going to talk about two teams that are tied neck to neck with 3 points to their name. So starting off with the wonderful friends of Frontyardigans. Right now we have our boys here from Frontyardigans looking super ready to head on into Week 2, Day 1. Now they have bounced back in Week 1, Day 2 itself, so we're very excited to see them bounce back right here in Week 2. Now going up against Frontyardigans, presenting to you Rift Esports. So yes, our boys definitely has cinched a win right here for Rift Esports in Week 1, Day 2. Also carrying on their momentum right here as the MPL SG Season 8 regular season starts. So will they carry on this momentum and cause a rift right here within Frontyardigans and take this win? Let's find out from our casters. Take it away, guys.
Well, welcome everybody to MPL Season 8. I'm your caster, Moman, and with me is Scrubby Cheeks and of course Deadeye on my left. Okay, so today we have a lot of exciting games lined up for you, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, first game, Rift Esports versus Frontyardigans. Okay, Frontyardigans coming in from the qualifiers. They've been looking good, right? They've been looking good, but JH, we have to be critical. He is not finding his meta at this moment. His tank meta is over, but last week we saw hints of life from JH. We saw him performing. We saw him coming on stage, really synergizing well with his team. But of course, we have the other side, Rift Esports. Rift Esports, first day, didn't really impress me. But second day, they really stepped up as well. So both teams, they're finding their pace right now. Well, I mean, if you treat it like a marathon, they're currently going at a steady pace. But they are now clashing together. Once they clash together, what will happen? So what do you guys think about Rift Esports right now?
It seems like kind of a 50-50, right? And it depends who performs today.
Yeah.
I think this is really an intense battle of the midfield. And we're going to see, you know, exactly who are the players playing today first.
All right, so we have the Frontyardigans, Deadeye. What do we have for Frontyardigans?
Yeah, for Frontyardigans right now, Vendetta is here in the EXP, JH on the jungle, Chesty on the mid, now Pacifist joining us here in the week 2. And now Bong QT will be on the gold. Now this is a new lineup we are going to see right now here.
Isn't he the coach?
Yeah, now the playing coach. So this is going to be new. This is also going to be a step for the side of Frontyardigans to be able to show us new tactics here. The playing coach is now here, and of course on that week 1 we have already suspected them to be the qualifier, but now they are joining in.
Yeah, and on the side of Rips here, we see Bear now coming to the stage. Like you said, this time he is playing. So both of these teams changing up their rosters a little bit here. Bear on the EXP, slowly jungle, Melon mid, Pancake roams us through on the gold lane. Wow.
Yeah.
Is Slowly really stressed, or is that dyed hair? Like, I'm not too sure. These players are supposed to be young, right? I remember Slowly is extremely young, and he has more white hair than me, because you know why? He's always carrying his team. So I feel that, yeah, with Bear now on the roster, together with Melon and Pancake, I feel that they will be performing a lot better, especially since Bear was, I believe, the first Maniac in MPL Season 7 on the Benedetta, right? We call him the mini Diablo in terms of having that kind of mechanics and gameplay as well. And meanwhile for Chu, he has been performing extremely well on that Roger goal lane, but Roger has been out of the meta as of late.
True.
But it's okay, it's okay. Let's just see what they have to say in the head-to-head video that will be coming up.
For example, like Rift Esports, right? They are an example of how miscommunication works. Like how well can the Singaporean players communicate with the import. So with this season roster, with Bear and Chu Hao, as well as Melon as their Singaporean player, they are 3 good friends. So I would expect them to communicate well with the import, so to work well with the team and make good results with it. Because Chu Hao and Bear was my teammate last season, so I would expect a lot more from them.
For Rift Esports, I wasn't surprised at their lineup because before the season ended, there was already rumors going around that FMM and Key were already going to leave. I think Rift Esports would do pretty well this season as they have good majors like Melon coming in. I think Rift Esports, previously known as Asteris, they lived up to their expectations last season as they got 4th place, which is pretty surprising for a qualified team. However, I think that they couldn't go even further because of the new players' lack of experience.
To be honest, I only see Chesty as a good player, like one of the better ones, because he was ex-Stellar, and when I faced out against him, he was the one who is carrying the team in Stellar, and he's like a one-man carry type of thing in Stellar. So I don't know how they are going to do in regular seasons, but good luck to them lah. I honestly think that JH is not very good because he plays tank jungle, and now the meta is assassin jungle. I think that he can't keep up with the meta, and even though he can keep up, his mechanics for assassin, from what I've seen, is not really strong. So I don't think he will be able to pair up with the rookies and have good chemistry.
I first know Vendetta, also known as Tiny, near 2022 end, and we got quite close together at a point of time where he wanted me to play together with him and Reminiscent for the qualifiers for season 4, I think. However, they had a last-minute offer from SMG. That's why they went there instead. As for our rivalry, it all began sort of this year, at the start of the year, when I was still in Asteris. He was my competitor, so to say, and we kind of had beef going on against each other.
Okay, so we look at the fragmented team of Asteris right now, right? There are two sides. One would be JH on the side of Frontyardigans. Then we have Bear and Chuhao, which is on the other side. So we do know they have a lot of similar playstyles going on. They have been synergizing as a team as of late, but having JH as a win condition for Frontyardigans, as the team said, they are relying on one member of the team to solo carry them, as what Rift Esports said. So do you believe JH will be the win condition with Pacifist coming in this time?
I mean, there's potential to shake things up, right? And
Yeah.
JH, yes, even though we said it's a bit of a different meta than the tank meta he's been playing, but I think, last week he kind of pulled out a couple of assassins, him on the Joy as well,
Oh yeah, the Joy.
Yeah, so he's kind of showing that maybe he has the potential to that, and Bong Cutie also, getting a few good plays in, so maybe he's not the sole carry of the team.
Okay, so it will be Frontyardigans on Bong Cutie. How has Bong Cutie been performing recently?
Okay, we have seen Bong Cutie on the gold lane. He played very safe. I can say that he's not really on the top or part of the top of the gold lane. He's not also the worst. I think he played safe. We can say that Bong Cutie did his job as well. But as you have mentioned, it's always going to be GH who really controls the game, controls the tempo here in the matches.
Of course, right now it is an assassin meta, right? So I guess this is what the casters have to say about the matches today. So we are all on the same side. Okay, we are on the side of Rift. Just a bit of score difference. Like, why the one? Why the one, guys?
Yeah.
Why the 2-1? Why the 3 game?
I'll start first here. Actually, Frontyardigans on the first week, I somehow judged them too early. I mean, yeah, because they came from the qualifiers, and then we knew how their game went on the day one. They performed very well, actually there, and now I put that one because I do believe that this is going to be a close fight against
It is.
I think also not to forget they won Vanguard 2-1 last week. So I think there is some hope for them here, fighting against Rift Esports. But we want to know what you think as well as to who will win this game.
Wow, there are more Frontyardigans supporters than Rift Esports. I mean, I'm pretty surprised about 5% extra. Yeah, but it's still even, 50-50. I'm okay, it's okay, okay. But for me, I really feel that Slowly is a very potent jungler. Like, when he can find his synergy, he's one of the best junglers in the meta in this scene right now. And of course, it is the assassin meta right now. And Slowly really shines in the assassin meta. All he needs to do is find synergy with his team. Very similar to what I said about Yawn on Bleed as well. But currently Yawn, it seems like there is some synergistic issues with Bleed at this point. If I'm not wrong, Bleed and RSG are sitting at the bottom of the standings. Meanwhile, teams like Rift Esports, Frontyardigans just formed, and they are still finding their pace here.
Yeah, you mentioned, of course, about Slowly, right? He's been doing great about the Assassins, and I would like to highlight as well that his performance is also synergizes well with Pancake. Pancake on the room is very aggressive, and this aggressiveness actually makes Slowly online. So this is one of the advantages of how the side of Frontyardigans right now played it in these matches.
I just realized something about the IGNs in Rift Esports, right? So there's Bear, there's Chew, there's Slowly, there's Melon Pancake. So you can form a sentence, right? So Bear chews Melon Pancake slowly. So so it can be like a bear eating a melon pancake slowly. Right. It forms a team.
Mind-blowing.
Synergistic, man. Melon chews. Bear chews melon pancake slowly.
They lined this up all along. They made this, they calculated this for the perfect synergy. That's the key to it.
Even if you replace Bear with Yuta, it can be Yuta eating a melon pancake slowly. I mean, why not, right?
Only Moment can do that, man. that was impressive.
All right, but you know what? We're gonna see if they have the synergy here going into the picks and bans of the first game.
All right.
Here we go.
Come on,
now
man.
the game one.
Bear, chew, melon pancake slowly. Not bad, not bad.
Nice.
So for the side of FYG, right, we know that they have been looking into the win conditions of being JH and Bach QD, but I'm very surprised to see that they're still banning out the Phoveus, knowing that FYG not really picking up the Phoveus that much, but Vendetta, of course, you cannot doubt him on that piloting of that Phoveus.
Yeah, Phoveus, we've seen the performance of Phoveus on that week 1. You mentioned this one. There's some certain conditions that Phoveus
still
can be online. Still is strong, still in the meta here, and it is one of the key factors that the side of Rift is going to ban it out. So most likely they are going in for Assassin or Dash's heroes here. So, man, Phoveus on the EXP still have to be reckoned with here. But, you know, Assassin like Hayabusa, Ling, is pretty much open here right now, which you don't want Rift to have in the first phase of the game.
Yeah, and yeah, the Pony of Death is on that table, right?
True.
That Hylos will be available in the pool. Now Rift Esports, I think with that Roger ban, they might be likely to go for that either Hylos or going. Oh, okay. They're going for a flex pick.
Flex pick Ruby, but it enables so many high-tier heroes right now on the side of FYG here. But Ruby has been well known as well as an assassin counter, so it is a safe pick, a flex pick as well coming in for the side of Rift.
But if FYG see this correctly, right, they should know that both the Zosk and the Hylos are in the pool. And yeah, it's really a combo that just zones out a lot of spaces with that Dominator's Descent and Glorious Pathway. There is no way that they might not pick it up. I mean, FYG, if you see this correctly, okay, they're still prioritizing the Moskov, but they do pick up the Hylos.
Yeah, okay. This is Hylos is much preferred to be picked here on the red side compared to a Zas, because we all know that Hylos can also be a good counter for a Zas here. Just as simple Glorious Pathway, it can evade the Dominator's Descent, and we can call it the double D. Or the DD right now. Okay.
DD,
the DD right now here. So it's also a good pick here for the side of FYG right now. But picking up the Moskov in the early stages of the game, so we all know that maybe they are trying to be very aggressive here and provide space for the Moskov. And we have seen, specifically in the game of Flash team NIP Flash last time, man, that was great. Anytime soon, that SOD can be a game changer when it comes to team fights.
I mean, that was Vanix, right? I mean, different. Vanix is not human. He is half Thanos, you know? He's somewhat a bit different in the genes of the gameplay. But when you talk about Moskov, right? Usually Moskov, it's always as a counter to the Roger. But the Roger has been taken out of the pool, knowing that Chu Hao is on the other side. So you would want to ban out the Roger because he's really one of the best Roger players that's available. And of course, we saw slowly flex into the Roger as well. It's extremely strong still as a jungle. And I'm not too sure whether we are able to see what they pick. But right now, I believe that on the blue side, they have picked up the carry and the Aurora. And meanwhile, on the red side, they have picked up the Eve, right?
Oh, this is new. But you can see already that the zoning capability of the side of FYG is there. The real-world manipulation plus the Glorious Pathway gives so much team fights advantage here at the zone. As I mentioned, the zone for the side of FYG. But now on the other side, usually when we see a Hylos here, automatically the carry has been picked here as a good counter for as deemed as a tank master as well.
I'm surprised, right? The Zosk was available and they chose the Eve instead of the Zosk. What Zosk provides to the table is that you are safe while you're doing this zoning capability, right? You are inside that little alien creep thingy. But meanwhile, Yves, you're out on the field. So there's a possibility of you just getting run over. There's no mobility when it comes to that. You have to use your flicker. And that's why Zosk is slightly more favored in the meta compared to Yves. But now that we are moving on to the banning patterns, they have banned out the Fanny and the Hayabusa, taking away the advantages of Slowly. They are really extremely scared of Slowly jungle pick right now. But if you are familiar with Slowly, his Hanzo is still available on the board.
Hanzo actually... Hanzo?
Yeah,
oh,
he is signature.
Okay.
His signature is known for Hanzo. But there is a possibility that, of course, he goes for the Ling as well, because the Ling is still pretty much on the board. But Rift Esports have one key problem to solve right now. They don't have any frontliners. There's no ability to soak the damage. Whether Bear will come in as that primary frontliner, or will he go into that route of the Benedetta, of that diver style, you know?
I think, yeah, you have highlighted pretty good here, Moman, especially the vulnerability of an Eve here, because an Eve will be immobile once that ultimate has been casted here. So you need those flanking maneuvers, and assassins will be the main key here to do that one. But this second phase of the bans, that's why FYG prioritized the Hayabusa, the Fanny here, but the Ling indeed is pretty much open. But there you go, you call it, Moman, the Hanzo. So Slowly has been recognized on this hero. So this is really, really interesting, and how they be able to pull through it against FYG.
Yeah, so it looks like it will be a Ruby in the EXP lane, so we will get to see Bear on the Ruby. Minotaur, of course, will be on the Roam as well. Last pick for FYG. They are left with that Roamer, right? So if Roamer or EXP lane, because Hylos can be flexed into the Roam as well. But I believe Hylos in the EXP lane is currently 100% win rate if you don't count NIP Flash beating out Bleed. So yeah, so Hylos, of course, really strong on the EXP lane, so I do prefer him on the EXP lane. Matilda with Hylos, I have been dreaming of this combo for days. So Matilda with that guiding wind, right? There is so much enhanced mobility that provides a lot of space with that circling eagle disrupt as well. So they are going to be playing a clean engage and disengage team.
Yeah.
For Frontyardigans, they have to be the first one to initiate team fights to win. If they are on the back foot, if they're getting initiated on, there's no way that they can counter-initiate if you look at this. So that's why the Matilda was brought in, because it's a clean disengagement.
True.
Yeah, so that's their backup plan. And FYG, they're looking like they have a very nice, clean front to end back lineup.
Man, well, the only thing that FYG is going to look out is for the Eve survivability here. But you mentioned, of course, that Matilda will be a great kit with that guiding win. And here we go, Moment. It's going to be the starts of the match here.
Yeah, game one, series one. I mean, Rift Esports versus Frontyardigans. Both teams are pretty new to MPL. I mean, they are not new players, but they are just recently formed their synergies, and of course new to the game as well. So they just pause and yeah, just get a good hang of the game. But we're having a bit of technical issues downstairs, so no problem there. Of course, we're giving the players some time to adjust their settings. But let's just talk about the lineups here. Now we have more time to talk about it, right? With Hanzo. On Slowly. Hanzo on Slowly. I mean, I've been looking forward to this for like an entire season. Because season 7 Hanzo was just so dominant that teams respect banned Slowly's Hanzo. And now
it's open.
Now it's open. Now it's that kind of meta where it's an assassin meta.
Yep, true.
And Slowly has proved time and time again that it's not just a snowball momentum-based hero. In the late game defense scenario, he will be able to hold a game and still deal damage to your teammates. It's extremely scary.
Great clear wave as well, right? This is what we have mentioned, that the side here of Rip needs someone to go for the flanking maneuver, and Hanzo will be that one. And compared to other assassins, though, Hanzo is also vulnerable, just like the Eve there. Once the ultimate casted, he's very vulnerable here. And that's one of the conditions here for the side of Frontyardigans to find where is this damage dealer going to be across the map. So I think mobility-wise, you have, though, the Matilda can be a reconnaissance unit here for the side of FYG as well. So it's one of his job here to find that Hanzo. And we have to take note, this is the first time also I'm going to see slowly on Hanzo. I'm excited and how he'll be able to go through. And you mentioned how he's banned. This is it.
Yeah, trust me, Deadeye, this is going to be a treat for Rift Esports. Their win condition, right, is going to be trying to get the Eve, if you said that correctly, right? If I said that correctly. So slowly would have to get Eve. But that means that Pacifist would have to play around Chesty as much as possible to provide that guiding win for him to have that escape factor.
Because once that ultimate coming in from Eve has been activated, it's no more. So that's very crucial for Chesty as well, when to pull it through, the timings of the team fight. And Pacifist, of course, he's also having this role to save everyone here, especially for this aggressive lineup coming in from the side of Rift as well.
And yeah, triple quantum charges on Frontyardigans. So they are going for that mobility, high engage, disengage factors. But we might have hints of a team fight, 3v3, currently staring each other down. Pacifists, I mean, trying to engage something. But what I wanted to say was slowly having that weakness finder as that primary emblem, right? That weakness finder means that he's going for those pickoffs, that slow enablement. So he will be trying to catch Alpha, Moskov, Eve. These three will be his primary targets. Hylos, Matilda maybe still, if he can get the farm going.
Yeah, great synergy as well with the crowd controls coming in from Melon and Pancake here. It's going to be a fiesta when it comes to team fight. And speaking of team fight, this is going to be it.
JH starting up the turtle here, already popped the real manipulation just to zone out Pancake from this turtle, and it's gonna go the way of FYG here for free.
Yeah, it's, I mean, early advantage, right? Still 0-0. FYG, they do manage to get the turtle. Hanzo, I mean, he was there. He was attempting that 50-50, but it was 1v4. But not to worry, because it's still first 2 minutes in. First turtle doesn't mean everything. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
But I'm just so scared for Rift Esports in terms of one thing. They only have one frontliner, which is the Minotaur. And in the late game scenario, it's not going to be enough to absorb all the damage to prevent Chu from dying in the backline, prevent Aurora from dying in the backline. And we see a bit of action on the top lane, but Chu, of course, safe.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the time, if the late game we're going to talk about, for slowly to actually pick off the heavy damage dealer there. So even though if Pancake cannot be able to sustain much in the later stage of the game, it's going to be slowly who's going to mitigate those damages through those flanking maneuvers as well.
Yeah, and I forgot to ask you, right? Do you favor Rift Esports or Frontyardigans lineup at the moment? Because for me, like, my opinion is FYG, they have a very scary front-to-back hero lineup. And meanwhile, Rift Esports, they need certain win conditions.
Yep, that's true. As you have mentioned. With regards to the lineup, though, yeah, what's great about FYG, they have the disengagement. Hold that thought. There's going to be team fight at the top side.
Yeah, they're crashing in here onto Chu, but in the meantime, Melon getting taken out almost there by JH. Uses the Frigid Glacier as well just to disengage the fight. It's going to be enough for now. So good defense there by Rift.
Wow, pick of place, and as you can see, Rift did not commit in that one because they want the Big Bam Boom team fight, 5v5. This is where they are strong here. Melon, remember in the first turtle team fight there's no ultimate yet very much available for Melon for Pancake. But on this next team fight though, this is different thing. Rift has the kit. Well, let's see if they are going to be zoned out again here by FYG.
Oh, slowly with the ultimate, he is in, and his eyes are on Pacifist at the moment.
Chasing down deep. It's gonna be, going back to his shadow form now. So not a full engage now breaking out just yet. JH again taking control of the Turtle Vendetta, zoning them out with the Hylos. Glorious Pathway. The stun comes through onto Chesty. Not enough. Turtle secured by FYG, and they're gonna, just let this go.
Yeah,
The zone again.
Yeah, really good zoning coming out from FYG at the moment. Glorious Pathway, of course, being used perfectly to just zone them out. It was not an engagement. It was just, don't come near. Right? Don't come near us. And very good performance so far from FYG. But in terms of having that late game scalability, right? Rift Esports, FYG. Which one do you favor more?
All right, we have that tank bastard here, Chu. Chu on the carry has the damage, has the kit to actually rip down everyone here. Vendetta, JHH here. But remember, Bon QT on the Moscow, they also have the advantage here when it comes to map control and lane control. So, yeah, technically here, damage-wise, go for Chu, but with map control, go for Bon QT here.
Yeah, I mean, Bon QT with the Spirit Destruction would be looking extremely strong in terms of having that mobility. And in terms of gameplay as well, execution style, Rift Esports would have to thread the needle multiple ways. Like, they only have a few targets that they're looking for, right? They're looking for either Bon QT or Chesty in that late game scenario. JH is not going to be burstable. Vendetta will not be that burstable target as well. And Pacifist, I'm assuming that early game, of course, he's going to have a bit of problem against Slowly.
Oh, Slowly! Almost taking out Pacifist there. Just a little bit more, but, you know, the Guiding Wind going to be able to save him. And I think that's the thing, right? Playing into what you're saying as well, Mo. Yes, they want to find Chesty, they want to find Bon QT, but the thing is there's so much mobility on the side of FYG, not just the Glorious Pathway, but also with the Guiding Wind.
So many attempts already we've seen from Slowly to go for the pickoff, but here in the 6-minute mark, still no kills coming in from that Hanzo.
There might be one here if they choose to aggress it, taking the top tower off from FYG's hands, but they're happy with this objective take. In the meantime, though, FYG again posturing around this third turtle of the game, and it's gonna go the way of JH once more.
Yeah, all three turtles going the way of FYG so far. I mean, they have cemented an early game macro advantage right now already. 1,000 and 2,000 in their favor for 7 minutes. That's pretty respectable given that it is a 0-0 game after all. And FYG, I mean, they want to be that front foot all the time. They want to be the first initiator. If you look at your lineup, they cannot be receiving the brunt of that initiation unless Matilda is there. So they still have that safety factor. But Glorious Pathway
stands out Law and Order onto Bear here. Is able to get away just for now. They're gonna retreat back to the mid lane. Just slowly doing so much work with this, Pinnacle Ninja.
Yeah, I think he's prioritizing here the lane clear, and we have seen Slowly time and time again going for the pickoff, but Bear.
Another one onto Bear. They're just going, oh my god, the damage! I'm offended, gets him, and he decides to retreat from that.
Yeah, and the good thing is, Chu is playing for that long macro game all the way to the bottom lane. He did manage to get the tower, but Bon QT is doing the same as well. But what I really like about Hanzo's, Slowly's Hanzo is, right, he's buying so much space. He's always buying so much space.
True. With that ultimate there, he's just trying to pick off here the back lines as well, clearing the waves as we have seen a while ago, and it's gonna be hard for FYG which lane to prioritize here. But actually, we have seen Rift right now being reactive here. They're trying to avoid this team fights and going for this lane control instead.
Oh, the knockout onto Pacifist. First blood lands onto him. Glorious Pathway pop. Here's a real manipulation as well for the zones. Real Destruction does not land. Vendetta pops the Vengeance, tries to get out of there, but the pullback from Bear here puts him down in the dust, and it's gonna be 2 down on the side of FYG.
Yeah, checking that bush, head checking, face checking, and bam, that was just not where you wanted to be. You just ran into Pancake with that slam. But definitely, Rift Esports, they're looking like they're our favorite in terms of having that fight advantage right now for this Lord. But we look at that replay once again, we see the real world manipulation, right? Not exactly finding its mark. Very nice, clean disengagement coming in from Rift Esports to get out of that zone and still take that team fight at the same time.
Yeah, they were outnumbered in that situation. Unfortunately for Bon QT, that SOD did not connect at the right moment. And, you know, we've mentioned, of course, Pancake could not hold the damage, but hold that thought.
Yeah, they've already gotten the Lord here, but now FYG on the re-engage gets 2 in their favor, so they give up the objective for some kills in consolation.
Yeah, and for FYG, that's really key, right? Because for them, they always want to be in that front foot of engagement. That's the only win that they. That's the only way that they will win the team fights, because they have to engage first. And once they give up the Lord, they take the time. Once Rift Esports is on that retreat pathway, then FYG engage. So that their game plan is still to be that front foot in.
This is great for Rift, actually. They're buying some time with this Lord takedown right now. And I think this is going to be an insane team fight we're going to see. I'm really looking forward for Rift going for the 5v5 here. They do have the kits already pretty much available, but of course, we're going to go for the safe route for now.
And I really like how Rift Esports and FYG are both playing right now. They're both extremely safe, extremely measured. They know their spacing, when to take the team fights. And I like the fact that Matilda is the one feeling the spacing out, right? Whether or not he can draw out this I'm offended from Bear. If he uses it too early on Pacifist, that might not be the target that you want. But here we go.
The flicker out from Chu. He sees the engage. Vendetta coming through. Damage onto Pancake. Goes down. And now FYG surging forward onto Rift here. Bonk Cutie in the backline. A 1-for-1 up against Bonk Cutie. It's going to be traded out. I think 2-for-2.
Yeah, 2-for-2. Even Stevens trade right there. But Chu going down earlier than Bonk Cutie was not a very good sign, right? Yeah. We see that Bonk Cutie, he has been very mobile with that Spear of Destruction, able to come into that team fight whenever and wherever.
Without Chu, of course, damage dealer is not there in favor for the side of Rift. And great attack prioritization here for the side of FYG. They know that Chu is the key here, and slowly will still going to have his ultimate time and time again for those lane pressure. I think this tactics coming from Rift is doing them wonders here. They're holding their ground because of this lane control. Look at the push on the bot side here.
Yeah, I mean, both towers have been taken out. It is an empty lane after all. But we're looking at the stage of the game where we're reaching into 12 to 15 minutes, where it's converting into the late game. Somewhat, we're in that late game scenario. And this is where, if you are giving Hanzo the map space, is going to shine. So FYG, their game plan is to deny away the map space, take the team fights as much as possible, don't fall into this late game trap.
Pull here onto Vendetta, and now pops the guard. Halfway they isolate Bear, and JH takes him down.
Yeah, timing as well for this Lord spawnage. So they're outnumbered right now. FYG could take it.
Yeah, and I don't like the fact that Bear is getting caught time and time again on this Ruby, because Ruby is not that frontliner, not that tanky frontliner. You are that initiator. You're looking for that perfect I'm offended. And meanwhile, slowly, he's coming in.
Yeah, trying to see if he can pull off a steal here. Lord is already low. They managed to find him and force him back just in time to get the Lord. So nice take here by FYG.
Yeah, FYG, they do get a lot of objectives out of the way, and with this momentum of the Lord coming in, right, they will be able to get most of these outer turrets.
Another zone coming in from FYG, even though, of course, we see slowly trying to go for the steal there. That Spear of Alpha is ready to deny that steal moment coming in from the side of Rift. Now, at this moment, with this Luminous Lord marching through on the bot side. Team fights! I think this is what you want for the side of Rift. At this moment here, they need to go for the pick-off right now.
And that means, like, Pacifist, right? In this late game scenario, you can't face check the bushes anymore. So it's going to be a bit scary for him coming through. But, of course, FYG, they did find the perfect answer to Rift Esports' late game setup, right? Having that Hanzo, having that very irritating final form to deal with. I mean, that ninjutsu to deal with. They pick off other members instead. So we focus on Bear, and we focus on the other squishier members of Rift. But look at that, the top inhibitor turret being taken out by Bonk Cutie. FYG playing an extremely impeccable macro game right at the moment.
Yeah, beautiful macro game. 2 inhibitor turrets gone with that Lord push. Now they are going into the mid as well, and just like that, map control is now really in favor for the side of FYG. Now this is going to be difficult now for the side of Rift, because we have seen them in the early stage of the game going for the lane pushes, avoiding team fights as waiting for Chu to go online. But without outer turrets right now, it's going to be difficult. The map is getting smaller against them.
Yeah, and I mean, with having that glorious pathway, right? Having that Spear of Alpha and Spear of Destruction, that's so much mobility given to FYG at the moment. They really want to engage as much as possible. Rift Esports, they have always been playing reactive, and that's not what we want to see out of Rift Esports. This is what Bear has been trying to do. Finding that perfect I'm offended is extremely hard when FYG spacing is so good. And that's the only initiation factor that they have from Rift Esports at the moment, unless you want to face check with Hanzo. But if you're going to face check with Hanzo, you're going to waste your ultimate.
That's the thing. Without the ultimate as well, you've been cut off with the damage output here for the side of Rift. So it's really now a challenging time here for the side of Rift. You mentioned, of course, check bushes. I think this is very much important right now for the side of Rift. It comes to vision here. Pancake can do so much. Bear, I mean, with the heals coming in, as you can see, Vendetta going forward. This is how confident FYG is.
They pull the trigger first, and here is the real manipulation coupled with the glorious pathway going right in between them. Slowly in the backline, cannot find a target, and it's been tough, right? You know, he pops the Pinnacle Ninja, tries to go for Chessie in the backline, but always there is, you know, either Pacifist or Vendetta stunning him out with the Law and Order, and he's just forced to back out of that.
Yeah, and it's that time where FYG are grouping up as 5. It's a death ball right now, and you can't run into that as a Hanzo. You can't find any pick-off targets, so you do have to go for that full-on 5v5. And this is what Rift Esports I was worried about, right? They only have 1, but I'm offended.
Oh yeah, because Vendetta gets blown out already. Pancake now traded out. Boncuti takes the cake for it. Slowly gets the Lord though. The objective in their favor. Flicker in here. JH with the Spear of Alpha trying to aggress onto Rift here. Getting Bear and Chu dives real deep in the backline. Real manipulation as well to back this up, but not enough damage. One more hit. Chu! Chesty goes down. Slowly gets a mega kill on Pacifist here. The re-engage from slowly coming in.
Yeah, that Chu and slowly combo. I mean, that's so much damage, that 1-2 piece right there. But Boncuti surviving was the crux for FYG. The real world manipulation coming out from Chesty. That was extremely clutch in zoning them out.
Wow, that was beautiful, man. And again, clutch play coming in from slowly. They buy some time once again here for the side of Rift. I do love their disengage though, but again, you have mentioned that real world manipulation makes them hard to go for the tactical retreat. But with this Lord to their hands right now, they have the chance to push against FYG.
And this is what Rift Esports have always struggled with, right? They always fail to convert that win conditions. They don't get the objectives. But now, it seems like they have come together as a team. They're getting that win conditions sorted out. That objectives have been secured as well. And getting damages on this inhibitor turret is going to be very important. Whether they can take one or not, they don't know.
Oh, man. And you mentioned, of course, with the ending the game tactics, right? We've seen Rift here.
Circling Eagle onto Bear. They go deep in. The knockout comes through from the middle of Fury as well. Onto 3. Slowly goes all the way in the back line. Nails one on Pacifist. Vendetta, low on HP, has to back out. FYG looks like they managed to disengage from this one.
Yeah, and they get one for free and still run away. I mean, Rift Esports. Their counter initiation is looking extremely solid, right? Given that late game scenario, that was the answer that I was looking for. That flicker with that Minoan Fury when you get engaged on, even if you're in Glorious Pathway, you don't care. That knockup is all you're looking for. Because Boncuti is the only one with Purification. They have solved the puzzle. Rift Esports, I am so happy for you right now. But FYG, they have a scary game to play.
Okay, inhibitor turret now gone. This is what you want for the side of Rift, and with that previous skirmish play we have seen right now, Pancake was the man there. Man, you've mentioned, of course, the Minoan's Fury did wonders, but I have to highlight that Minoan's motivational roar as well. Those heals just turning the tide of the battle. Oh, here we go.
Keeping them alive as well, but this time will it be enough? They engage first all the way in pulse, but the I'm offended as well. Real manipulation trying to zone them out, but slowly again goes in the back line, manages to take out 2 from FYG.
That was a tasty jump by Slowly, man. It was into all 5. And yeah, Rift Esports, they're finding their pace at the moment. I mentioned before that FYG are not on the front foot. They're not pulling the trigger first. If Rift Esports ever get a chance to initiate, FYG will not be able to answer back.
Yeah, and we talk about the damage output when it comes to later stages of the game, right? I mean, Chu right now is pretty much online, and we've seen how slowly also cleaning up there, the retreating FYG at this moment. And from the beginning of this game, this neutral objectives, it was always FYG zoning them out. Now look at this one. Rift is doing the same thing. A taste of your own medicine. They cannot even penetrate on that lord takedown.
Yeah, 6 itemization coming out from both goal laners right now. I mean, the Minotaur and the Matilda are still working towards this 6 item, but we are at the stage where everybody is capping out. And I'm looking forward to the point where the jungler, especially when you have Slowly able to replace his boots, because he is a Hanzo after all. Yeah. So he can replace his boots if he wants to do so. That's max cap and damage. But here we have the Lord.
Trying to siege in again. Slowly goes in the bag. Does some damage.
Oh
the flicker in. Boncutie shuts down Slowly already. The Lord comes through in the backline though. Boncutie trying to take out as much damage as he can. The health of Rift Esports, but he cannot do it. Has to back out. Chu nails a double kill for himself as they siege through the defenses of FYG. Bear with the Eye of Fender tracks JH to the front line. Pops the immortality. More damage onto Pacifist. He goes down. And now Rift Esports, this is their window to end it, and they take it in their hands.
1-0 fashion, and that was a scary 0-0 game at the start, right? It was playing it so clean, but at the end it became a complete bloodbath. Both teams were going at each other, and I really like the synergy coming out from Chu and Slowly at the moment, having that just safety factor. Having Chu in that back line. If Slowly goes down, I have Chu. If Chu goes down, I have Slowly. And it's really the win condition for Rift Esports at this point.
And we have to give credit because of Pancake, man. That Minotaur gave that safety net. They cannot even reach Chu, cannot even reach Slowly into the back lines. Those heals, those stuns are the game changer.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see what was Ruby's build, right? Because honestly, a normal Ruby could not have tanked that initiation when it was coming out from FYG, when Bear became the key pick-off factor time and time again. They keep looking for Bear. They were just knowing that Bear is the only initiation factor, and somehow Bear itemized to the point where he was tanking that first few damage instances. So it just felt like, yeah, I'm out here, I'm just tanking, I'm just looking for that one I'm offended, and then he finds it, and he gets it.
Yeah, those multiple stuns as well is a great help to synergize well with Pancake's initiation there. It's not easy for the side of FYG to actually retreat there because of those crowd controls.
Yeah, that crowd control is hard, but let's just look at the MVP for this match. For Rift Esports, it's gonna be Slowly, of course. It's A1 and 2, and the way that he has brought the game to a standstill with that Pinnacle Ninja, even in the early game, we see him doing work, right? When team fights were not going in the favor, Hanzo's doing something in the backline. Slowly is doing something in the backline, threatening the Eve, threatening someone, and I'm surprised he only died once.
I thought he's perfect because last time I saw him is having no death.
The last fight, right? The last fight where Slowly was a primary target. Boncutie jumped in with that Spear of Destruction, right? Spear of Destruction, Flicker, jumped in, completely singled in on Boncutie. I mean, singled in on Slowly. And that was his undoing because Chu was alive. Chu was alive and he was online. So, I mean, having that 1-2 factor. And yeah, that was what I'm really curious about for Bear. Right? He did not go any form of damage other than the War Axe. Straight away building that Radiant Armor, everything out, and T-Cuirass as well, just to tank the brunt of the damage coming through. And very good identification coming in from him, knowing that the real world manipulation is just a primary factor. So Radiant Armor first, then otherwise we want to go for all physical defense.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. FYG did a pretty good job in the early stages of the game there. They controlled almost the macro plays there against the side of Rift. But with the optimizations coming in from Bear, we've seen him, of course, being the target, the pick off there. War Axe alone is not enough for that sustainability, right? But for the team fight, though, again, I got to highlight Pancake here. Look at his itemization compared, of course, to Pacifist. Pacifist here has the Winter's Crown, has the Enchanted Talisman. He's not compared to how itemizations coming in from Pancake have. It's more of a supporting role. Pacifist here is more of a diversion lineup here. Winter's Crown going for that ultimate there. Winter's Crown at least disrupt the targeting here against the side of Rift. But compared to Pancake here, just tanking all the damage. I'm looking forward to how much damage did he absorb in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be scary, right? It's going to be a tie between Pancake and Bear, I feel, because Bear was absorbing so much, because FYG was singled in on taking out Bear as a fact. And despite all that, he only died twice. He only died twice. I thought he died a lot more times in the game. It looked like he died a lot more times. So this is why, this is a bit scary to deal with. But the fact that Melon did not die on the Aurora, 1-0 on that immobile mage that we all know Aurora is. She's an ice skating lady, but still, it's very easy to catch her. It's similar to a Vexana, but having that fallback factor, having that second life. And that's how Chu and Bear like to operate. That's their MO, right? They have been working with Kiwi, who was their mid laner, and Melon not dying, it's perfect for Bear. It's perfect for Chu. It's the winning formula for them. As long as their mage is not dead, they can deal the damage all they want.
And it's great support as well, right? I mean, you have to, on the side of FYG, look at Slowly here, who's constantly harassing the backline, if not, Pacifist himself. And then you also have Chu, who in the late game is dishing out, so much damage, just chunking them down. And who has the time to look at Melon? I mean,
who has time, man? And if you want to go for Melon, right, there is an ice field waiting for you just to freeze you up. And then you're like, oh yeah, that's the end, that's the end. But FYG, they did find those clean pickoffs at the start. It was completely in their favor. It looked like it was their game to lose after all. And I feel like it just highlights to the fact where there's the difference between that Eve and the Zosk. I feel that if they picked the Zosk, they would have a lot more conversion factor. Because Eve, you have to play so back. You have to play like somewhat in that mid to back range. Meanwhile, Zosk, you can play that mid to front range where you can jump in with your Dominated Descent when you need it. So you have that versatility to go for the throat, to go for the kill when you need it as well.
Yeah, I think Chesty right now, of course, we've seen team fights that the real world manipulation was really well placed there. I give him credit there. But as the moment goes on, again, we've seen the heals coming. As you can see in comparison here, I think they have the same heals here. They have the same damage taken here by the side of both teams. But then again, when it comes to clutch plays, it's always there the combination coming in from Pancake and Bear for their squad controls. They're giving so much space for Chu, for Melon, for Slowly to go for the free hits.
Yeah, and it was really Slowly doing so much there, right? Even if he was not getting the kills, he was always getting that 5-man disrupts in that mid to late game. In the early game, he was always playing that keep away. Look at me, don't look at my team. And if you do look at him, what you're gonna kill? You're just gonna kill a Pinnacle Ninja. It's just an empty shell, and once you kill that, Slowly's not dead. His main body is still alive. So yeah, that's so hard to deal with when you have a free running ninja in your back line just trying to deal damage. And look at that, Vendetta was the sandbag of the game. Very surprising though.
Yeah, I think the damage being dished out, especially later stages of the game, was there already for the side of Rift. And I gotta say, man, Slowly, Hanzo, I gotta see it firsthand here. Okay, now why? I know now why Slowly hasn't been respected there. He's been pretty good, especially he's not only looking for kills, he's also looking for this diversion plays that the side of FYG having difficulty, which to prioritize lane, defense. Like this one, it gives so much space for Rift, and Chu has been benefiting on that situation. every time.
Yeah, and I just feel that FYG, they were lacking that little factor. They just it looked like they were going to win the game. Like first 12 minutes, that's ignore the second half of the game, right? It was 2 inhibitor turrets in their favor.
True,
2
yeah.
inhibitor turrets, and they had that Lord take, and it was just slowly coming in with that Hanzo stealing that clutch Lord, and everything changed. The Fire Nation attacked, and then everything else it was just set in stone. Oh my god.
Even in the early game, right, when, you know, we saw JH take the first 3 turtles, like, it's impressive how slowly still managed to keep up with the farm and the EXP. He was on par with JH despite losing these objectives.
Only shows, of course, the composure coming in from the side as well of Rift. Oh man, they are here to win this series. I can feel that right now, man.
Feel it in your bones.
I feel it in the bones here. And I'm looking as well for the bear joining.
Yeah, let's just take a look at the highlights of this game so far. And if you'll take a look at this, right, this is still 16 minutes in the game, and slowly getting that Lord. Yeah. It just changed the entire game. Like Chu might have went down over there, that real world manipulation coming in from Chesty, right? He is out and about. He manages to stop away Chu, but slowly going for that cleanup. Just so clean. With that Lord coming through, it's just going to be so much added pressure onto FYG. And that was the key point where slowly just turned the entire game around. It was just not looking in their favor all that time. Then just slowly just performing like a champ.
Oh man, this is where the synergy right now from the Rift. Oh, first time we see that Hanzo has been taken down here with this flaky maneuver coming in from Bomb QT. But this is all the game-ending play already here. It's difficult.
You can take down Hanzo all you want, right? Now it's Carry's turn. He's the carry now because
carry now.
He has that immortality. He doesn't care. He can keep jumping around for days. As long as his team is alive, his light wheels are just going brrrr, and now he just takes down that crystal. So easy, so easy.
Fun fact as well, I think this is the first time we're going to see a loss on the EXP Halos.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, first official loss on EXP Hylos, but I blame you not having a Zosk. What? Why?
I think you no. Kidding aside, you have a point there, Mo. I think Zaz could be a pretty good tool indeed, especially against a Hanzo. We've seen slowly they're going to target Chesty all the time, multiple times. But of course, it can be saved by the DD, as we mentioned.
Yeah, that domination set could have been that safety factor against a Hanzo. But on the other hand, right? Just ban Hanzo against slowly, maybe.
Could be, but what do you think, Scrubby Cheeks?
What do you think? What do you think? Is it a wasted ban if you're taking out the key winning factor to that game? Will they do it in game 2, right? Will they ban out that Hanzo against slowly? Because Season 7, that's what we were seeing the entire way. If you were playing against slowly, you had to ban the Hanzo no matter what. Yeah. And there were so many teams like Bleed, they respected that. NIP Flash, even them, they banned out that Hanzo. And if you are a new team as FYG, why are you not banning out the Hanzo? You know, slowly is crazy on this.
I mean, it could be, right? And the thing is, not just do you ban out the Hanzo or Comfort Hero, you prevent them from taking certain strategies that they want to play around slowly with, and you have less things to think about.
Yeah.
But you know what? Let's see how Abstract does the thinking for us so we don't have to do all of that. So Abstract, take it away.
Well. Abstract doing the thinking. That's definitely not something that we expect to see a lot, but hey, I'm here to do the thinking for you today. Alright, we'll start things off with how we are paving the way from the game from the start all the way to the end. Even though we saw how FYG seemed like they were the one that's just controlling the rhythm of the game, this is especially one of the stronger points of the game, considering the fact that it is only but we have reached 8 minutes and 30 seconds and we are finally seeing the very first pickoff. Of course, we we gotta have to see Matilda going in and first thing first, immediately being jumped on, right? You don't have any escape mechanism at this point in time, so this is kind of expected, right? Vendetta is not the one that opens the map, but it becomes Pacifist, one of the #1 mistakes coming in from FYG. But I think that this is just the start, right? One little death is not that big of a deal. But eventually, as the game slowly moves on, they realizes that, at least for FYG, they knew that, you know, we lost a couple of deaths here, right? First 2 kills already given away to Rift, so we might as well just play things a little bit more adaptively, which is where we come into the very first Lord take. They've decided to play things a little bit more reserved. They allow the opponents to take the Lord, and of course, they will then strike back. This is the first time where Rift started to feel a little bit of that tension. They are unable to get themselves into the game that easily despite getting themselves the first Lord. And that Lord has just been taken away super easily, as we do have got FYG. They actually managed to take control of the mid lane the entire time. We fast forward over to the second Lord at 12 minutes and 39 seconds in. This is the point in time where we are expecting to see Rift wanting to take the Lord. As you can see, they already have got themselves a pretty good setup here. They've got the Aurora that is stationed behind to work with slowly to ensure that no one comes in to backstab them. And this is one of the ways that they're conditioning themselves to understand anyone will come in to deal with them. Especially since there is, of course, Boncutie playing as a Moskov. You should always be expecting that a Spear of Destruction could come in literally any time, any day, especially since you are able to see a long line that connects slowly to his body over there, which makes sense why Aurora stayed behind throughout the entire engagement. Although I gotta have to say, this is a little bit early for Slowly to go in, as we do have a very long and huge Lord HP. As such, Slowly unfortunately had to stall himself and, well, got controlled to oblivion and unable to take the Lord for themselves. As of course, from this point onwards, we're pretty much just looking at how the entire game just moves on for the side of FYG. They did manage to get a very good trade, or rather not really a trade, but they managed to take 2 inhibitor turrets with a single Lord push at the 14 minutes mark, which is not something that we expected, considering the fact that we do have Chu over here. Pretty much a Lord killer. He should be the one that's able to bring down the Lord, despite the fact that literally all 5 members were focusing on the Lord and everyone else is not even trying to take on the Lord, or even trying to use the Lord as a diversion. So the very fact that they lost 2 inhibitor turrets is actually a huge mistake. And let's not forget, right, Boncutie is even at the top lane over there, and he's pretty much taken the entire, wow, he managed to take on the entire inhibitor turret all by himself as well. So there is a avenue, there's an avenue on the top lane, and there's also an avenue at the bottom lane, which is, of course, a very bad news for Rift Esports. But we fast forward over to later on, where we start to realize, hey, Rift Esports, they are actually doing a fantastic job as they eventually get themselves moving into the later parts of the game. So I believe that this is pretty much the encapsulation of how the early parts of the game goes by. But hey, I gotta have to say, when it comes down to looking at, you know, Slowly being the main thing, you know, Slowly is definitely one of the most important players, especially when it comes down to playing Hanzo. But we do have got more games, and one more game that's coming up for you guys, and hopefully we'll be able to tell a little bit more about the deeper game analysis later on. Off to the casters again.
And I really like the analysis, right? It was at the start, the first 14 minutes of the game, where FYG looked like it was all but in their favor. Everything was in their hands, right? They had 2 inhibitor turrets. Rift made some mistakes. They did not take out the Lord in time. They lost 2 inhibitor turrets. All the map pressure was exerted. And it was just one thing that we saw, which was just slowly taking out that final Lord of the game that could have ended everything.
Could we say that it's just a pure luck on that situation?
It was a 50-50.
Yeah, okay. That's it. Anyway, you asked also a great question a while ago when it comes to the end game strategies. So this is one of the things that, of course, the side of FYG will be able to take into consideration how to end the game itself.
Yeah, so speaking of ending the game, right? Speaking of ending, closing the strategies, you would be a lot better to end the game with a McDonald's, right, in your stomach. If you had something fueling you, that specifically a McCrispy, to boost your thinking, have that, you know, that little punch to go for you. But of course, the road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. So you can catch all of MPL Season 8 action and complete the experience with the crispier crunch of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy. Of course, with Mac Delivery as well, you can just Mac Deliver it, watch Season 8, and you can get thousands of in-game diamonds up for you. Just go and smash your hunger, but of course terms and conditions apply, so do check the terms and conditions before you Mac Deliver it, and then of course get your free diamonds, and of course close the game as well.
And we have seen Slowly already had McCrispy Lord takedown steal, and that was great, man. That was great. One of the highlights, of course, in the game.
There were so many McCrispies, right? That
Yeah.
was like it was a moment where Slowly had like 5-man McCrispy, and then you just form a straight line, and yeah, you just go.
And also, Moan, this is it, the second draft of the game. You also got a question, an important question here. Is a Hanzo a viable ban right now here against the side of Rift? So that is incredible question here, because so many high tier heroes right now is pretty much available. Like they've given up, of course, that Zask for the side of FYG, because they want to play it comfortable on their heroes here. They want to play it on their playstyle. Same thing as Rift. They want to go Hanzo here instead of Ling, right? Because Slowly is comfortable with this hero, and we've seen that one. So this is a big question right now. First phase of the bans here, FYG. But personally, though, I still have to go for the meta hero bans here.
Yeah, in terms of having that comfort versus having that meta, right? That's always been a key discussion, right?
Exactly.
Whether your players are able to play these heroes to a high degree, especially if the heroes are in the meta. And this is just my take, right? If you are a player in MPL SG, you are of this caliber, you should be able to learn that hero within a span of a short time. Because, man, everybody has worked their asses off to get here. And if you are unable to play it to that degree, then, yeah, maybe you shouldn't be here.
I mean, the team becomes one-dimensional as well, right?
Yeah.
If they know you're, this team loves to
You
play this
only play
playstyle. Yeah, it's going to be easy for them to go for the counter. Yeah, you did have pointed out a great highlight there, Mo, and there you go. The chip has been banned. First pick right now coming in from FYG is going to be the Roger. It's one of the most first pick heroes.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a very strong opener. Just the fact that you can flex it. And now Rift Esports, they answer back with a Moskov and most likely a Hylos as well. So it's... yeah, that's going to be the same opener coming out from Rift. And Moskov Hylos is an extremely strong opener against Roger, right? Because you have that glorious pathway to run away from that wolf form, and you have that Spear of Destruction, and of course another spear as well, just to pin him against the wall, push him away, so that he does not get that melee damage onto you. Now, how do FYG respond? I mean... we usually see, right, Edith being the answer to Hylos in that late game scenario. Of course, you deal with Moskov pretty well as well, and of course, Hylos would get shredded down by the Edith. But Carry?
For the counter against the Hylos as well. We've seen the damage here for the later stage of the game. But okay, you mentioned it one. Edith is here, but the Angela pick will be, I think, too early for you?
It's a strong pick.
It's
a very strong pick. But I'm more curious to see whether they put it on the roam or the mid lane. Because if everything is in their favor right now, if FYG drafts this correctly, Angela goes to mid lane, Edith on the EXP lane, Roger on the jungle, they have a very solid front to end again. But Rift Esports, they have a lot of options available, right? They can go for the Hanzo if they wish to do so.
Yeah,
I mean, they might pick it up right now, given the fact that they have a Hylos as well. But on top of that, Ling, Fanny, still available as well. Yes, there we go.
There you go. This time around, it is going to be Fanny, though. So, okay, we have seen how Angela be able to stop those bursts coming in from Fanny through those heals, through those hard guard as well. It's great counter for one of the assassins, but I think it's gonna be a great position, a great role rather for an Angela to be in the mid, because you want to enable that hard guard as early as possible here instead of a roam. So having an Aegis right now, I think you need a roam who can have a great crowd control Minotaur maybe, but that's gonna be a ban.
That's Rift Esports presenting the problem to FYG right now. You pick up that Angela, right? And what's the answer to the Angela? You kill the Angela. So you kill the Angela. Having that Fanny in that jungle provides that kind of threat where you have to protect your Angela to get that hard guard off. And that makes FYG's game plan a lot harder to work around. So now they are scrambling for decisions right now. Of course, now we are at the banning stage, so you are still taking out the opportunities for Rift Esports to enhance those gameplays. And they feel that Valentina would enhance them somehow, but I would feel that having a lot more divey heroes, Rift Esports, they have yet to pick up their mid laner. They have yet to pick up their roamer as well. So FYG, I feel that they should be prioritizing on those divey, those extremely jumpy mid laners, which they're not doing. They take out the Aurora, they take out the Valentina.
Okay.
So yeah, Rift Esports, their game plan is pretty simple. They want to jump the backline as much as possible, right?
I think, yeah, that's going to be the job for Slowly there to jump to the backlines. Again, the zone coming from Hylos. So far right now, as I can see, you've mentioned, of course, Angelo will be vulnerable here. He'll be the target for sure, coming in from Slowly here on at Fanny. But you need a composition as well, revolving around this Angela here. You don't want Angela to be in solo in the lanes there. So maybe a tanky or a tank jungler here for the side of FYG. JH is comfortable with that one. Probably.
I want to see Roger. I want to see Roger on
the jungle.
Yeah, I want to see Roger on the jungle. And yeah, similar to what I was saying, right? Rift Esports, they're going for that dive. They're going for that front to back. They want to find the Angela. Just destroy the Angela, and the rest of the gameplay falls apart right now, given their lineup. How do FYG respond to this, right? They yet to pick up a gold laner, I would assume. Like, okay, I'm just saying that Roger might go into the jungle. So, yeah, they have yet to pick up the gold laner. They have yet to pick up their roam, right? If you think about their key game plan. So they might pick up a tanky roam or a dive roam. So they have two choices to go for. And they go for the Barat and Julian. So it's gonna be a roaming Edith. Gold lane, Roger. Okay, Julian in the jungle and Barat on the EXP lane.
Okay, I think this is one of the old school we have seen the combination of a tank jungler and an Angela. As you had mentioned, of course, you need to enable, of course, those tanky front liners here. This is pretty good, but Julian alone, is it enough to burst down anyone there? That's for me, I think it lacks the certain damage, especially in the early stage of the game, because as a Julian, you are enabled already on that level 3. So I thought Jawhead will be one of the key picks here for the side of FYG, but instead they go for the Parats. You need the frontliners here, enable here Roger in the later stage of the game.
And yeah, I know it's in the heat of the game, right? It's very hard to draft when you are presented with these kind of scenarios. And of course, we have an outside perspective when we're looking at things. But I feel that FYG just threw away the first half of the draft in those two picks. Getting that Julian, getting that Barats, it's not going to be enough protection factor or enough counter engagement factor for protecting that Angela. Rift Esports, everything is on their Fanny, their Loyi at the moment to get that jump on to the Angela. But now we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 of the first series of MPL Season 8. We have Rift Esports trying to get that clean 2-0. Meanwhile, Frontyardigans, they're trying to tie things up.
Okay, we've mentioned, of course, that Julian here, JH, is it enough for the damage here to go for the pickoff in the early stage of the game? If they cannot do so here, it's going to be somehow a disadvantage here for FYG to scale, because as a Julian, again, you need to be very aggressive. Pacifist here on the Edith, Chesty here on the Angela. This damage in the early game, I think is not much compared here against Rift.
Yeah, and I'm playing a game of mental chess right now in my head, right? Where everything goes right for FYG. Yeah, they get their key power timings on Julian, which is at level 3. You want to get as much damage done possible. But of course, now he's at level 3 power spot, and not getting any advantages on that map would mean Rift Esports just have to play it safe. They just have to put that power spike on that Fanny where he can find Chesty whenever he wants. All Rift Esports have to do is not give away kills, and they win the game, essentially. Because of the fact that they have a Roger, a Moskov versus a Roger. So they have that late game scalability, as long as they don't give away kills.
Slowly, yeah, okay. This is also the dilemma here. If slowly be able to scale first compared to JH, oh, this is gonna be devastating here against FYG. And we've seen how aggressive it is for slowly though. And speaking of aggressiveness, here comes the fight.
Oh, Pacifist with the onward doesn't connect though. So like you said, I mean, trying to look for opportunities, right? And right now is probably the time that they want to start to look at it with the turtle spawn at the bottom side as well. FYG already rotating around to try to gain control of this area.
Yeah, FYG, it's all on them to find openings. Rift Esports, they can do this for days. They can just play the trades, go for that late game. They don't have a timer ticking on them. Meanwhile, Rift Esports, FYG, they picked up the Roger. They picked up the Julian. That's extremely telling lineup of, yeah, I want to fight. I want to keep fighting. I want to win these early team fights. And there we have it, the glorious pathway being used.
JH does get the turtle here, and the knockup. Ventna's welcome as well in the backline onto Melon. Spits him out, forces the flicker as well. The Minoan Fury comes through, knocks up 3. It's going to be 1 down on the side of FYG, but Pacifist in some trouble. Bear chasing him down here. It's going to be all on the side of FYG. They take 3 for the turtle.
And it looked like it was in FYG's favor, right? Yeah. Because they were focusing the damage onto Melon. But the moment Melon escaped, they were at a loss because Bear was zoning out Pacifist in that back line. And it was just an extremely well done execution from Rift, knowing that slowly would come in at the right time. And this is not the early game lineup that FYG was looking for. Because FYG, they are in hot soup right now. They are in extremely hot soup, boiling soup. Oh my god.
In that team fight, no one died at the side of Rift. And I did expect, man, the damage will be in the favor for the side of FYG. But beautiful team fight coordination there for the side of Rift. The heals again coming in from this Minotaur and the glorious pathway did wonders in changing the face and that team fight into the Rift's favor.
And the only way that they are going to come back right now is if Edith becomes that secondary damage factor. So now that Edith is on that roam, it becomes you not having that safety net. The Barrage is not going to provide enough. He gets diversion on, and now he's getting dived on. So yeah, there's not enough space going on for Vendetta at this point.
Top side though.
Yeah. JH trying to look for something, and Handshakes knocks up Pancake. They managed to save Boncutie, so I think all good for now. It's all up to, Rift. They've been trying to trade some kills or some trades up and top and bottom, but here comes slowly. Ooh.
Wow.
Nice guard.
And a nice dodge as well there.
And the backline in the backline.
JH and Handshakes find slowly to knock out. The cables gets him out just in time. They can't chase him down, but in the backline, Pancake in some trouble. Will take a lot of damage here, but the glorious pathway is here to save them. Zones them out together with a vengeance. Spear lands on the JH, pins him to the wall, uses the iframe to get out here. Pacifist Flickers slowly comes back into the fight. The re-engage though tries to go for the backline to clean it out, but it's gonna be Chu taking out Pacifist here, and again FYG is taking the brunt of this one.
Yeah, FYG, they're not gonna have a good time, but Daytona's
welcome with the flicker. Pancake swallowed, spit out, and it's gonna be Vendetta claiming that life.
Yeah, that missile's not finding that key target, but Daytona's welcome onto Pancake. Consolation prize for FYG. Pancake can die a million times for all that's the stats and whatever. But Rift Esports, the majority of the lineup is still based on Loyi's mobility and Slowly's mobility. Given the fact that they can make a lot of cross-map plays and they can gank at the same time, this is an extremely scary lineup to deal with. And FYG, their only factor right now is to get the key pickup. Bear, though, he is at high-lows, you don't want to really put your damage onto a horse that could potentially heal up to full with just one carpet.
Wow. I'm surprised they did not fully commit in this Lord takedown. They have the advantage with the formation already. Maybe, as you have mentioned, of course, Melon's ultimate there, the diversion coming in from Melon is also a threat here. They have no vision game in that situation, but right now here, still, the turtle dance is still ongoing. They have so much respect here against Rift, but Rift will going to call for this one.
Yeah, looks like they might pull the trigger first. Bear pops the Glorious Pathway. That's the cue for them to go in. Slowly dives right into the back line here. Slices and dices. Chesty goes down. Tries to get... Now Vendetta is the next to go. Slowly takes damage, but it's going to be enough for him to just pop the cables and get out.
Yeah, I mean, how do you counter an Angela, right? How do you counter an Angela? You pick a Fanny and you just dive the backline diversion.
Flanking.
Oh, okay.
Looking for something. Knock up here onto Bear. They come through the back, the flank. Again, JH and Pacifist. Now Heartguard not going to be able to save them here. Chesty in trouble. Force the flicker. He comes in just to die, unfortunately. And they're kind of slaughtering and taking apart Frontyardigans now.
Knock, knock, Mac delivery. who is it? It's Chesty to deliver some gold, man. That's exactly what happened. And now we have that instant replay, right? Okay, that's live game. That's live game. That's not an instant replay. So yeah, we're still chilling. We're still chilling.
But anyway, on the team fight again, 3 major team fights. No one died on the side of Rift there, but FYG been struggling right now in the early game. We have mentioned on the draft, you have Roger, you have the Julian. You need to have momentum in the early game. But without the damage, without the pickoff, without the control, it is all Rift here having this great momentum game.
Bear tanked the full combo from Julian. And now Bomb QD is dying on the bottom lane 1v2 versus Slowly. I mean, it's not a good look for FYG at all. Frontyardigans, they have a lot of countermeasures to do, because the only way they can come back right now is when you go into that late game and you win that one magical team fight. And it's still Rift Esports game to lose right now. Hopefully they can close things out.
Of course, we have mentioned the Edith has a chance to go for the late game damage here, but as you can see, the item of progression behind the top.
Yeah, Glorious Pathway pop back goes in. Vendetta as well. The backline with no one using the knockups there. It's going to be 1 down already. Vendetta for the count here as Rift take out the mid turret. And the jungle of FYG.
Oh, the map, total map control, the confidence to go in there and knowing that you will not die.
Yeah, trampoline coming in from Pancake, right? Just bouncing everyone up. It's a really good look on Rift Esports. I mean, key momentum is on them. But FYG, they still have a chance into the game, but it's just a point where JH is using his combos.
Oh, oh my goodness, just when you said that, he gets bursted down. Here comes Slowly cabling through, just coming through, you know, I'm just passing by, doesn't matter, gonna cable pass and takes Pacifist, takes one Pacifist along the way.
Yeah, it's just collateral damage so far.
Look at Bear.
Meanwhile, right, like if you talk about FYG's way back into the game, FYG's way back into the game is if JH can find the pickoff onto Slowly, can find the disrupt onto Slowly, can find the disrupt onto Melon as well. These 2 key targets, or 2, either one. But he has been using his combos onto Bear or Pancake, which is not ideal as a Julian. You want to find the pickoffs on the squishies because you are an assassin.
That's true.
And yeah, going for damage it's something that strikes to me like you are a utility jungler, right? He's so used to this utility roles, playing that alpha, having that a lot of key bursts to go through, that pure burst to go through. And Rift Esports, they're just having technical issues.
It's a perfect line, though.
This is the RG way to say the line of, we call it a line of victory. They're feeling it. Rift Esports feeling it. They are confident enough, but of course we have to say that JH having a difficulty on how to pick off already because of those zones, man. Again, the Glorious Pathway, the heals coming in from Pancake as well. It's really hard to burst down anyone, especially at this phase of the game. the momentum is already on the side of Rift, and you are behind the economy as well. 8K. It's really challenging for JH.
Rewinding back in time, right? What could have FYG done, right? It was a bit hard because they hadn't eaten, but now we do have the slam.
They pull the trigger first, and it's a maneuvering backline. They're just collapsing onto FYG here. Chu dealing enough damage here. Comes slowly for the cleanup, puts enough onto Vendetta, takes him down as well, and they just drop one by one. Hard guard is not going to be enough as Rift Esports clear this out in 11.5 minutes.
And Chu, I mean, taking on the torch of having that maniac, right? It was an easy road to victory for Rift Esports. I feel that, yeah, just that your draft was so good. It was mental chess played to its best. And FYG, after that draft, they were just struggling to keep up because they had an extremely good start. They had an Angela, they had a Roger, they had an Edith as well. They had all the replies to that Hylos gameplay that they were looking for, but that fanny pick, it just threw everything off. And FYG, I feel that they never recovered after that.
Yeah, I think for me, the Angela has been picked too early. And if you plan to go for a Julian here, you need the bursty mage to follow it through. So Angela has been considered as one of a supporting mage there. Heals, art guard same like this one. But with a Julian pickup, you have mentioned, of course, Julian must go for the pickoffs in the early game, but without the additional damage there, it's just so hard, man. The tanky lineup, the heals are there, motivation roar, glorious pathway. It's really challenging for JH.
And there comes the subtlety of drafting, right? The difficulties of drafting, of it's like playing it's like playing like a game of cards, like poker or something else. When do you reveal your hand? Like when do you reveal your strategies? When do you pick these heroes, right? And at the same time, if your hero gets banned out, if the odds aren't in your favor, how do you adapt, right? There's a lot of micro factors coming in. They could have picked this, they could have picked that, but in the heat of the moment, it's always extremely hard to think. Like you're just scrambling,
yes,
right?
Yes.
You're like, oh, it's gone. What do we do now? And you just pick something because you're on a timer. You're only 45 seconds left. That's what it felt like.
I don't think they just pick something. We're going to see who the MVP of this game here is again slowly.
The guy.
I mean, he's having that white hair, right? Yeah, that's so much white hair. And as Churro said, right, he has this white hair because he's always carrying his games. But it felt like it was a team effort. Like it's Rift Esports right now looking so synergized. It's very scary actually because they have a lot of high caliber players. Slowly, of course, was from Vanguard, and was from Vanguard, Exco as well. So he has been in MPL SG for a very long time. And meanwhile, Chu and Bear, they have stellar results from MPL Season 7 as well. So with them forming together, it's just going to be even scarier look as we head on into the later stages of this competition.
What did you mention? Bear?
Bear choose melon pancake slowly.
I think
choose melon pancake slowly.
That really shows enough that the synergy from this team is getting better and better here. As you can see in the stats right now, it's a dominating game here. It's all Rift all the way, objective-wise, map control, kills, you name it, they got it. And unfortunately, though, the draft we have seen on the side of FYG did not do so well with the Julian pick, Roger here, and as I mentioned, I think for me, the Angela is not a great synergy pick for the Julian when it comes to a pickoff, when it comes to the early game dominance there. So, man, 11 minutes 24. This is just a quick game here for the side of Rift.
Yeah, I mean, it is a quick game. And given the fact that they first picked a Roger into an Edith and an Angela, right? That's an extremely strong opener because you're so flexible. At that point, you can go anywhere, right? You can put the Angela on the mid lane, you can put the Angela on the roam, and you can put the Angela, you can put the Edith on the roam or the EXP lane. Meanwhile, Bong Cutie can, on the Roger, you can go a gold lane or you can go jungle. There were so many options. There were so many roads that they could have taken, and I felt that they took the worst possible road. Like putting Pacifist, putting Edith on that roam does not give you the farm to combat a Hylos on the EXP lane. You're just hoping for that late game. And in that late game, a gold lane Roger will not be favored. So that was just the worst possible permutation combination that could have happened. And it just felt like they had a game plan going forward, and their game plan was totally disrupted by what Rift Esports were banning and drafting. I gotta say that fanny pick into that Loi just threw everything into haywire moments.
Exactly. The map control, the diversions we have seen there. Yeah, they have attempted also to go for the pickoff on the EXP against Vendetta, but you know, even the Barats on the EXP lane could do so much. You need the damage here coming in from the Barats to follow through for the Julian as well. But for me, again, we have seen Bong QT playing it safe as well on the gold lane. He also go for this Sky Piercer here, but doesn't have any of those skills as well. So really difficult to scale, especially I mentioned in the later stage of the game. It's just really Rift Esports did their homework here. I think the game plan here is to make slowly and to be very aggressive. And again, Pancake Bear is incredible when it comes to teamfight. With their sustained abilities, heals, crowd controls, did so much.
Yeah, Rift Esports looking really steady right now. They are looking like they are playing like they are here for top 4. They're here for top 2 even. They want to challenge the likes of Evil. They want to challenge the likes of NIP Flash, and I believe they have the players to do so. Meanwhile, FYG, I mean, it looks like they have a lot of thinking to do, right? In terms of draft-wise, they did not have an answer to Fanny, but in terms of even gameplay-wise, right? If you look at JH, he is 0% teamfight participation on a Julian who hits a power spike way earlier than anyone else, because you're level 3, you have all the combinations available, and you can gank it as early as possible, and you should be enabled by Edith, or you should be enabled by Angela. Having the Edith enables you to be aggressive, but the aggression was taken away because Rift was even more aggressive than Frontyardigans. Rift was in the jungle with Pancake and Slowly before the first turtle even started, and that just disrupted the whole of JH's pattern. And that's where your jungler's ability comes into play, right? Having that adaptation, having that team adaptability. What do you do when the situation happens? And it looks like Rift had the better contingencies, and look at that, they are all on the board.
Man, still going to highlight that the second phase of the bans there was prioritized, I think, by the side of Rift to eliminate all those mages. So without mages as well to follow through with the Julian play, it seems enough there that the Julian capability is not really dominating at the start of our match here. But yeah, it's all Rift Esports we're going to see here right now. Man, the damage coming in from Chu, and I thought it was Slowly is dealing so much, but it actually Chu here, and get credit as well for Pancake and Bear here to being the best supporting roles here in this match.
And I believe that Chu was the best damage because he was dealing the brunt of that teamfight damage, right? Slowly was that specialist where he's going to take out the Angela no matter what. And if they had the contingency, right? If the Heart Guard goes off, what happens? Q happens, right? Spear of Destruction comes in. You still go for the target because you have that damage. You have that Holy Trinity up, and then you can have that backline, that secondary factor. So Rift Esports, they have a very, very good lineup, right? If Chu does not go well, then we have Slowly. If Slowly does not go well, we have Chu. But let's just say let's just see what these players have to say in the mic check.
Wait, let's back. Can we go? Kill front. I'm here. I lost. Just I lost. Come. Out.
Yeah. They all there.
The high loss?
He no vengeance.
Nice one. Back.
Protect.
I know ulti
It's
already.
okay.
It hit a lot.
Nice.
Recall.
Come. Kill front.
Come.
Hit you.
Watching.
Hey, Pacifist.
Pacifist.
Hey, come watch me.
I will knock up again.
I got stun.
Watching Pacifist first.
Wait. Chill.
Wait.
We can learn. Blow the bot.
Clear off first.
I lost. Hey, up.
Behind you, slowly.
Yeah, just back.
Moscow in the back.
Moscow first.
Moscow. I knock up.
Nice one.
Hey, I lost. Hey, watch me.
Watching. Go.
Can watch me.
Nice one.
Angel ulti.
Okay, nice bait. Slowly.
I can TP bot. 3 seconds. 1 second.
Come guys.
We coming.
I bait. No dash, Julian.
Go.
Side bush.
Julian.
Can go. Thanking.
No, watch me.
Just go. We're thinking. Div. Nice one.
Nice.
We can.
Watching. No dash. Come.
Okay.
Gas.
Go.
I stun again. Julian. One is slowly. Nice slowly. Push up. Come. Pola line. Straight line. Okay.
And just very clear team comms, very clear isolations coming out from Team Rift right there. I mean, it's a point where it's a very versatile communication style, right? Yeah. There's not just one person calling. It's always the voice of whoever had the highest power. So Slowly was calling when he was initiating, Chu was calling when he was initiating, Melon was calling when he was initiating.
Actually, compared to the previous week, they've become more lively, you know? I think this is a good sign there that the chemistry is really popping up.
But the thing is, it's not messy.
Yeah,
Even though different people were calling it was very clear and they knew exactly what to do. And coordination to the point where even when they form a line, it was perfectly coordinated.
Line. Yeah, no 3, 2, 1s, but line. you know, 3, 2, 1, line. That could have happened. But speaking of lines, let's just keep in line with Abstract in Off the Desk and see what he has to say.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I am back with you guys for more analysis and more breakdown on this game, even though I have absolutely no idea, you know, how they are supposed to win the game to start with. Alright, so first things first, you know, we started the game off with JH actually getting himself a very good head start, level 6, while actually Fanny was level 4 at one point in time, right? So coming into the turtle battle, they are already confident. They know that, I'm going in, we're going to go for the turtle, dip in, dip out. That is supposed to be their #1 game plan. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case because Vendetta is not going to allow them to do exactly that. Going straight in whenever and however that they can, or rather, Bear is not going to let them do whatever that they want. One thing that we gotta have to take note of is #1, Slowly is just T-posing right over here. Like, for real, he's just standing down there, doing absolutely nothing for a solid 1-2 seconds or so. As you can see, he's just preparing himself for the perfect opportunity, and only then, when at this point in time we are seeing that we have a perfect location for everyone grouped out in this one entire area. We keep our eyes and focus onto JH. He've already used his he've already used his sword. He've already used his sword as well as. Okay, the only thing is left with the scythe, okay? So the enhanced scythe is coming up next. So the next one, immediately. I'm not too sure whether he predicted that or not, but the timing of the enhanced scythe plus the Minoan's Fury came in at the exact same time. So this actually reduced the amount of people that would have been taken damage from this entire duration in time. So you see we have 1, 2, 3 person airborne. We are not counting onto Angela. But in the meantime, the center of the battle, we are also looking at 2 of them that has managed to find themselves knocked up as well. So this actually helped them a lot. But Slowly is unfortunately out of the equation, and he will be able to come in to swish and spin everyone to death once again. This is a turtle take where they lost a total of 3 members with a Julian as an advantage in levels. This could not have gone any worse, right? And we move up to the top lane. This is where we're starting to see a tilt in the balance. A lot of the problems whereby we're starting to see FYG starting to teeter on the breaking point. Clearly, JH didn't get the memo. He's the only one that went up in front, while we have Chesty that flickered backwards. So we draw a line down over here. Pacifist is clearly going downwards. Everyone is trying to go backwards, but JH is the only one that either number one, he's greedy, or number two, he knows that he can actually bring down Pancake as well as Chu. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case, because unfortunately, his enhanced sword did not connect onto anyone at all. So this is where Pacifist realized, oh crap, JH went in, I gotta help him, I gotta save him. And everything just went in the downward spiral as Pacifist goes in for help, flickers backward with the Earth Shatter as well. And this is Frontyardigans that started to break down in communications. We move on over to the turtle, where this is probably one of the longest turtle tick that we have seen in MPL SG thus far. A lot of back and forth. Main thing that we want to see is going to be Julian. That, of course, he is a jungler. We gotta have to focus on him. He wants to take down the turtle as much as possible. His current location and his survivability is extremely important. So we do have the glorious pathway that is brought down. He knew, okay, Vendetta, you're dead. You're dead to me. I'm gonna go all the way out and I'm not gonna be participating in this battle. Unfortunately, this is a battle where I believe they could have fought back, because at this point in time, Pacifist and Chesty were still onto the left side, and they are only divided by a single wall here, which is not a difficult thing to work with, because Chesty, he still has his ultimate, and when it comes down to Pacifist, he still have got pretty good ways whereby he will be able to come on in here and try to earth shatter the opponents. Or if he still have got onwards, he could actually go onwards in front and try to catch Melon at the back. But in the meantime, JH has also used his enhanced sword. If he have decided to go backwards and dealt with Melon at a point in time, I'm pretty sure that they will be able to deal with the backlines very, very effectively. Right about here, right? You saw that JH actually moved downwards when he could have went upwards to deal with Melon. Bomb Cutie is right around the area as well, and that would be able to feed them with a little bit more gold towards Bomb Cutie and set themselves up for a better late game. But you know, it didn't work out well. They decided to have quite a lot of battles, and all of which didn't go out too well. So at this point in time, we have already decided, and we already know. 9 minutes in, we have got all of our other turrets destroyed. There really isn't much thing that we can do. So far, we have seen JH trying to go in over the back lines, but with no catch. So by this point in time, I'm pretty sure that they know we gotta have to catch someone. We don't have anyone with the crowd control that can actually touch on the Fanny. It is all up to Barats. So Barats have got number one, to deal with a Minotaur, or number two, deal with a Fanny. And in this point in time, we've got here we go. We've got Pancake. Actually came in at a very good timing, whereby he knows that he can actually disrupt the enemies. I'm not too sure if whether it's a coincidence or it is just perfect timing. I actually have absolutely no idea. Oh, Melon, right? Melon teleported him over here. As such, he appeared in here instead. This is a real thing, right? As long as you get the teleportation outside of the map, you can actually just kind of like clip your way inside the base. There we go. That is the teleportation. No one could see this coming. No one could have seen this coming. So once Minotaur finds himself over here, Vendetta is forced to go for the Detonar's Welcome, only for him to flicker out of range. And he's able to send everyone upwards and not being crowd controlled throughout the entire duration. So this is unfortunately the downfall of FYG, and a very good play from Rift from the teleport plus the flicker. This sends them into an excellent way to end the game from this point onwards. And by the way, I have absolutely no idea if whether it's coincidence or it's just immaculate gameplay coming in from Chu. We have Angela and JH together, and then suddenly we have a spear, and boom, both of them get stunned together at the same time. That's solid. That's solid. Seals the deal, and that's the game. So I hope that you guys enjoyed the analysis. Good game coming in from Rift Esports. I'm going to pass on down over to downstairs to Cheryl for the interview.
Thanks, Abstract, for that detailed breakdown. Now I have Bear here with me. Long time no see, Bear. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
Great. Fantastic. Okay, so, coming back here with a brand new team, what's the difference this time around for Season 8 for you?
Definitely the comms are. I mean, we have 2 imports as compared to last season when I in Asteris. We're all best friends and all Singaporeans. We understand each other more and better. But I can work with it with this team, adapt.
Right, and of course, last season for Asteris, that was really phenomenal results. Was that something that you have expected coming into season 7 previously?
We did expect that, but for me, I think other members also, our expectations were top 2. Sadly, we didn't get it, but we did well together. Miss you guys.
Aww, so the power of friendship still, but now Asteris is everywhere, so you see your teammates like even just now as well. But also, congratulations on that 2-0 win.
Thank you.
I just want to ask, how did that Ruby survive game 1? Being an initiator, you weren't supposed to survive as long as you did.
Winter Chunjun for the win. Next time, first item by Winter Chunjun, you won't die already.
Or just ban Ruby. Or just ban Ruby.
Okay,
just curious, because you know, when you have debuted in MPL SG, you're already an EXP laner. So I'd just like to find out, just curious, what was the very first hero you bought in-game with either in-game like credits or diamonds?
I bought Irithel. It was my first hero in ML.
You bought Irithel?
Yeah, it was my first role in ML was gold laner.
Oh wow, okay, fun fact. Okay, so moving on, what is a hero that you hope that you can delete, especially in this meta?
Delete in this meta? Too many already. But I would say it's quite balanced, this meta. Delete hero-wise, I think Phoveus. It's quite a doo-doo hero, no brain one.
So you want to delete like Phoveus?
Yes.
Oh, but highest pick ban rate thus far for Phoveus, so I can see why. So alright, so thank you so much for joining us for this interview, Bear. And it's also nice to know that, you know, you first bought a hero, which is Irithel, because I love Irithel as well.
I love the cat. The tiger.
Yes.
That's why I bought it.
Alright, so thank you so much, Bear, for this interview, and congratulations on that win.
Thank you very much.
So yes, guys, that was Bear right here from Rift Esports. Now, we hope to be seeing more of those wonderful plays over at the Land of Dawn. Now, next up, we're going to be seeing the likes of RSG SG going up against Evil. See you then.
Crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
What is Eve's output?
Oh, my hero, I also don't know.
Yeah, it's my hero, but I don't know.
What? He plays music?
Yeah, he plays music.
My caption is Japanese, I don't know.
The answer is Primora.
Oh, I do remember that.
Easy.
Also, transfer. Optimum Pride.
I don't know. I'm just making something.
Primora.
Yeah, I think it's P.
I knew it, bro.
Robotics.
Primora.
Oh, okay.
And the next one is Julian's first skill.
It's one word, I know.
I think it's dagger something.
Oh my god, what's this?
Scythe is correct.
Holy man.
The correct answer is Scythe.
Sight.
One.
True dagger.
The correct answer is Scythe.
I say so.
What do you mean you say it's
No, I said it's either a scythe or a dagger, but it looks like a dagger.
How is that a sign?
One. Yes, Scythe is correct. Correct. Scythe is correct. What is Moscow Open?
Oh.
I know that.
Oh.
Wow.
Nice. Finally got one right.
Spear of Destruction is
Oh yeah.
Spear of Destruction.
Wow.
Okay. Close.
Spear
Destruction, right? Oh my god, yeah, he's right. I'm damn good at this, lah.
Just call it teleporting spear, bro.
Yes, Spear of Destruction is correct.
What is fear of devil life?
Yes, Spear of Destruction is correct. New hero, 2 second skill.
I never read.
Oh, you play this the most, eh?
Never use that.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
12 seconds later.
Lantern Flare.
That's my favorite.
Your favorite hero.
Got Lantern Flare. Lantern Flare. The correct name is Lantern Flare.
I like the flare.
The showering.
Lantern Flare.
Close, lah. Oh, you just what?
Wow, I'm damn good at this. I'm good at this, ah.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
What is Eve's ultimate?
Oh, my hero, I also don't know.
Yeah, it's my hero, but I don't know.
What? You plays music?
Yeah, my ulti plays music.
My caption is Japanese, I don't know.
The answer is Primora.
Oh, I do remember that.
Easy, easy.
Also, transfer.
Optimum Prime. I don't know. I don't know. Just making something.
Primora.
Yeah, I think it's P. I knew it, bro.
Robotics.
Primora.
Oh, okay.
And the next one is Julian's first skill.
It's one word. I know. I think it's dagger something.
Oh my god, what's this?
Scythe is correct.
Holy man.
The correct answer is Scythe.
Sight.
One.
True dagger.
The correct answer is Scythe.
I said so.
What do you mean you say it's
No, I said it's either a scythe or a dagger, but it looks like a dagger.
How is that a sign?
Yes, Scythe is correct. Correct. Scythe is correct.
Ah.
What is Moscow ultimate?
Oh.
I know that.
Oh.
Wow.
Nice. Found that one right.
Spear of Destruction, please.
Oh yeah.
Spear of Destruction.
Wow. Close.
Spear disruption, right? Oh my god, yeah, he's right. I'm damn good at this lah.
Just call it teleporting spear, bro.
Yes, Spear of Destruction is correct.
What is fear of dragon life?
Spear of Destruction is correct. New hero, 2 seconds skill.
Oh, wait, I never read.
Oh, you play this the most, eh?
Never use that.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
12 seconds later.
Lantern Flare.
That's my favorite.
Your favorite hero.
Got Lantern Flare. Lantern Flare. The correct name is Lantern Flare.
I like the flare.
The showering.
Lantern Flare.
Close lah. Oh, you just what?
Wow, I'm damn good
Oh,
at this.
it's quite
I'm good at this, yeah.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
What is Eve's
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, my hero, I also don't know.
Yeah, it's my hero, but I don't know.
What? He plays music?
Yeah, after he plays music.
My caption is Japanese, I don't know.
So it's Primora.
Oh, I do remember that.
Easy.
Also, transfer.
Optimum Prime. I don't know. I'm just making something.
Primora.
Yeah,
Ah,
I think
Primora.
it's P.
I knew it, bro.
Robotics.
Primora.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Then the next one is Julian's first skill.
It's one word. I know.
I think it's dagger something.
Oh my god. What's this?
Scythe is correct.
Holy man.
The correct answer is Scythe.
Sight.
One.
True dagger.
The correct answer is Scythe.
I said so.
What do you mean you say it's a
No, I said it's either a scythe or a dagger, but it looks like a dagger.
How is that a sign?
One. Yes, Scythe is correct.
Nice.
Correct. Scythe is correct.
Ah.
What is Moscow Autumn?
Oh.
I know that.
Oh.
Wow.
Nice. Finally got one right.
Spear of Destruction is
Oh yeah.
Spear of Destruction.
Wow.
Close.
Spear disruption, right? Oh my god, yeah, he's right. I'm damn good at this, lah.
Just call it teleporting spear, bro.
Yes, Spear of Destruction is correct.
What is your dagger like?
Yes, Spear of Destruction is correct. New hero, 2 seconds skill.
I never read. Oh, you play this the most, eh?
Never use that.
Oh shit. Oh.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
12 seconds later.
Lantern Flare.
That's my favorite. Your favorite hero.
Got Lantern Flare. Lantern Flare. The correct name is Lantern Flare.
I like the flare.
The showering.
Lantern Flare.
Close lah. Oh, you just what? Lantern.
Wow, 能够
快点
能够带力噻。
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier.
Mmm.
Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
What is Eve's output?
Oh, my hero, I also don't know eh.
Yeah, it's my hero, but I don't know.
What? He plays music?
Yeah, he plays music. My caption is Japanese, I don't know.
So it's Primal Run.
Oh, I do remember that.
Easy.
Also, transfer. Optimum Prime. I don't know. I'm just making something.
Primal Run.
Yeah,
Ah,
I think
Primal
it's
Run.
P.
I knew it, bro.
Robotics.
Primal Run.
Oh, okay.
And the next one is Julian's first skill.
It's one word. I know.
I think it's dagger.
Alrighty, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL SG Season 8. Earlier on in Match 1 for today, we have seen Rift Esports going up against Frontyardigans, where Rift Esports secured a 2-0 clean sweep against Frontyardigans themselves. Now jumping straight into Match 2. Now this is going to be an exciting matchup where we see RSG SG going up against Evil. Now with that being said, RSG SG right now has to claw every single point that they can get to avoid relegation as the season progresses, whereas Evil is looking to extend that win streak. Who will emerge victorious? Let's check out the wonderful faces, starting off with RSG SG. Now, the boys right here from RSG SG has unfortunately found themselves in, very uncertain, categories right now because they're at the bottom of the table. But being professional players, they are bound to claw back and hopefully get a win right here up against the next team. Presenting to you, Evil. Now, Evil 2.0 themselves are looking ever ready to head on over to the land of Dawn. Now, for this matchup is really interesting because we see two teams finding themselves in unfamiliar territory. RSG SG with 0 points to their name thus far, whereas Evil topping the charts with 6 points to their name. Will this match be a great divide or the great equalizer? Let's hear it from the casters. Take it away, guys.
Well, welcome everybody to the second game today. Okay, we have the second series, but before that, I'm your caster Moment, and on my right is Scrubby Chicks. On my left, we have Deadeye, and then today we have Evil versus RSG. So Evil versus RSG, right? We talked about this off stream. We talked about how RSG needs to fix a couple things. Evil looking extremely strong, but what problems are going to be presented to Evil today, right?
Problems, let's say, yeah, this is a challenge for Team Evil to make up for their name, especially two imports going in. However, of course, with the week 1 performance that they have given us, and they're really looking strong here.
Yeah, they're looking pretty strong. But on the other side, we have RSG. They were a household name. They were once all champions. But
for a long time.
For a long time. But looking at the lineup right now, what do you have for me, Scrubby Chick?
I mean, we're seeing a change here. First thing, right? It's Iron Ryan on the EXP lane instead of Closer. The rest of them, same as last week, right? Yon on the jungle, Roy in the mid, Yunski Roam as well as CS in the gold. Now, the thing is, like you mentioned as well, all these players individually, mechanically gifted and they can play, but somehow when you put them together, they haven't been performing as well as maybe they would have wanted to, right? They've lost the past 2 games, 0-2 last week. And I think that's going to be a real big hit to their morale as a team and as players. So I don't know with this sub-in with Iron Ryan, how that might change things up.
Yeah, they are going to face a lot of issues in trying to get points because right now they are at the bottom, right? Together with Bleed, they have 0 points right now. And of course, bottom 2 teams will be relegated out. Only 6 teams will be in the playoffs. And RSG, they are fighting for a chance to go in the playoffs, get that playoff buff, and we know what they can do. We saw CS performing so well in the previous season, and now it just looks like just a shadow, right? Adding Yon in, taking out Bray, maybe that synergy is gone, but Yon, he had his moments. He was one of the peak players in that assassin role as well. But on the other side, we will have Team Evil. And what do you have for me?
All right, Ken is here on the EXP boy. That's our MVP last week, player MVP on the jungle role, Sayla on the mid, Powerful on the roam, and Marky will be on the gold. Now, Scrubby Cheeks highlighted, of course, individual mechanics from the side there of RSG SG. This team as well has been showing us the same performance, even greater here, because of course they haven't lost a game yet. But this match against RSG SG, this will be a turning point as well, that they are indeed one of the best contenders, one of the best teams to be at the top.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a true test, right? I feel that Team Evil, they've been given too many dream scenarios, right? Last week, they were able to pick Hylos into Zosk, into whatever that was. There were so many zones of control. And I believe Boyet, he was on Hayabusa 3 times, Roger 1 time as well. So they were given a lot of dream drafts. But I don't believe Youngin from RSG is gonna allow that. But let's just see what these teams have to say in the head-to-head video.
Yeah, so my perspective of imports like this coming in will be akin to something like Flash, right? So you give them the good Singapore players, which is Sela, Powerful. These are veteran players who have proven themselves in the MPL SG scene. So with them coming in, it's about whether this mix is enough, because I think Singapore has our own meta and culture as well that some imports when they come in, even though they might be good, but in the end, they might not be able to go all the way. But with so much experience and so much veterancy coming in, it's about, as I said, the problem is always going to be, without a coach, will they always be in the correct direction in improving the team? Because even coming in as a player, you might be tunnel vision into your own perspective due to being a player. So, with Evil not having a coach again, hopefully, maybe they might lose a few games in the regular season, and then halfway through the transfer season, they might realize that and getting a coach eventually. If that happens, then I would say that they have a very good chance of doing well in the playoffs.
I think Evo Season 8 will be stronger because they brought in import and they are no longer that community team that everyone thinks they are. And with players like Sela, it can help them, lead them to maybe being the next champion. I think Eva is quite weak in the draft because they don't have a coach, and if you have to draft and play at the same time, it will be quite tough because you have to multitask, and if the draft doesn't go well, it will some way affect your mental and you might not perform well in game .
I guess for RSG, it will be their side lanes. They have a very good improvements. That's why they can achieve such great results. The side lanes, they are doing their responsibility well. They are able to rotate faster than their opponents. And for their goal laner, the CS, he really have a big improvement as compared to when I saw him playing in ranked games.
Looking at ISG roster right now, my thoughts are I'm quite shocked that Bray isn't playing anymore. And looking at this roster compared to the past few seasons of them, I think this roster may be a little bit weaker compared to the past few seasons. I think my team will do well against RSG and any other team this season. I have worked hard for this roster and I believe we're gonna get a good result.
That confidence there coming out from Powerful, right? You know that he's a very vocal captain, kind of in-game leader as well, but looking at what RSG said, it didn't really age very well, right? Didn't draft well because of no coach. I mean, what are we talking about, right? They have a coach now.
They have a coach now, and you have mentioned, of course, they are actually in the side of things when it comes to meta. They pick well, honestly, and plus, of course, they perform well. That's the thing there. So if the fear coming in from RSG SG is the Team Evil doesn't.
You got the alphabets right.
Yeah.
It's close. It's close,
but it's still there. RSG SG. You with that?
RSG SG.
That's the of course, but now they do have the coach. I think it will be better, as you can see.
Okay.
Predictions.
Evil on the same side. Okay, I'm the only one with the two. This time it's swapped. So I'm playing the devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
Explain yourself.
Why do you guys go 2-0? Tell me first.
I mean, okay, just looking on paper, right? We're talking about top of the standings versus bottom of the standings. And that's completely like conceptual, right, man? And based on results, I mean, RSG, they've lost 2 games as well.
Yes.
I think it's a huge weight on the shoulders of these young guys to be, you know, champions or run-ups for the past 5 seasons and now relegated to the bottom. I find that mentally, it's a strong barrier to overcome.
Yeah, there's a barrier there. There's a barrier there. But I feel that the barrier can be broken, right?
All
barrier
right.
can be broken because they have CS, they have Roy, they have Yon. These are all seasoned players. And it's just a matter of time before they come together and feel like, yeah, we got this, we got this. They did it before. CS, I believe in you. You did so well in season 7, of course. And in season 8, we've yet to see you perform. But looking at the audience prediction, 51% to 49%.
Wow.
Very even Stevens coming through. Given the fan base that Evil has, right? We know that there are loud cheers coming from that bottom, from that audience, right? But yeah, as I was saying, 2-1. Why did I choose 2-1? Well, I mean, I feel that Evil, they've been getting a lot of dream scenarios where they've been getting the best kind of bans, and they should not be able to pick all these heroes. And I feel that RSG, they are here to throw something away. Like I put a screw in their thoughts and it'd be like, yeah, you can't pick the Hylos anymore. We're gonna ban it out. And yeah.
And I cannot discount as well that the players have mentioned. You mentioned the veteran C of RSG SG.
Yeah.
Previous season, they are in the top. And then suddenly, the start of the season 8, they are in the bottom. There must be something, man. There's something we need to see. And this match against Team Evil right now will be, let's just say, have they recovered on that week 1 performance there? Because Team Evil right now, that's why I voted 2-0, of course. Biased, Marky and Boyet. Pinoy Pride. Pinoy Pride. And then, of course, they have been splendid on their matches there. So if RSG SG even win 1 game here against Team Evil, it's something, an improvement.
I think it's a point where you have to test the versatility right now of Boyet and Marky, right? Boyet has been performing, yes, but he's been performing on the Hayabusa alone, right? He picked 3 games of Hayabusa, and if they can ban it out, which we will see in the banning and drafting phase right now. If they can ban out that Hayabusa, it would prove so pivotal for Team RSG.
Great point. And this will also allow us to see if Boyet can be as flexible as he can on the jungle role here. So I'm looking forward as well if RSG SG will be able to have that respect ban against Team Evil on their comfort picks here. But here in our first phase of our drafts, okay, Hayabusa. You called it out. No Hayabusa for Boyet, but he indeed go for the Roger jungle last time.
Yeah, and Evil, I mean, Roger is still banned out, so
he's gotta expect
no stats, right?
No stats for now. And I think this is what you call out. Will we be able to see a new hero? And this is the game here right now for Team Evil.
Yeah, and Team Evil taking out that high-low stat was still in the pool. And the respect ban coming in, taking out that Fanny as well. Of course, John is one of the scariest Fannies that I've seen as well. Similar to how Slowly was playing that Fanny just now, and of course Zishan as well. But they do pick up the link. This is a very good move from RSG, right?
Yes.
In terms of picking up the link first, Evil is now forced to think whether or not they do cancel out that Angela factor or they go for the Zas pick. And they do go for the Zas pick and the Phobias as well.
Yeah, correct. Actually, there are these 2 picks right now. I've seen both RSG SG and Team Evil. I'm expecting this one. Where's the link first pick? Every time we see it's not the priority here, but now it's pretty much open. I do love the first pick coming in from RSG SG, but then again, the Phobius is there to counter it up. So this is a great pick here for Team Evil as well. Dashes from the lane can be actually a great counter here for the Phobius pick here from the side of Team Evil. Fertile Pursuit will be having a great time here for Phobius.
Yeah, and this is the point of the game where RSG is like, yeah, do they still go for the Angela? They don't. They go for the Aurora Edith instead because Ling's power level has been capped by what Evil's pick is. So in terms of batting and drafting, Evil doing extremely good job of just countering the maneuvers that RSG are putting out in this batting and drafting phase. Going for this Edith, going for this Aurora, right? Edith does extremely well in shredding tanks. So they are preparing for that frontliner that Evil will bring out. But Evil, of course, they have the option to go for the Harith, and they do.
Harith and the Zas. Man, this is really good pick here for Team Evil. Yeah, we mentioned, of course, the Ling has been picked, but having a Zas as well is also a great counter here. The DD can ultimately evade those Tempest Blades coming in from this Ling as well. And the Harith, Sustain is there, Zaman Force. Team fight-wise, they're pretty good. Zaman Force, Dominer's Descent. I'm not sure if RSG SG could handle those damages, DPS damage coming in from Team Evil here. So they need something frontliner here, except for Edith.
What do you think would be a good ban coming in from Team RSG right now to counter out the synergy that Team Evil has right now? Because they have the Dominator's Descent, right? They have the Zaman's Force, they have the Infernal Pursuit, a lot of AoE already. What do RSG go for right here?
Mobility, man. So that's why they prioritize the ban here for the Assassins. Boy, they're cutting him off right now at this game. So without that mobility, without someone who can really go into the back lines here, and Aurora as well has a great kit to stop those Assassins. Julian will be the possible here ban as well for the side of RSG SG if they want to really cut off the Assassin burst damage play.
I get the opinion that, yeah, you want to ban out Boyette as much as possible. Yeah, but how about banning out Powerful, right? How about taking out that Minotaur out of the game? Because right now it feels like they are just looking at the Minotaur right now. It's available for Powerful. You pick it, is great heals, great AoE, and them not taking them out, them singling down on Boyette might just mean it's other people's time to shine right now.
You are correct there, Moment. And plus, the Minotaur is also pretty good for the sustained team fight, which is the Team Evil right now has the advantage against the side of RSG SG. Now, with the Minotaur pick, possibly going to be on the side of Team Evil, RSG SG, you need someone, some hero as well to go for the disengage here. You cannot really go head on, but the Tigreal instead has been picked.
Still great, still great.
Matilda?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's a lot of counters if you think about Tigreal, right? You can go for a mass purification team if you just want to counter that Tigreal. But Evil, they have so much zones of control. For RSG right now, it's just to get that gold laner for CS. Honestly, Evil has done a great job of banning out that Moskov, banning out that Natan, that known for CS. CS has been performing so well on that Moskov and Natan in the previous phase. Yeah, so they are lacking in physical damage for Team Evil, right? Team Evil.
Hanabi?
Yeah. Yeah, there we go.
Of course, how can we forget about this incredible duo? And we are going to see it here, RSG SG and Benedetta, though.
Wait, am I seeing this correctly? Oh, okay. It's gonna be a Benedetta jungle.
Well, you need those dashes to go to the back lines, though. So, but the shields from the Lolita Hanabi combo sustain. Will it be enough for Boyette, though, to pick him off? That's a big question here. We're going to see if Team Evil will be able to successfully take those two at the back lines.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely hard for Team Evil to just try and dismantle the lineup RSG, but they have all the tools to do it, right? They have the Implosion, they have Zaman's Force. In terms of AoE, they can go again and again, but they have to be relentless and stack on that layering of utility.
Yeah, speaking of relentless, they need to control as well the early game here. They have no marksman, but they do have the punishing kit to win in the early stages, especially for this Harith pick here. Marquis can actually bully here, actually at the top side. But Yunsky on the Lolita Hanabi, man. This is one of the games we are looking forward to.
Yeah, and now we have it, Game 2, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I mean, Series 2 with Evil versus RSG. I mean, Evil for the first time. Boyet will be forced to go on something else other than Hayabusa, something else other than Roger. Ken not playing Hylos as well. So it's completely fresh draft coming out from Team Evil. And it will be a true test of whether they belong in MPL SG.
This is one of the drafting strategies right now we've seen from RSG SG, cutting off Boyet this time around. You mentioned, of course, maybe it's time for the other players to step up here in the side of Team Evil. But though their draft is pretty strong, man. You have here Sayla on the Zaz, plus, of course, the Tigreal here. It's no escape when the team fight, when they catch everyone here against SRG SG. However, of course, again, I'm still looking for this incredible duo, Yunsuke and CS with the Hanabi Lolita combo.
Yeah, it's going to be very important for RSG to win the gold lane as much as possible, right? And having that weakness finder, what do you feel? Like Hanabi having that weakness finder is going to be extremely dominant in lane, don't you think?
Yeah. In lane, for now, in the early stage of game, maybe he's still vulnerable here, especially without Yunsuke. You still need to look out for this pick-off plays, which I am expecting the Team Evil will do frequently here. They want to, again, win the early game, but Sayla...
Oh, mid lane, Tempest of Blade. Y'all has the first blood there. Wow! Immediately, you know, once he hit his level 4, going into the mid lane for that gank, Yon is looking different today.
Yeah, Yon is looking slightly different. Slightly? Is it slightly? Okay. I take back my own commit. He's taking charge right now.
Yeah.
And I feel that the first troll would be going the way of RSG if they play this correctly. But Ken will be the disruption factor, right? Ken would have that Infernal Pursuit already up. Sayla not having that Dominator's Descent for that first turtle fight.
Which is great for Yon. He knows who to prioritize to go for that kill, and now he does have now the DD for Sayla. And here in the turtle fight, though, will Team Evil really have to force it? I think they can. They have the kits already, and they are zoning out RSG SG.
Yeah, but Yon one level ahead of Boya at the moment, 6-5.
Flicker and Iride throws him back there, and they're all mobilized. Yon takes the turtle for themselves. First objective of the game, now chasing down Iron. Ryan manages to seal the deal, and it's 3 traded out for 1 on the side of RSG. Yon on the run, going through the walls, will get away unscathed.
It was just a 2-for-1, right? CS died solo, bottom lane, to Marky. Yes, so he's 0-1 right now. He had the Aegis, right?
Okay, let's talk about this replay for now. There you go. Incredible AoE there coming in from Yunsuke, caught everyone in that situation. However, without the Hanabi Lolita combo here, they're still vulnerable at this moment in time. That's why you cannot really leave the Hanabi alone on the lane. He's always strong with Lolita in her side, man. Without Lolita right now, it's really difficult indeed for Hanabi to scale, to play it safe in the gold lane.
Yeah, and RSG, I feel that they have a lot more late game as well. Because they have the Hanabi, they have the Ling as well. But Marky, of course, he would have to do like wonders, right? He would have to pull off his best Phoenix cosplay, but I believe Marky's the best person for the job.
The Sacred Hammer lands together with the Implosion as well. CS goes down as Boyet nails that kill. Yunsuke in trouble. The Runova does not save him. Frigid Glacier tries to disengage the fight, not enough. Tempest of Blaze popped in the backline. Boyet goes down, and Yon tries to get another, will be able to get out of that.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about. Like Boyet not having that Petrify, not having that key lockdown as Benedetta. That's going to be a huge issue. And we saw that with great teams. Like we saw that the likes of Kyrie playing the Benedetta on the jungle, right? Having that Retribution instead of Petrify, it is a huge limiting factor towards that Benedetta's mobility and damage as well. So what do RSG, RSG, they're responding very well. What do Evil do? What do Evil do at this point? Knowing that, yeah, RSG, they have the front foot right now.
Yeah, that's true, but I think Marky is doing a pretty good job here on the bot side. You mentioned, of course, what will RSG SG would do. The reaction on that counter play, that was great. That you need those plenty of times here, being reactive, but hold that thought here on the bot side. One of the advantage of having a Hearth here, you expended so many resources, but here in the Turtle.
Oh, Iron Riot goes down already, and it's Evil's objective to take. Here comes Yon, Tempest of Blaze, pop down, decides to back out of that, will not be able to cure that one.
Yeah, and the Turtle going the way of Evil at this point. And Evil, they kind of found a way back into the game with Ken. And Iron Ryan, that was an EXP lane Edith going down right there.
Yeah. But now I gotta say, if you have a Lolita Hanabi here, you have the question if you are going to leave the Hanabi alone in that situation. This is where you will see Yon, Iron Ryan, and Roy to be very aggressive. Take note, Yon has 4-0-0. He's doing good at the link currently here. But then again, you're too short without the rest of the team when it comes to the damage output. I think they need to find a space. They need to create this space to become to let CS and Yusuke become online and do their victory conditions with these two picks.
Yeah, CS and Yusuke definitely one of the win conditions, but not to forget, they have Yon in terms of a fallback contingency as well, right? There's a lot of damage coming in, and now with the Haas clause picked up for him, he has the kit to sustain and have the damage as well. So Yon's key power point will be coming really soon, especially for that mid game. When we go into that 8-minute Lord, he will have all the tools available. And Benedetta, I'm not really too sure on the Benedetta jungle, how Boyet is going to make this work, but having that retribution is going to be very key for him.
Iron Ryan getting zoned out here. Powerful with the flicker in. Implosion manages to kill him. Here comes the Frigid Glaze and freezes them in place. Yusuke tries, he gets knocked up there. And some damage being put on the backline. Again comes Yon just to clean up the kills.
Yeah, and that alludes to the point where Boyet not having that Petrify once again, he has to be that primary initiation factor as the jungler. And that's just a very different playstyle from a Benedetta that we are so used to seeing on the EXP lane, but teams have made it work. But how RSG have been responding, right? RSG, they respond by taking out Boyet. Iron Ryan might be going down, but as long as Boyet is going down as well, there goes your late game contingency. That's what I feel.
I think the counter attacks from RSG SG is pretty good as well. They invested so many when it comes to initiations here for Team Evil, but then again, they cannot really duplicate more when it comes to the output of that team fight. Yes, they did pick up one, but at what cost? So Team Evil right now here is somehow struggling with when it comes to how to disengage after a pick-off.
Yeah, so Evil's strategy is very focused on Ken right now. Having Ken be that primary factor of damage would be very key, but now
With the Implosion knocks Iron Ryan up, but the Frigid Glacier again together with a Numenor Blast! My goodness, this Wellbow combo nails them a double kill on the side of RSG, and now Evil clamps back. They try to get the kills as well. Marky lands a double for himself, and they trade out one to even the score. Yon lands one more onto Ken here, and still the Lord stands, but what a trade between the two teams.
3 for 3. We're looking pretty standard here, but that was huge. We have to talk about it, right? Evil being that key damage. We talked about Ken being that primary engagement factor for Evil, and they found the timing, but Yon...
Sayla one hit, powerful!
The save!
Powerful!
My goodness!
The save! Oh my god, powerful! What was that? You were meant for the Rome Bro, man. The destiny has been fulfilled, right? It's so satisfying to see Powerful on this Rome Bro, all vitalized and saving Sayla. These are the two staples in Team Evil right now. And now Ken Inferno.
This is huge. They get the Lord already without Yon up here. All Ken has to do is to zone them out of this fight, and Evil did exactly that.
Okay. Let's say, if Yon be able to pick off Sayla there, but he will die right thereafter, it's still not worth it, man. It's still not worth it because the Lord is pretty much there. It was a great save from Powerful without Yon, and indeed a great Lord pick off there in that situation. But is it too much aggressive we've seen coming in from Ron? And it is his first death here in this game.
Yeah, but in the bigger scheme of things, right? In the bigger scheme of things, RSG, they still have that late game favorite for them because they have that Hanabi.
Yes,
They
correct.
have that Lolita as well. And in terms of having damage, they will have the Ling in the backline who can do this macro gameplay away from Ken. So, yeah, there's still things going in RSG favor. And this is why there's just, with all those team fights lost 10 minutes in, still keeping that 3K disadvantage. But Boyet and Yon...
Oh, that 1v1, Yon wins that out. Oh my goodness. He's doing so much on this lane right now. Mid-lane Yuski goes down. Marky takes that one for himself. And so far, Evil has chipped off so much defense off of that fight.
Yeah, I mean, defense, getting that outer turrets, right? That was key. But Yon winning that 1v1, that was huge as well.
That is huge. Plus, of course, I can see why Boyet didn't join the team fight here. He wants to go for a split push strategy there, where the Lord is, of course, pressing into the top side. He's taking the time that Yon is not going to join that big team fight there. Still, for me, Team Evil did manage to go for the outer turrets, but a better defense we can say for the side of RSG SG.
Yeah, RSG, SG, I mean, all the late game, I mean, points in their favor right now. Evil, they would have to wait for that magical team fight, right? They have that implosion into Dominator Descent, into that, what was that skill called from Benedetta again? Lecto.
Final blow.
Final, yeah, that was a very long skill name. But yeah, of course, that damage zone coming in from that Benedetta, that would have to be combined with that implosion and Zamon's Force. And Evil, they have to have a lot of things going in their favor.
Oh, they find powerful in the bush, though. Here comes the Frigid Glacier, the zone of control, together with the Numenor Blast forces them out. Here comes Yon onto Marky. Gets stunned out, though! Force the Tempest of Blaze still goes in for Marky, and that one hit seals the deal. Now RSG have to back off. It's Evil on the chase. Boyet leads the charge, has to back off as well, using the dashes here. Not going to be enough just to take them out yet.
And Marky has been performing so well.
Yeah, man.
But it's combined together with the performance of Powerful, right? Powerful is like, yeah, I'm gonna protect my president, which is Marky, and Powerful just used the implosion on Yon. Yon, wow. Just got
Vengeance pop, Numenor Blast used on him, pops the Infernal Pursuit, goes all the way in the back line, and Roy is going to be the one that naps the kill here. All this time, Evil, though, on the Lord, they do seal that for themselves, so one kill traded out for this objective.
Space created.
I have changed my take on Phoveus. That was perfect Phoveus usage from Ken. That was so much space bought for Evil to get that lure, but still, it's RSG's game to win in that late game. If they manage to hold and drag it into the 15 to 18 minute mark, RSG's lineup is extremely favored in those kind of scenarios, right?
I agree with you there, Mo. It's still not over here for the side of RSG SG just because of this Lolita Hanabi combo again. The case is Yunsky, he needs to have this dilemma. Will he be the one going to go for the initiation and leave Hanabi alone in the back lines there, or he needs just to stick there, protect the precedent again for the side of CES. So far, this 2 in the current phase of our game is not doing pretty much yet, but it's not yet over.
Oh, the Flicker Implosion onto Iron Rise. Zaman Force popped as well. Numenor Blast trying to zone them out. Immobilize, stuns them out. They're stopped in their tracks. Now, Evil cannot advance, but in this time, Yon as well going in the back line, clearing the lanes. Tempest of Blades will be get out. Ken chasing him down with the Infernal Pursuit and lands the final blow.
I mean, there were so many intricacies to break down, right? On top of that, right, Boyet was on the top lane with the Lord, got the inhibitor turret. That was so layered gameplay coming out from Team Evil. It's just an executioner's fury coming out from Evil right now. Their execution was layered perfectly. Even though Yon was at the back line, it looked like Evil was doomed to die, but Boyet found that gap.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of Benedetta as well, right? We mentioned, of course, without the Petrified Battle spell, is limited on using the Benedetta, but it did his job there in that situation. Those dashes is very important as well for Boyet. Actually, for all the games that we've seen so far, this is the okay performance here for Boyet. But then again, that Benedetta pick is, we can say, one of the important things here is he can't go to the backlines. That's the thing. No one. Powerful has been dictating the tempo with its flicker and implosion there, but they need a finishing blow, and that's going to be Boyat here.
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't get that backline, even if you don't go for the backlines, that's what Boyet was not involved in that team fight at all. He managed to get that macro advantage, right? The same counterplay that RSG wants to do to you, Evil is going to do it back. And that's that safety factor that Team Evil has. And now looking at itemizations, I mean, it's a point where Tigreal is going to go for that immortality, and Powerful becomes even more powerful. So RSG, I'm not too sure what they can answer with.
Again, Powerful finds a pick off here in the back line. Winter Crown Pop, Roy flickers out, and the Numenor Blast once again used in defense, trying to zone off the members of Evil. That's one huge ultimate gone, together with Roy's flicker as well. It was just as this Lord is spawning on the bottom side.
Oh, no implosion, no DD right now. Could be a perfect scenario here for RSG SG to actually go for this Lord steal. And positioning is the key. This is a time where CS and Yunsky show the power of the Hannibal Lolita.
Yeah, creep priority is pretty much in RSG's favor, but they do have the enhanced creeps to deal with on the top lane, which will be constantly pushing in. And Evil, they just have to wait it out.
Yeah, fortunate for them, the Ling will do that. Stabilize rather the top side pressure again. Powerful!
Oh my goodness, that implosion into the knockup as well. Evil sieging down onto RSG here. Yunsky, Iron, Ryan, they all have to back out. Evil so quick with this. The moment their ultimates came back up, they pulled the trigger.
And yeah, it's really telling of Evil's game plan for Powerful to keep forcing these fights, because you don't want to give Ling the space to have that macro gameplay going on in the background. You force out the implosion. You might be thinking, why is he flickering? Why is he using the implosion on one person? They want to be consistently fighting so that Yon is not given the space. They're not given this late game dream scenario that RSG wants to drag it towards, right?
And this is the effect there. Free Lord right now for Team Evil. With those aggressive plays coming in from Powerful, they forced RSG SG to actually become reactive here at this moment in time. Now Yon, at this moment, doing his best on that lane, go for the split push, please go for the second turret here on the bot side.
It's at the point where everyone is going to reach their power cap soon. There are going to be 6 itemizations, everyone's going to cap out items, and Evil does not want to be in that situation, right? Evil, they do have a magical team fight, but RSG, in terms of just having that sustain, I just feel that they will win the team fights if Evil just makes one mistake.
Oh, the Lord is now pushing through on the top side. It's really going to be challenging here for RSG SG, especially what we see right now in the map. All lanes pushing through is where we see all eyes on Powerful right now. He's the key man. He will take here a game-changer play. Let's see.
Yeah, Marky dealing a loads of damage right now with the Lord coming in. Marky would get that luxury item in, and now he's just looking so strong. But now, the final push.
Yep, they're already sieging down the inhibitor here. Mid goes down, Lord is still up. They're looking for an opening. Marky goes forward, Zaman Force with the damage comes through, and Powerful once again engages. Evil goes straight for the base and end this game number 1.
Great identification coming in from Team Evil, knowing that they were on a clock, they have to end the game, and that's exactly what they did. Stop it before the bleeding gets worse, right? RSG, they had that perfect late game scenario available, but they were not able to find the timing.
Yeah, give credit as well to Marky for dominating the bot lane there. It's difficult as well for leaving a Hanabi alone. We've mentioned this one, that Hanabi is very strong if Lolita is in the vicinity. But I can see that Yunsky is just forced to go for the team fight battles there in the Turtle in the early game, which the victory conditions is actually the late game. They do not need to go for that major Turtle team fight.
Yeah, if you're going for that Hanabi, it's become a choice of, do you prioritize Yon or do you prioritize CS on that Hanabi, right? And as a Lolita Hanabi combo, I agree. I totally agree with what you're saying. You have to prioritize the Hanabi. Like, Hanabi's in the bottom lane asking for help, and meanwhile, Marky's just destroying him single-handedly. Wow, I mean, who do you guys think the MVP is?
Marky?
It has to be Marky, right?
Yeah, I personally, it's got to be Marky, because Marky was the key to that counter of a Hanabi Lolita combo. That's the victory. That's the draft where the side of RSG SG just made.
Let's see if you're right. Let's see if you're right on the screen right now. We will find out who the MVP is. We are betting it on Marky, but it is powerful.
No, that
I
was
mean,
fun.
I can see it. I can see it. Like, powerful being the MVP was him just forcing the fights again and again. And by that time, you want to force the fight. Yon was not in position to take that fight because he's going for those macro gameplays or he's going for the pickoff. And powerful is that, yeah, you trying to pick my carry? No way, man.
Man, that McCrispy highlight as well. Instead of a kill, it's a McCrispy save. Man, that was great.
That was save. That was clutch, right?
Yeah, that was clutch. A free lord after that one because Yon has been taken down in that situation.
Yeah, powerful with the key implosion timings. You might think that you want to go for this, like, symphony play, like highlight play where you're gonna implosion onto 5. But sometimes forcing the fights out is good call from Powerful, right? His timing, his grasp on the game is on another level. He's playing from the bigger macro perspective to the point where if we force the fights, then this doesn't happen. It's the next few steps. He's already a few steps ahead in terms of thinking.
I do love as well how Powerful and Marky did their job in the early game, shutting down those aggressive presence from the side of RSG SG. As you can see, Lolita Hanabi combo did not really step up there in the game. They do have, again, the condition to win the later stage of the game, but without the map control, without those skills, without those aggressive plays that we are expecting them to have, especially you have a Ling in your draft, did not happen here. It's Team Evil.
And why was that not available, right? Why was that not available? Because Powerful was able to be that key invasion factor. He was keeping Yunsky always on the guard. Like, Yunsky had to play on Powerful duty because no one else would do it. And Yon, he did try. He was in the early game, trying that best to pick off Sayla as much as possible. But in the later stages of the game, where Powerful identified that Yon was becoming a key problem and started protecting Sayla, their entire game plan was defeated. Because at that point, Yunsky had gone too much into just handling Powerful, where CS lost that 1v1 against Marky. There was no way to salvage it because Marky was already so ahead. And now Sayla got protected time and time again.
Yeah, we can see how aggressive Yon was on his Ling there, but those saves coming in from Powerful, of course, changed the tide of the battle here. But the question is it really necessary for RSG SG to force those team fights in the early game? They know they have the Lolita combo.
They have that little late game.
They can play it safe though. They can and let Yon do his thing here, but forcing major team fight pretty good. You can see that 8-3-0 here on Ling, and there you go. The heals are there as well coming in from RSG SG. However, again, those team fights, man, for me, forced team fights just giving away so many opportunities here for RSG SG to actually play it safe, make it online in the late game.
Yeah, and Team Evil, they wanted to force the team fights as much as possible. If you take a look at the total kill coming in from RSG, right? Having that Lolita Hanabi, 192,000, that's 70,000 above Team Evil. And yet, they were unable to survive when it mattered, right? And Team Evil, they are so good in finding those timings because of Powerful. Powerful consistently forcing the fights with the implosion, made it so that Yon could not play that macro game. CS was divided in terms of attention, and Iron Ryan was 90% of the time was the first pickoff target.
Yeah, I still believe though, if in the early game, Yunsky just stayed together with CS there all throughout the early state of game without forcing the team fights and the total objective, still do believe that it's not going to be a hard game for Hanabi. He was really been punished there by Marky time and time again. Give away those turtle objectives, but then again, Yon did his job as well to disrupt everyone there with his Cloud Walk. Easy to go lane from lane.
Yeah, they were just looking at just a short term, right? Long term was the Hanabi. But now we have the rich guy, of course, Marky, carry Marky, and Iron Ryan taking the brunt of the damage. Yeah, we saw him trying to tank as much as possible on the EXP lane Edith, but consistently just getting picked off by Powerful, who has the highest total assists, 12. Very well done on that 0-2 12 Tigreal, by the way. So yeah, he could have picked the Minotaur, but Tigreal was great as well.
I do believe as well, right? Powerful was jungler before, right? The aggressiveness of being a jungler, now transitioning here on the roam, is actually synergized as well. So I do believe it's a great transition here for Powerful, from the jungle to that aggressive roam.
And I'm on the Powerful train here, right? Because he is a jungler that turned into a roamer, and he was the captain drafter of Team Evil, carrying Team Evil all the way into the playoff stages. And now that he's on that roam role, it feels like he can take a step back and be the mastermind, be the mastermind in these gameplays. And as the roamer, you become the primary shot caller. It just looks like a great fit for it, right?
Man was made for the role.
Man was made for the role. So yeah, somehow the burden has been taken off, but he has so many the freedom he has now is there. So he can't. I do believe he's a shot caller right now, right?
Yeah, I do believe so, because as the Tigreal, he was making the calls. Even if he wasn't shot calling in the comms, it felt like he was shot calling in the game, because all I saw was implosions into a team fight. Yeah. Primarily, I think 70% of the fights were just started by him just implosioning alone. Yeah. Whether they won or whether they lost, he just wanted to initiate.
And I think that's also, I mean, coming back to why he was MVP, right? You know, like you said, a lot of people look for the flashy plays, but he uses the entire kit, not just to make plays on a certain key player, to put them in a good position, not just the team fights, but also to peel for the team. So all around, I mean, great plays.
Yeah, but now we have the highlights from that game 1, that we did see a lot of plays coming through from the side of Team Evil. And look at that, Marky getting that solo kill in the bottom lane, right?
Yeah, that solo kill, the punishment against CS. But don't get me wrong, RSG SG, their counter plays were pretty good in the early game there. They're actually doing their best, but then again, it made some space here for Marky to punish CS time and time again. And now this is where Marky joined the team fight. This is a beautiful team fight, but then again, Yon is there also to clean up the party after this one.
Yeah, I mean, he got that kill on the Ken who was test. But still, that was a clean 3-for-3 trade for Team Evil, despite the fact that they lost that team fight early, and Yon getting picked off right here. With the inhibitor turret going down, but yet with that perfect timing, Aluminum Blast getting what he wanted, but it wasn't enough, right? Evil was forcing the team fights, and Yon was looking at top lane. He wanted to go for the top lane. The pressure is still there. And with that pressure, they just instantly won the game in this decisive move to go for the base instead of the heroes.
I'm pretty excited for the game 2 here and how RSG SG will be able to go for the comeback. It's a punishing blow though. They have the best duo heroes that we are in the meta right now, Lolita Hanabi. It did not work. And that's true.
I think Hilo Sauce is the goated for me.
Really?
Hilo Sauce is goated for me. Hylos was banned, so yeah, I mean, no pony, no problem.
No pony, no problem.
No pony, no problem. But speaking of no problem, we'll have no problems with Abstract in his Off the Desk segment. Let's see what he has to say.
Well, hello there. Hi guys, okay, we are back again on the analyst standing thing, and I am here to kind of break down on how game number 1 went down. You know, first things first, you know, when it comes down to the starting part of the game, it wasn't that much of an impact into the later stages of the game, considering the fact that when it comes down to all of our heroes on both sides, they are all looking to go into the late stages of the game. As such, all they wanted to do is try to get themselves and make sure that they keep themselves and their head afloat in order to be able to fight in the late stages. And when it comes down to the 9 minutes and 30 seconds mark is where we are starting to see how the game eventually pivots into one person's, or rather one team's side. Let's start things off with the very first Lord. 9 minutes and 30 seconds in, we do have Powerful that will be starting things off with a conceal play. Although I gotta have to say, the Lord did go over the side of Evil. I do gotta have to give a huge shout out over to Iron Ryan. He predicted that and he saw exactly where Powerful's trajectory is gonna be, and of course prepare the Earth Shatter for that. But in the meantime, Evil have pretty much been able to set up a perimeter away from RSG to make sure that they will be able to pull the Lord away and ensure that they can actually just run away the moment that they manage to get the Lord nicely. But in the meantime, we also do have Ken just preparing to be able to jump into the action in the event that Powerful managed to run in with a beautiful implosion onto Roy and Yunsky. But in this case, that didn't happen, so the contingency plan for Evil is that they are just gonna be backing away and get what they are happy with, which is gonna be the Lord. Now, of course, after the Lord, we do have a big fight going on when it comes down to RSG versus Evil. We do have a huge congregation over here where we have 4 members all the way at the bottom lane, not paying attention on the fact that the Lord is actually marching in from the top side. Evil did a very good job on playing possum and making sure that they are taking as much attention away, because their main point of their game is to not win in this fight, but to win in the inhibitor turret. We still have Ling that is still somewhere in the bottom lane. I believe that this is right after clearing out the waves previously just now. So I believe that we do have a pretty good game all the way through, and they understood exactly what they wanted to do from that part onwards. Now, I believe that once again my elbow has kind of frozen the telestrator once again. But all in all, I just wanted to say that throughout this entirety of the game, Evil had got a very good idea as to how they would want to play in team fights. I hope that you guys remember that there was this one fight in the bottom lane, and when it comes down to the Lord, it was actually Marky that started the fight first. He dropped down the Zaman's force, and only afterwards, Powerful came in with the implosion. This pretty much means that it's not only Powerful that calls the shot, but Marky knew exactly what he wanted to do in some of these games, and he can definitely find great opportunities for his team. Evil, they are on a high road and highway to success, and game number 2 might just be the case for them as well, looking at how game number 1 turned out. That's it for me. I'm gonna be passing off over to the casters once again.
Well, elbow telestrator seems like not the meta right now, but still. I like what Abstract said, right? They are on the highway to success. They are indeed on that golden road. They currently have not given up a series so far, and this is where they were put against not having the Hylos, not having that Zos. No, they had the Zos. They had the Zos.
Yeah, they did.
Yep, they did.
Zos might be the key to victory. Maybe ban on Zos. Oh, yeah. It's 100% win rate for Zosk, for team lead at the moment, team Evil at the moment.
There's a reason for it. There's comfortable with the Zas, and Zas is a high tier right now in the current meta. But I got to give credit as well that we thought Boyet is only known for an assassin, but he's also flexible for fighter assassins.
Yeah, going on that Benedetta was so key for him. It was such a pleasure to my eyes. But looking at what's also a pleasure to my eyes would be a Roto eye drops in my eyes right now, because it is so cooling. And of course, games get so tiring to watch. We are looking at a screen for long hours, especially you gamers out there, especially you watchers out there, enjoyers of course. They also get extremely tiring to look at. So once you get the eye strain, of course you want to have a bit of cooling in your eyes with that Roto eye drops, and you get to get a secret lab chair, right? 2 winners will get a secret lab chair worth $679, and of course free Mobile Legend diamonds as well. I'm pretty sure they're way cheaper than 400 Mobile Legend diamonds. So you can get eye drops, you can get diamonds? You can stand to win a chair? This sounds like a great deal, man.
Indeed, it's a Roto deal.
Yeah, it's all the way until 30th December, right? 30th September, not the end of the year, so end of this month. So once the month ends, you will not have this opportunity anymore. But let's take a look at what these teams are cooking up right now. And seems like Hayabusa and Roger would stealing the priority ban from RSG. They feel that Boyet has been a key threat, right? Once you take out Sayla, right? You want to ban out Zas, you want to ban out all this, but Boyet will suddenly become a problem. So they don't want Boyet to become a problem. They feel that they can deal with Sayla, they can deal with Marky, but Boyet has been possibly...
Yeah, I think he's been consistent. Boyet, as a jungler, has been consistent. If RSG SG will still going to follow the same path, just taking down all the comfort heroes here from Boyet, they need also to look out why they're doing this one under victory conditions. Like in the game 1, if they go for the Lolita Honeybee combo, they're looking for a late game. So they must play around that kind of situation. So here in the game 2, they're still going to ban out Boyet here, but they must prepare because anytime soon, Marky will just blow up, Powerful will just blow up. They need to play according to their draft.
And Evil has proven that Phoveus works with them, but now they have the Hylos. So it's a fact about like you either give Ken the Hylos or you either give Ken the Phoveus if you're gonna ban out Boyet, right? And the Hylos would be given up. And RSG, do they go for the Zosk here? No,
Link, yeah. I was looking forward for that Link here and a great ban here for the Phoveus. They will take the Zax here. Instead, of course, if Zax is not going to be picked up by RSG SG, no doubt Team Evil will get it themselves. And you have mentioned, of course, your powerful duo, Zask and the Hylos. You don't want that one in a single game.
Because you know what's going to happen if you give us Zask? Your Evil would have the Hylos, Zask, and Harith. So that's gonna be a combo that Evil is dreaming about. But of course, RSG they are wise, right? They pick up the Zaz themselves, deny it away from Evil, then they respond back with the Valentina Moscow. Valentina, this is a pick that, yeah, you can steal away the Dominator's Descent, right?
You can, as well as the Zaman Force. There's so many ultimates right now that the Team Evil can actually get or steal away from RSG SG, but now the Zask and the Harith combo, this is pretty good. I think the first phase of the picks here, RSG SG, for me, as a better draft here when it comes to aggression in the early game. You have the Ling, you have the Harith. These heroes can only, even in the Zask.
Yeah, so primary bans right now, right? Primary bans right now moving forward when RSG is looking at this. Marky, Moskov, Sayla, Valentina, then Hylos on the Ken. So you can still ban out Boyet, right? You can still ban out Boyet. So they take out that Nolan, and possibly another assassin would be added to that ban list as well.
Yeah, Minotaur is pretty much open here as well. Both teams can really benefit on a Minotaur here, but most likely RSG SG. I do love a Minotaur here in their side. At least they do now have the crowd control needed. So far with this Harith Zaman Force and the Zax Dominator's Descent, they can just pin everyone down here with Ling with a finishing blow.
And it feels like Powerful is using Tigreal to counter out that Ling at this point.
Would they possibly ban?
Do they ban out the Tigreal, right? You ban out the Tigreal because right now, RSG yourself, you don't want to pick that Tigreal because you're giving a free implosion to the Valentina. And if you don't ban it, Evil is going to pick it up to answer against the Link.
Okay.
But they ban out the Minotaur instead.
Okay.
Still a good ban.
Still a Tigreal here. Or RSG SG will take, yeah, you mentioned of this one. If Team Evil going to ban, oh, there you go. Indeed, Tigreal will be banned. It's really scary if Tigreal will be in the hands as well for RSG SG. But this time around, when I see the draft for RSG SG, damage is there. You have the mobility, but you need that crowd control. They need someone to go for the pin against Team Evil here. Most likely, I'm looking for the Jawhead though. Jawhead can be one hero that can target the backlines. Of course, the Moskov will be vulnerable as well.
Yeah, Jawhead, maybe Moskov, Kaja as well. Yeah, Kaja would be a great pick for Team RSG, but of course, they can go for that encompassing gameplay as well. There's a Grok available if they want to pick it up to go for that early game invasion meta. And it looks like they go...
Gotcha!
Oh!
First time?
Yeah.
First time.
Yeah.
First time.
Making his debut.
Yeah, and we've seen now other MPL regions transitioning actually for a Gotcha roam here. And, oh, there you go. Oh, man. The Julian. This is, you have the double D on the other side. We have the double J. The Julian and the Jawhead. This is actually pretty scary here. It's one of the combinations that we are going to highlight. burst a lot of damage in the early game. Level 3 plus the Jawhead.
Yeah, Evil is going for a super aggressive playstyle. Valentina, Julian, and Jawhead, they will be at your jungle. Hardling is not going to have space to breathe. RSG, they have to answer back right now. And I feel that, yeah, on top of that, Grok is still a pretty solid pick versus Julian and Jawhead right now. I see Grok being a very key factor if they want to go for it. But they go for a Kufra instead. They go for the counter engagement. Still really strong when you get that level 4 power spike.
Yeah. The draft coming in from RSG SG, all reliant for the ultimates, man.
Yeah,
they're heavy reliant for these ultimates here. But when it comes to team fight, though, very, very strong. They have very mobile as well. But the early game, oh man, Team Evil. This is the first time we're going to see here the double J combo. Again, the passive of a Jawhead, suppressive fire, I think it gives additional damage to whatever the target of the Jawhead. It's just a free focusing mark.
Yeah, Evil is going to be extremely aggressive. RSG, they will have to just subside, you know, they have to bide the tankiness, and no, they have to bide the aggression of Evil that will be coming in within the first 4 minutes, right? If you can survive the first 4 minutes, RSG might be looking slightly better. Once they get their level 4s, they can take the team fight, but Evil, they will not let that happen.
They will not allow. With the Julian and the Jawhead here, I think they're pretty good when it comes to heavy aggression, though. But we have to look out the Harris on the gold lane as well. With the Link coming in through, easy pick off against the Marcus.
Yeah, now we have it. Match 2, game 2. Evil versus RSG. And Evil still currently undefeated at this point. 100% win rate. RSG looking to change that up. And RSG currently also not winning anything at this point.
Well, we talk about when the start of the series, right? This is a match which actually we can say that Team Evil will have a solid progression in the series. On the other side, though, RSG SG, time for them to actually become one of the top.
Yeah, they do have a chance to do so, but
Iron Ryan.
Oh, Iron Ryan low here, getting taken down by Ken. Here comes the rest of Team Evil. So this is, will they get that? Decides not to engage for the moment.
I didn't know what happened there, but he still managed to survive, though. Iron Ryan.
Oh, there they go, finally. Flicker in, and the throwback onto Iron Ryan lands the first blood.
Well, not in that scenario.
There was no way, right? You're under your tower, and Evil is still at you, and RSG, first 4 minutes, they're gonna be facing heavy pressure. And now Moskov, Marky though.
Yeah, they try to fight back. Tempest of Blaze late onto him. One more hit, and Yon will seal the deal. Yoonski though gets away with just that sliver.
Yeah, I think this is one of the points that I have highlighted here, that Marky is going to be vulnerable here on the bot side. I do love that aggression coming in from the side of RSG.
Oh my goodness, yet again, Iron Ryan getting put down by Evil, and Ken takes this is looking really tough for him.
Yeah, and Iron Ryan, he has a Revitalize, right? He has a Revitalize.
He has?
Yeah, usually Gato Kachas, they go for Vengeance or I mean, something else.
I think this is where they prioritize the Garukacha. So he has a Vitalize. We need to pop it up before the turtle neutral objective takedown. Plus, cutting off the leveling here from Iron Ryan and the Garukacha, they had advantage here when it comes to team fights. You need that Avatar of the Guardian when it comes to 5v5 Brawl.
Yeah, and this is exactly where Team Evil wants to be, despite the fact that they lost Marky. But Marky, never mind. He will get the farm in the late game. The priority is on Boya at this point. Priority is on Powerful at this point. And they will be making the plays across the map. Marky, of course, will be a victim if RSG want to focus him down.
I think right now RSG SG must concentrate as well against CS here on that Harris. They have a kit. We have mentioned, of course, that having this Julian and the Julian and the Jawhead combo, they have incredible damage here. Can pick off Harith on the bot side.
Oh, Ken, 1v2 there, still surviving, just, with the sustain of that high loss. And Yoonski dropped down low. It's really evil, making full use of this combination. Jawhead and Julian as well, pressuring CS into the tower down bottom. Like, what do you do against a Jawhead plus Julian in the early game? You thought you had it maybe with CS being able to hold, his own, but then they lock in that last 2 picks.
Yeah, the purification coming out from Julian, also very good. But, I mean, coming out from CS is a very good look on Evil because they force out the purification. Now CS can't take this team fight.
Oh, but they go in anyway. Tempest of Blades, Yawn onto 4 people.
Ken?
Now Ken coming for the flank, stuns out Law and Order onto Yawn as well. CS tries to lay down the Zaman Force, knock up onto Ken. Here comes Iron Ryan, Avatar of the Guardian, stuns them out. Damage coming through, but the throw, the ejector onto Iron Ryan just throws him into obliteration.
Yeah, and RSG, they don't want to take these team fights. They're just trying to bide as much as possible. Evil, they want to fight. They want to fight again and again. They have the Julian, they have the Jawhead. It's extremely aggressive. RSG just hoping for the mid game.
Oh, that Tyrant's Rage there onto Ken. Will he finally go down? Yes, he does. Roy takes that one. Yawn in this meantime though loses his purple buff as well. So and this is just as the turtle is spawning. So he has been stripped of some of these resources, although he is still a level up ahead of Boyet.
Yeah, but yet he would have to step things up if he wants to find value on this Julian. And if you're keeping even Stevens, right, in terms of just net worth alone, I feel that Evil still has a chance because they have that Moskov, they have that late game vector, right?
And they also have now the second turtle in the game, and we haven't seen any contest there for RSG SG. They're suddenly become very safe here at this moment, but I do love how Yawn right now going for the split push. This is one of the advantages right now. If you have the lane, you have the mobility. And with that Tart takedown on the top side, RSG SG, I think they're pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty good, but when it comes to the mid game, right? Does Yawn target?
Yeah, the taunt comes through onto Sayla as well, but Pops Dominators descend, putting out a damage here. The rest of Team Evil, the throw, the ejector onto them. Here lays down the Zaman Forest. Avatar of the Guardian in the back line taunts him as well. Iron Ryan will have to retreat in the meantime, though. Yawn comes to clean up Marky as well as Sayla. They trade out 2 for 3 there.
Yeah, that's exactly the point that I was alluding to. Yawn, who does he target, right? He targets Sayla, he targets Marky. They have to be that key targets, and Yawn did exactly that. That's RSG's way back into the game. And they would have to consistently find these picks on Yawn and make sure that Roy and CS do not die in the meantime. Iron Ryan, Yoonski, they can die for days.
Yeah, look at his replay here. As you can see, Roy did a pretty good job isolating Marquis there in that situation. But, as the game progresses, this is RSG SG game to take. Iron Ryan, however, doing his best there. But Yawn, his targeting there is simply not in line here with the rest of the team.
Yeah, the fact that Sayla has that IMU, right? He can steal away that domination set. We saw it as well. That's how CS went down. That's how Iron Ryan went down. And it's going to be a problem in them when they have that glorious pathway to synergize as well.
Now the 5 seconds until the turtle is up. Oh, Yoonski once again.
Charge in onto Ken, knock up, but they don't choose to engage just yet, just brawling out. They want to clear this mid lane as soon as they can, but the stun powerful onto Yawn from the wall there. Puts him down, they find each other, chase down Glorious Pathway, lay it down as well. Dominators descend, just 2 Nightmare spawns, going at each other.
And buy some time for the turtle.
Once again, Powerful's engagement there was just a scam, In the back line, they were taking the turtle. And Powerful is just making space at this point. And Team Evil, they have been leaning into that strength of Powerful, whether or not to engage, whether or not to disengage. But Yoonski, in
trouble here. The Avatar of the Guardian comes to zone them out. Yoonski goes in again with the Tyrant's Rage and Revenge. Boyet goes down. Zaman Force is popped as well for the damage. Yawn goes in the backline, picks up Sayla. He wants more, looking for Cannon. Powerful decides not to do that.
Yeah, and RSG showing signs of life there. There was a perfect team fight, perfect counter engagement. Yoonski making a great call to jump onto Boyet. That was the CC that they needed to get him out of the game.
And as the moment goes on there, and especially on the team fight, Marquis was just doing split push. They know that Marquis hasn't been the great damage dealer at this moment, so he's doing his thing there, going for the split push anyway. So giving those space, even though 2 players has been taken down on the side of Team Evil, they're giving this area or space for Marquis to level up and get that itemizations later on.
Yeah, they are taking their turns to shine as Team Evil are known for doing that. And Marquis, of course, would have to perform stellarly, especially since we're entering this mid-game segment where the Lord would be up and running. And Team Evil still not losing too much, right? In terms of net worth, they are neck and neck. Not a good look for Team RSG, despite the fact that they just won that, but it's the first step of many.
I just love how Team Evil knows their positioning here. They're actually not really forcing the team fights though. I mean, not extending to the point that they will suffer so many casualties. They know that Marquis is the key here in the later game. So with a split push, it is really important here to control the map against the side of RSG SG. But as you can see right now, it is going to be the Lord Dance initiated by RSG SG.
Forcing out the objective. RSG SG, they want to make some unforced errors out of Evil. That's how they won the team fight in the first place, going on Yunski and not finding the finish. So now, RSG SG, with this new Lord though, right? It's a lot harder to kill him, to play that Lord dance, because the damage would increase and ramp up as you keep dancing. So you gotta reset it from time to time. And RSG, they're not just having a great time with this.
And actually, I'm surprised they're doing this with so much patience here. I think they have the kit to go for team fight. They're very strong though, especially with the Zaman Force. The Garakacha is there as well to catch anyone on the back lines. But yeah, again, this is a Lord Dance. As you can see, it's the battle for Marquis as well as Yon to go for the split pushes.
Yeah, Ken face check in the bush, not able to find anything that he's looking for, but then he manages to sniff RSG out, giving them a slight positioning advantage. But Boyet in that mid lane, still going for that kind of trades, kind of trading damage, testing his limits, finding out whether he can burst a hero down. But definitely, we're going to see Powerful and Boyet come together to try and find that pick-off.
Yeah, previous game we see the longest turtle dance here at this moment now. I think this is going to be the longest Lord dance as well. Both teams again respecting each other when it comes to team fight. But Lord is low.
Yeah, it's very low, and immediately Yon takes it. They go for the engage here onto Ironright in the background. Will they be able to get him? Not just yet. And it looks like Evil is just giving this for free. Sayla in trouble. Zaman Force pop down as well. Yon picks them up.
It's not time yet for Team Evil, right?
Yep.
Team Evil, they still want to buy things out, and it looks like no Spear of Destruction was sent, but Yunski.
Yeah, in some trouble, has to flicker out as well. I mean, like you said, right? And Boyet right now is still a level down Yon, so even if he went in for that, Retry might not have won out that fight. Tempest of Blades laid down onto Marquis. CS gets the credit for that one. They take a turret together with that, and the Lord is also coming down the top side.
Yeah, and now it's all about conversion. They have to make use of the death of Marquis. They have to get this inhibitor turrets, or at least all the other turrets, and start asserting control. RSG, the game is in their hands right now. 3K gold advantage, 12 minutes in.
Now the pressure is on top as well. They're not going anywhere here. Siege will continue. This is an important defense here for the side of Team Evil.
For sure. I mean, look, they're already engaging here in the backline. Avatar, the Guardian, and Oyunski. The damage is enough. Powerful is the first to go down there. RSG, they have a window to take this as the Lord marches in. They choose not to go in for now. Evil clears up the minions there, and Yon goes back to the jungle.
Yeah, and RSG playing it safe there. Not my favorite decision.
Yeah.
Not my favorite decision. Because you are still on that pseudo timer, right? You have a Moskov who is scaling up, and he is Marquis. And it's going to be a very hard factor for you to deal with.
Yeah, plus Powerful is actually still on the respawn time, and I thought they were going to force their way in against the side of Team Evil. But then again, RSG SG still have a great advantage here. Outer charge is no more for the side of Team Evil, but we gotta say, man, the combination of Roy and CS is just pretty incredible here. The Zaman Force and the DD deals a lot of zone. They cannot even penetrate here against RSG SG team fight formation.
Yeah. Taking out one inhibitor turret, enough for RSG right now? Do you think it's enough?
I think they have the kits. They have the lane pressure as well. It's about all the timing here. But as for me, they need to take the Lord this time around. They decided already to retreat. Lord is the better option here. And the timing to go for the push. It's, however, on the side of Team Evil, though, with Marky being shut down on Moscow, where's the damage dealer? You go to the Boyet. But Boyet here is not enough with the burst damage already.
Yeah, I feel that in all these team fights, we have not seen the Spear of Destruction from Moscow.
Powerful pulls the trigger with Unstoppable Force. Yusuke goes in Tyrant's range. They burst down Powerful already, and they go in straight away. Yawn all the way in the back line. Marky in some trouble. Tempest the Blades. He manages to get out both of them.
Sayla?
Still alive for now. Sayla still, uses the Dominator's Descent and disengages the fight for them, but that gives RSG the opportunity to take this Lord, like you said, did I?
Yeah, that's great timing for RSG to find that pickoff onto Powerful. And once again, yeah, Spear of Destruction, that was so close. Yeah, I have not seen a very good Spear of Destruction from Marky into those team fights where he can potentially join those team fights, right? He has not made the call where it's go time. Yeah, Marky's still at that training arc, that farming stage. And I'm very keen to see when Evil's full team fight potential is going to go through, whether or not they can fight up RSG's farm advantage right now.
Yeah, speaking of farm advantage, man, this is just too much already. Almost 6k net worth gold lead. Lord pushing through on the top side. We have seen that the side of Team Evil wanted to initiate the fight, but the Katakacha, the Avatar Guardian, is still a threat of the back lines.
Ooh, Yutsi goes all the way in, but the throwback ejector onto him. Glorious Pathway Pop is going to go all the way in and throw their skills onto Evil. It's going to be Powerful again that lands down first. Yawn! So much damage. Sayla goes down. They're still fighting this. Yutsi pops Immortality. A triple by CS onto Ken here. And this might just be RSG's game to take. They take down the mid-base turret. It's almost the end. The Lord coming in. Marky goes down. RSG clock this one up to even up the score.
Yeah, and it just feels like RSG, they found that formula for success. Really well done from the side of RSG just to rely on Yawn that jumps alone. And the Kufra from Yunsky, I was just hoping, yeah, RSG, they have it in them. They have what it takes to actually take on one of the champions. Team Evil, 100%, right? 100% win rate so far. Now, RSG, take it away.
This is a good sign right now for the side of RSG SG. The cutting off Boyet's comfortable heroes as well is one of the key, and they can transition with the Harith pickman. CS just blown away everyone there with incredible Harith plays and the zoning capability that we have mentioned, of course, the Dominator's Descent and the Zaman's Force. It's very hard to really go head on into the fight.
Yeah, and it just alludes to the fact where Marky was making the good decisions. Like, he was making a great decision in terms of playing good for their macro game, right? He knows his strength of the Moscow, but it's a great decision. But is it the correct decision during that time? Do you go for that team fight? Because your team is in danger. You might potentially win still, but it's very hard call to make in the heat of the moment.
I think for me that the Team Evil decided to go for Marky. You go for split push because it's so hard right now. He's been shut down time and time again in the early game. Of course, you go up against a Harith here. And we have seen that they tried to shut down the Harith, but that Zaman Force, those shields, it's just the survivability. It's not enough for a Harith to go down.
And the fact that RSG, they kept forcing fights again and again, similar to what Powerful was doing in that previous game. Yawn was always threatening with that damage, with that Tempest of Blades to get out as a safety measure. And I feel that he's the MVP, but let's just see who it is on the screen. Yes, I'm correct! Yes, it's Yawn, it's Yawn.
He did a lot, man. He did a lot. Yawn right now on the lane. His not only doing so much in the early game, though those split pushes as well did a lot of lane control here there against the side of Team Evil. And I've seen how Marky fell down because of his aggressiveness as well on pulling. So they need to go for this, how to say it? They need to control the game through this kind of aggression here, shutting down Marky, shutting down Boyet through the drafting phase as well.
And I gotta say, right, it's about time. It's about time where Yon is going to find his comfortability in RSG. Because it feels like he is a very strong assassin and a very strong macro gameplay, but he has not been finding the space to do so. Finally, now I think he found the stride with Roy on the Zosk. And Roy on the Zosk, that was really well done in terms of denying that space, in terms of being that backliner that Roy can play. He can just jump in with the Dominator's Descent, and Yon was really enabled by that.
And I can say the draft is pretty good for RSG SG. They did wonders there on the match against the side there of Team Evil, cutting off again those comfort heroes from Team Evil. It only shows here that without those comfort heroes, is this one of the weakness from Team Evil right now we're going to see?
Yeah, not having a Zosh may be a problem, maybe a problem. I'm not saying that it is the solution, but it may be a problem. But Evil, of course, they felt like it was still in the experimental phase for them, right? They felt like they were trying out the Jawhead Julian combo. It did force a lot of early game rotation, but Yunsky only dying once. That's huge on that Kufra, because as a Kufra, it's so easy to get picked off, and positioning is so key. Going for that counter engage and engaging, disengaging at the same time, he was so pivotal in forcing out the mistakes from Team Evil.
This is also maybe one of the things that the Gatakacha, we centered our attention on the Gatakacha pick here, but instead it was Yunsky calling out those plays. It was Iron Ryan for the follow-up on his Avatar Guardian. Yunsky has been very aggressive on this Kufra. It also enables the rest of our team RSG SG to actually lay down perfectly or the combinations of their skills there.
And yeah, it's their key to victory, right? Having that Kufra as that counter engagement, not that key initiation. It's either a follow-up initiation or a counter initiation. And the fact that Gatakacha was taking the brunt of damage, he would go in with the Avatar of the Guardian, and Yunsky would either follow up or just jump in later on to land that perfect Tyrant's Rage onto the key targets. I like Sayla, like Marky, like Boyet. And Boyet took that brunt of the damage. Sure, he survived 4-1, but he cannot dish out the damage anymore.
Yeah, I think late game presence, Marky really fall down in that department on the damage one. It was, man, the Harith just wreaking havoc. Once the Zaman Force been laid out, once the Dominator's Descent's been laid out, on the side of Team Evil, they cannot do anything about it. Just to re-engage, we have seen how the Glorious Pathway been used just to disengage. Before it was used to go for an offensive team fight. We have seen how they punish CS on the bottom lane, punish Iron Ryan on the top side, but on the later stage of the game, it has become really reactive.
Yeah, and in terms of like decision making as well, right? Marky having that decision where he's not in the team fights. He's always on that macro game sense where he's off the other side. And yeah, with a hero of Moscow, that's the correct decision. That's the logical decision to do. But is it the way to come back? Is it the end decision to make? Because at that point in time, there were things that could have went into favor, barring some mistakes from RSG, of course.
Well, I can agree to some of their point, but for me, Marky could not really do anything on a team fight in the early game. So all he gonna do is to go for the split push there, and hopefully that SOD will hit the mark at the right moment, at the right time to go for a pick-off play. But again, you mentioned damage. Where's the damage? Even though Marky joining the team fight, it's not that really visible to us in the game.
I think in the entire game, Marky did not join the team fight. The only time that he joined was when he died. Yeah, which is 14% participation from the side of Team Evil, and that was severely lacking. That's what I felt that they were severely lacking. Marky was making all the correct decisions, correct, logical sense. You farm, you get the farm, you kill the enemy. But he was feeling that he was not farmed enough.
Yes, that's true. I agree with that.
And I have a feeling where when he hits the power spike, you still have to try. And it's to a point where he wasn't trying with the team. When Boyet was in trouble, Marky was not able to come in time with the Spirit Destruction. And RSG, of course, it laid the perfect hell zone that Marky did not want to go to. You don't want to run into a Zaven's Force. You don't want to run into an Avatar the Guardian. Dominator's Descent is there.
Yeah.
And if you keep layering that perfectly, it's to a point where Marky cannot find his timing to go in. And that's how RSG is stopping Team Evil from initiating into that team fight.
This is where the damage department here is a great gap between these two. And don't get me wrong though, the Boyet, the double J combo, Julian and Jawhead did its job in the early game. That's where most of the damage actually just been given for the side of Team Evil. But again, we've mentioned the late game, Marky's presence is very crucial in turning the tide of the battle, but unfortunately it wasn't there.
Yeah, denied away was what I was thinking about, right? I feel that in terms of using the Glorious Pathway as well, Ken has been so used to winning games with Hylos that he's been using it to zone them away, not instead of putting it behind where it could benefit them from engaging and disengaging, right? You're using it as a zoning, but you're not using it as enhancement tool for you to disengage as well. And we did see that in the last few fights, but of course, I feel that it was a bit too late.
Yeah, I think this is the win of RSG SG here in the game 2 now sparks a meaning here for RSG SG that they can still take the series against Team Evil. But of course, still, I'm pretty biased for Team Evil here.
Still 1-1. It's still tied. It's still tied.
But you know, as you can see, this is where we see that Marky's been punished time and time again, and this is one of the great things that RSG SGs did. They know that we cannot go for the late game. We cannot give Marky the moment he will contribute in the later game, but this team fight is just insane here.
And it's not like Marky did not join the team fights. It's more like once bitten, twice shy, right? He joined the team fights and then he was instantly punished for it. And this is the mistake that we saw. They were focusing on Yunsky, and Yunsky got out of there alive, flickered out, got the jump in, Tyrant's Rage, and then the counter kill onto Boyet and Sayla for free. And that was just a 2-kill trade for RSG right there. And now with this, right, we see that Marky is unable to answer back despite the fact that Sayla is down. And with this, Yunsky, great counter initiations coming in from him.
And at this moment, we've seen now Marky forced to join the team fight. Even though, of course, there are the times that they go for the split push, but this is the end game right now. He has no choice but to join in. But again, unfortunately, damage wasn't there. Too much sustain. Again, the zoning capability here for the side of the team RSG SG is just too much. CS just dancing around there with that Salmon Force.
Yeah, with all that's happening, right, Marky is completely focused on the Lord. And sure, that's the correct decision. That's the correct decision. But if you were there in that team fight, could things have changed? You know, it's the kind of like hindsight is 20/20, right? When you look back, yeah, maybe I should have fought instead of fighting the Lord. But who knows? Who knows what could have happened? You could have got instantly shut down like the first 3 times you joined the team fight, and that was the story of the game where they found that John, Tempest of Blades, just go onto Marky, Roy, Dominator's Descent onto Marky, and it became the winning solution for RSG. But speaking of winning solutions, let's find out the true winning solution from Abstract in Off the Desk.
Thank you, casters. Let's jump in and break down exactly how RSG actually managed to win this game. Definitely not a game where most of us expected them to win, especially we saw how Evil manage to play such a fabulous game number 1. But game number 2, it does seem like draft is definitely the inhibiting factor for Evil to be able to exhibit what they wanted to do. Understandably, when we look down at the players, or rather look down at the heroes, individually they are all very good heroes, right? Especially when we come down to looking at Hylos that counters against the Zaz, you're kind of thinking, yeah, the Zaz is most definitely not gonna be able to do anything. However, the replays definitely do tell us a little bit of a different story. First things first, you know, a little bit of a evil kind of recognition. Right off the start of the game, we definitely did manage to see the oppression coming in from Hylos and exactly what Hylos is capable of showing. With Ken immediately tassing right in the face of the enemies and literally, quite literally, taking the brunt of the damage from everyone. And during this moment in time, it was actually the perfect opportunity for Evil to actually launch a counter-attack, as we do see a line that's been drawn between RSG as well as Evil, especially with Ken in the middle of everything. He's pretty much the bait right now. They managed to find every single one of the members from RSG in this one very concentrated area. But as you can see from the lineup coming in from Evil, the only one that can really send all of them flying is Boyet with the enhanced chain. But unfortunately, I don't think that he probably had the enhanced chain at this point in time. He did have the chains, but he didn't go for the enhanced chain. He'd have decided to go for damage at the start, because in the early stages of the game, who's the one that is able to do damage? Unfortunately, he's the only one. As such, the enhanced sword, or rather, what is that again? The enhanced scythe. Yes, enhanced scythe is the one that deals the damage. So he's gotta be the one to do that. So unfortunately, the only one that can crowd control is Powerful, which means that he will be able to relocate Iron Ryan, being the only person to go down despite such a phenomenal setup coming in from Ken. From this point onwards, we are starting to see a little bit of a difficulty coming in from the members of Evil, that is for sure. Number one, Sailor. Sailor has already escaped from the grasp of the enemies, and he did manage to find himself popping the Purify. This way, he will be able to jump into the enemy's lineup pretty nicely. But in the meantime, let's not forget about Roy, which you guys will see later on, will be able to get himself right in the face of Marky. So, where's Ken? Where's Hylos? It doesn't seem like it matters anymore if the Zarsk manage to jump over to the back lines to deal with Marky. This game, or rather this fight, ended up with a pretty nice trade between these two teams, because at least we still have Boyet. Boyet still does very good damage, so by the end of this fight, it is still pretty much of a stalemate. By the next part of the fight, that is where we start to see things really starting to take off for RSG, because of their cookie cutter lineup, where all they need to do is just drop everything that they have, crowd control as well as a Zaman Force, in order for them to be able to get themselves very good control of the entire fight, and the entire process would just smoothen out for them. So, if you guys notice, throughout this entire fight, or rather throughout this entire point in time, they have been rather reserved for the side of RSG. However, from the next clip onwards, whenever Marky goes down, RSG becomes aggressive, because Marky is the only answer to this lineup from the side of RSG, because they like to group up, and Marky deals very well with a horde of enemies. Even at this point in time, Marky is not anywhere to be seen, and RSG just absolutely love to be part of the action. They're just together. We've got an Avatar, the Guardian goes in, and this is point in time where we get the taunts in, knockups in, everything that you need in order to disrupt enemies, and this way they will be able to allow the Zaman Force to go out and allow CS to go ham. With all three members from the side of Evil, Powerful is ticking down to his death, and that is not a problem. So dealing with Marky is going to be the #1 priority, while Yon is just making sure that Boyet doesn't come in with more of the damage potential that Evil will have. Boyet is quite literally the only damage machine in the mid stages of the game, so it's only understandable that that is going to be the case, where they needed to make sure that Boyet is not in the action at all. From this point onwards, it's pretty much going to be the same thing over and over again. RSG, pull off, team fight, Avatar of the Guardian, literally everyone jumps down with their ultimate and make sure that they manage to clear everyone else one after another. So, with that all said and done, even at this point in time, it is all Marky that is not in the action, because he's the only one that can deal with the Lord, and he's the only one that can deal with RSG lineup. A little bit too much on the shoulders of Marky. All alone right here. The fight goes on in the bottom lane. What exactly can Marky do? Damned if you don't, damned if you do. Deal with RSG or deal with Lord. Either way, it's going to be an end game for Evil. So, I believe that Evil, they do definitely have a pretty solid lineup, but when it comes down to synergy, doesn't seem to work very well against RSG. So hopefully for next game, Evil will be able to come back a little bit stronger, and hopefully for RSG, they can keep on with this tempo. Off to you, casters.
looking like we're gonna have a great final clash from Team RSG versus Team Evil, right? It's going to be crazy indeed because both teams have ramped up the pressure on each other.
Definitely. I mean, this is your prediction though, right? I mean,
2-1.
2-1. We are going into a game 3.
But before we go into the game 3, of course, we have a new hero that will be coming to the Land of Dawn as well. The new hero, Suyo, will be released on next week, Saturday. So on September 21st, Master of the Immortal, Suyo will be available to play for everyone. And as we know, right, we had Chiros on the advanced server, and he was saying that Suyo is crazy. Suyo's gonna be assassin and crowd control combined. So I'm really looking forward to this.
It's always like that. A new hero comes in and it's very much OP. it's gonna be the same story there. And it's also, I do believe, resets on our stars again. So get a grind once again.
Suyo looking like Diablo, right? With that blue hair and everything. Yeah, so I want to see Diablo play the Suyo.
Possibly. We can see how versatile Diablo is right now with the same aura that you are against.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, looking like a Diablo right there. James would be happy that I called it out. But of course, we saw how RSG in that game too really dominated the rest of the team fights, right? They were forcing the fights again and again, and it just looked like Team Evil could not find a full 5-on-5. They were never in a situation where it was 5-on-5. It was always disjointed, and it just points to the fact that RSG, they found the time, right? Throw everything at them, and Evil will be scrambling. And it seems like now Evil, they have to strategize against that.
Yeah, as Abstract mentioned, of course, a while ago, the draft has been one of the considerations why Team RSG SG had an advantage against the side of Team Evil. The team fight prowess was incredible there for the side of RSG SG, but this time around, this is now the game 3. As you can see, it's the same path when it comes to the drafting phase here for RSG SG. They're cutting off again Boyet's comfort heroes here. And of course, it did wonders there on the game 2. This is the time here for RSG SG to go on the same path here. But of course, Team Evil must now recollect of their mistakes there. Marky has been punished in the early game. They need to protect Marky if they want to go for the late game.
And it feels like Boyet is also used to playing that late game security measure. Like he was on the Benedetta playing that macro gameplay as well. Then when you put him on the Julian, which is early game and mid game, you know, when you force the tempo on him, he's not exactly performing. So teams might have analyzed that, and they feel that, yeah, if we take away those late game countermeasures, right, we have secured ourselves possibly a stellar advantage. And RSG are doing that. They take out the Zos right now. Okay, not alluding to the fact that Boyet, but they got Hylos as well.
Ling is pretty much open once again. Yon, man, despite they were defeated in game 1, he's been stellar on the Ling.
Game 2 was good.
Yeah, I think RSG SG right now could go for this hero if they want to. But again, this is gonna be Phobius here. This is now again one of the priority picks. Phobius, I have in doubt because you can really sense right now that they don't want here against the Evil the dashes here to go online. So I still think that they are cutting off Boyet here. But there you go, the Ling will be taken in.
Ling and Harif. And Ling now on Boyet, it will be the first time that he's piloting it, so he will have to see. But Marky has been performing extremely well on the Harif, so it's going to be a very scary sight as well. But for Team RSG, right, they picked the Phobius. Are they going to draft around the Phobius?
Well, possibly one, but I think they anticipated that Boyet's going to go for the Ling. So they picked the Phobius because they're going to go for the Ling here. And for Team Evil, though, they prioritize Marky and Boyet's hero at this moment because they know that if Boyet and Marky go online, probably they can win the game.
What am I seeing here? RSG going for the Lunox and the Fanny. Lunox making its way into RSG's lineup. And meanwhile, we do have the Edith picked up from Team Evil. So RSG, they pulled out something fresh out of the bag, right? They pulled out the Phoveus, they pulled out the Lunox as well. We have to see how well this synergizes. And of course, Lunox does extremely well in that damage burst segment that Phoveus needs. And I always feel that Phoveus and Fanny does very well together as well. So I do see the synergy coming out from RSG. That burst damage and that mobility would be a key factor for Evil to think about.
Oh, I think this right now possibly going to be a gold lane Lunox as well to go up against Harith here against Marquis. But as you can see here, Team Evil prioritizing still mid mages. So I think the crowd control is still lacking here for the side of RSG SG. So let's see if they're going to go.
Yeah.
Where there is light, there
Yeah,
are
that's
also
Fanny
shadows.
does really good against the Ling, so it will be pretty scary. But we have to see Yon's execution, right? Yon is known for having that late game Fanny. Like, he does really well in that late game, and if you can bring him into that late game, it's a situation where if you have an advantage, Yon will bring things through. But whether or not you can tide through that early game, whether or not Yon does find the pick onto the Ling, and it's gonna be very important.
This is the battle for assassins right now. Now we see Boyets on this assassin Ling. I do believe it is one also of his comfort heroes here. Hayabusa, Roger, both mobile. I think Ling goes into his character as well. And now they're going to ban a Minotaur this time around for the side of RSG SG, and Valentina here from Team Evil. They don't want these big ultimates here like the Zaman Force being into the hands of RSG SG.
Yeah, but you know what else is good on Team Evil? I think a Tigreal would be a great pick, but they do pick up the Faramis. Having that Netherrealm would help with the burst damage that's coming out from Team RSG, right? So it's a very good answer, and while banning out the Valentina at the same time. So that means they don't have that counter Netherrealm to work with for Team RSG. So that's a lot to think about.
This is now the time for RSG SG as well to take the... I think Tigreal would be great pick here for them. They lack the crowd control. With this Tigreal implosion in here, at least they can have to that implosion rather the kit. Oh, no way. Carmilla. Curse of the Blood. I think great counter for a Farmis.
Yeah, the Curse of the Blood coming in. Like, you want that Curse of the Blood, and together with the Terizla penalty zone as well. RSG, they have a lot of zones of control, right? They have a lot of zones of control, but the name of the game for RSG is to force out the Netherrealm as much as possible for Faramis. And Evil, of course, they will be picking up that Tigreal for Powerful, who has been performing amazing on that Tigreal as well.
Tigreal implosion here plus Zaman Force. I think team fight capability is here for the side of Team Evil, but then again, the pure counter of the Carmilla pick for RSG SG. Will this be enough though? But I can see here, damage is there with shared damage against the side of Team Evil. Possibly go through.
Yeah, Lunox gold lane though.
Yeah, there you go. As expected, they are going to go up against the Harith there. But again, damage aspects, I can say that Team RSG SG have a slight advantage in that department, in that situation. But however, of course, team fight, it's more of a single target that you can see here for the side of RSG SG.
Yeah, Team Evil will be on that counterplay measures, right? Having that implosion, having that Tempest of Blades, but we'll find out in this game as we head on into the final game of the Land of Dawn, RSG versus Team Evil, winner takes all.
This is the first time I'm going to see Carmilla as well, right? So Carmilla been picked here, most likely to be a great counter against a Sailor's Faramis here. So with the Curse of the Blood, with the damage output, I've mentioned it here a while ago, it's incredible synergy for the side of Team RSG SG.
Yeah, and it's gonna be Roy on that mid lane Terizla, right? So it's something that we've seen out of RSG, and it works. Like, you might think fighter mid lane, right? It doesn't work, and we see Kurchisi play Marches mid all the time, and now Roy with that mid lane Terizla as well. It's gonna be one of the pocket picks coming out from RSG. They mean business this game.
Terizla, mid lane, great clear, of course, of his skill set there. It's also very slow, however. But you need that ultimate to be online as early as possible. Putting him in the mid lane can give him the creeps to make him, he's available rather online there.
Yeah, it's gonna be very important to get that Shadow Stampede into that pushback combo for Powerful to just force out the flickers. Consistently forcing out the flickers away from Roy might be the key to Evil winning here. And they need to save that NetherRealm for that Curse of the Blood. So Sayla, you're gonna be the priority target here most of the time. And Yon's gonna be looking at you.
Oh, indeed. So I think this is one also of the things that they will force Sayla to pop off that Nether Realm. Of course, in the match, without the Nether Realm, again, damage will be enough here for the side of RSG SG.
And yeah, we have the flicker already forced out. This is exactly what Evil wants to do, right? Make sure that that flicker is never available on the Terizla, and you have a team fight secured. You can't see where the Terizla is coming in unless you're fighting near a bush.
Well, Powerful's implosions seen at the game 1. Game changer as well. Now they are in the Turtle Pit. Anytime soon, it is going to be a brawl.
Yeah, it's going to be the first turtle of the game here. And we've seen extremely long turtles, but CS gets the first blood onto Marky. But we have this team fight.
The backline penalty zone already popped here. Yon secures the turtle for himself, and on they crash onto EvoBoy in some trouble. Manages to get out of there, hopping onto the walls. Dark Wave pulls Sayla and Ken, but the Shadow Stampede with the counter engage here gets Iron Ryan under the turret.
And a consolation prize given to Evil, right? They do get Iron Ryan for their troubles, but they lose the turtle, they lose Marky in the top lane.
I think this is it. Marky is one of the things right now that RSG SG is looking out to shut down. So Marky has been struggling on Moscow. If the side here of CS will be able to take him down again in the same scenario, so this is going to be really crucial for Team Evil here. Actually, CS has been doing a pretty good job here, holding Marky in this game 2, now in this game 3 as well.
Yeah, and it feels like Team Evil, they're prioritizing Marky right now.
Yeah.
They're trying to protect him as much as possible. And RSG, their game plan is to make Marky as uncomfortable as possible. Because it seems to me in the first game, when Marky is not comfortable, he cannot join team fights. And that's exactly what RSG wants out of Team Evil.
Now we can see how safely right now the Team Evil is playing out against Team RSG SG. The aggressiveness from the game 1, from the game 2, here the game 3, it's a different matter right now. All targets like, look at Marky. He's way back on this the second outer turret here.
The fact that Evil does not have a reply to this, right? I don't know what they have to do. Like, what can they do here? Does Boyette go in? Does Powerful use the implosion? It's very hard for Team Evil to respond.
Yon, you start getting Boyette here. Oh no.
Ooh, looking to engage on him, but it does not get that so far. Dark Wave popped. It's going to be Iron Ryan knocked up, pops the Infernal Pistol onto Boyette, penalty zone here, onto 2 members, and it's going to be Sayla popping the NetherRealm to save himself. Iron Ryan still in the back line, stuns him out. In the meantime, top lane Marky goes down. CS, I mean, Powerful taking that kill consolation, and still RSG wreaking havoc on this bottom side.
Yeah, Team Evil, they don't have that early game damage. They don't have that early to mid game damage if Marky is kept down like this. And that Lunox pick to deal with Harith is showing like dividends right now.
Plus, they're shutting down Boyette's aggressive rotations here. And I can see that Yon and Iron Ryan doing a pretty good job as well, looking out across the map where Boyette is. CS, let me handle Marky while you guys handle Boyette here. Again, these 2 players are one of the key victory conditions for the side of Team Evil, carrying the games after games, but now without them getting online here in the early game, this spells a disaster here for Team Evil.
Yeah, but what is the answer from Team Evil, right? What do they have to do? What's the win condition here?
I think they need to stick together here. This is where Sayla steps in. They need that ultimate coming in from this Sayla, but hold a thought.
Ooh, powerful with the implosion here, knocks up 2. Stunned out though, can't get away. Nether Realm saves him just for the moment, but Iron lands that final blow. Sayla on the run. Iron Ryan. Roy gets the kill, credit for it. Boyet in the backline comes here to clean up. Iron Ryan pops the Infernal Pursuit. Is gonna lay down the damage onto him. Flicker out by Ken, saves him for it now, but Marky once again drops dead to the hands of RSG.
Yeah, taking that extended team fight, not really going into the favor because of the mobility of Yon, right? Having those cables just proves another factor. And they don't have the lockdown for Team Evil. They're relying completely on winning the team fight and then handling Yon afterwards. So that's just gonna be all she wrote for Team Evil at this point. They're just gonna win the team fight. But if Yon becomes a problem in the late game, right? Yon is gonna become a problem where she's gonna be cabling around. And that implosion, do you want to use that on Yon?
That's a big question. But if you are forced to use that early, same thing that Sayla in that position, he used that Nether Realm to sustain team fight. And look at Tion joining in after that activation here. Just pure, rather a good team fight. Awareness from the side of RSG SG. They know the timers here, and we all know the Team Evil ultimates here. This is one of the key for the team fight game. Without Implosion, without the Nether Realm, they're very susceptible here for RSG SG damage.
So Team Evil very reliant on ultimates. So RSG, they just have to force out the ultimates, and that's the name of the game for RSG. Yeah. RSG wants to force out the ultimates, Nether Realm, make sure that Implosion is never online. But now looking at Team Evil, every single ultimate is online, yet they cannot find an opening because of Yon playing such a heavy macro game. But look at this, Lunox.
Boyet, oh, the flicker into the penalty zone immediately. Boyet disappears from the map. Not only do they exert pressure on the top lane, they go down and, you know, take one member of Evil out. The control fully in the hands of RSG here. Oh, the Infernal Pursuit onto 2 members as well. The stuns, the damage. Sacred Hammer into the turret. Iron in trouble. Will pay the price for that as Yon slays Marky at the top.
Marky 0 for 4 right now. RSG doing a great job of keeping Marky uncomfortable, right? Iron Ryan might have died, might have forced out that team fight, but it was just all space. And this is what Phoveus is meant to do. This is where Phoveus shines. You buy that space and you become that threat factor at the same time because you're dealing so much damage in that backline.
Plus, I'm surprised that Boyet was caught there with a penalty zone. His ultimate was there. Actually, I thought he will evade in that situation, but he cannot do so. Man, they're not only stopping Marky's progression here, Boyet's aggressiveness, as we have known him on that week 1, is not really visible here as well. So this is RSG SG right now controlling the game. Momentum is on their side. But you have asked me a while ago, of course, Moment, what would Team Evil do here? Again, it's obvious here that they are really ultimately reliant here. But without enough crowd control, how can you even burst down anyone? Yon just really escaping with those cables.
And that's what I feel, right? They have the encompassing factor of having that AoE, having that team fight, but they don't have that lockdown for Yon. And that's what they lack. Do they commit that implosion onto Yon? That might just be the factor that they need to win this team fight. They have to take out Yon. They have to find him with that implosion. I feel that that's what Evil needs to do. They have to commit the implosion, take out Yon, and then the rest of the team fight would follow.
Ken right now and the rest here of Team Evil, they cannot even penetrate here in this Lord Pit. Powerful. Everyone's looking at him. His flicker is pretty much available as well. Oh, the drag.
He does get the Sacred Hammer onto Roy, knocks him up. Oh, the Shadow Stampede by Sayla pulls him into the tower. Kind of removes him from that position, so force the Lord reset over here. But still, it's RSG, you know, having more of the control here. I think it's been brilliant so far watching RSG forcing Evil to make decisions and trade-offs, right? Pushing the lane up top. Oh, and again here, another one. But it's Evil responding. CS goes down. Zamaforce laid down the damage. RSG and Evil trading out here 2 for 3. Iron Ryan nails that one onto Marky. But again, see Marky just going down. He can't get a second to breathe, man.
3-4-2 trade, right? Evil, they made the decision of going for CS, but CS wasn't the problem. Yon was still alive, so he's stealing the damage. And Sailor just gets plucked out of thin air.
What's the bad thing there? It's Sailor did not able to pull through the Nether Realm in that situation. That's really unfortunate here for Team Evil. They have, man, the Curse of the Blood did wonders in that game. And let's see if this Lord will be taken in by RSG SG.
I mean, they definitely have the aggressive positioning here. Roy going in as well, zoning them out. Powerful, again, trying to create space, but the penalty zone drags him in. Yunski stunned out the knockup. Zaman Force laid down by Marky here to put out the damage. It's 2-for-1 as RSG on the run here. CS with the burst damage. Marky lands a double kill onto him. So messy fight. This time they trade out RSG.
3-for-3 trades here, still very even in terms of having the key members up and online. The Lord still, 12 minutes in, it's a huge Lord. You can't really solo it.
Of course.
RSG has done a very great job, right, of zoning it out. I like to say their spacing is extremely immaculate. If you look at Yon, he was waiting for the implosion to be used. So he's not giving Powerful the light of the day. He's not giving him the chance at all to just lock him down because he knows that's the only lockdown that's available.
Yeah, and we've seen the team fight as well, that the Nether Realm was laid perfectly in that situation. But again, damage and the timing from Yon to join in the team fight is really good. And look at the split push, man.
Cool, the 1v1 though, boy, it taking a lot of damage. Yon backing out does cut half of the health of the inhibitor up top. And now both teams again posturing for this Lord that was not taken down in all of that chaos.
Yeah, and it's a point where Fanny is slightly better in terms of mobility than Ling, right? And Ling does not have that lockdown to deal with that Fanny, so it's just a straight up 1-for-1 counter against the Ling.
Yeah, Sacred Hammer into the Shadow Sense. B pops the Vengeance here, uses the Infernal Pursuit to take down damage, but to what extent? Zaman Force just puts him down. Nether Realm as well keeps Evil alive. Here comes Boyan. Marky with the counter implosion! The counter engage onto RSG here. Yon forced to run off as well. Evil, they find their mark and they take the Lord firmly in their hands.
And yeah, I can hear the crowd all the way from here. You know, that's how much the crowd is going wild downstairs. And now with that, Team Evil, they found that magical team fight that they needed. And Yon just not being there in time, they just took down that ability to zone them away from Team RSG. They had great spacing, but Iron Ryan just bursted down.
Now the Lord's pushing through as well in the middle lane. We don't want the side there of Yon to be caught in implosion. We want CS. Oh!
Boyan coming through the back line here. Iron Ryan, enough burst damage to put him down. Roy comes in with the penalty zone though. Marky goes down. CS double kill. Oh my goodness, RSG, they find a window. Yon slicing and dicing behind. Triple kill for Boyan, but Yon picks up the trace for himself. My goodness, what is going on?
It's Ken versus Yon at this point as the Lord is still out, and Ken, he has a lot to deal with. His HP is falling low, does have the primordial form available, but there is so much creep pressure coming in for Team Evil at this point, and they did get the inhibitor turret. That is a win in their books.
Wow, one single team fight win, one Lord team fight win changes the face of our battle here. Team Evil coming back to life with that powerful implosion on CS. That was a big thing there. But as you can see here in the replay, this is now the push that we have seen. Very chaotic, man. The damage is there from both teams. I love how Yon actually cleaning this team fight up. But then again, we have seen how Ken progress as well here on the Edith. Last remaining standing here for the side of Team Evil. Mission accomplished with that inhibitor turret gone in the mid lane.
Yeah, and why is Evil winning, right? Why is Evil winning this fight? Because Boyan is at the power spike right now. And now we do have a team fight. Boyan is still going ham.
Yeah, he's now going to the back line now, trying to clean up after having taken Iron Ryan down. Powerful on the chase. Does not get it. CS dives right into them. Puts out the burst damage. Double kill here. Triple kill. CS! This there.
That was a great meal for CS, right? All 4 members just overcommitting onto RSG. They found the perfect timing. It's just looking like a bloodbath here. Evil having that lapse in decision-making where Boyette was not around. He did not have Tempest of Blades. He was low. And how Evil came back into that first game, into that first few fights, was because Boyette hit that power spike and enabled Marky to deal the damage. Once Boyette is not around, Evil, they cannot take that fight. And that's just a measure to that. Boyette was not available, so RSG, they were like, yeah, Boyette's not coming. We gotta go, we gotta go.
Yeah, I think that's one point right now that the side of Team Evil will not force team fight without the Boyette. Now the Lord is up. Both teams right now is pretty much here in the game. Ultimates are available. Powerful!
Oh, going in with the Sacred Hammer right in, but the penalty zone. Roy forces them out. The knockout. Boyette steals the Lord from the hands of RSG. And now Evil, they're just trying to clean it up. Roy goes down, pops the immortality. CS deals the damage. It is not going to be enough as CS picks up the kill. Evil, they're still Marky and Sayla strong against one single Roy.
Yeah, Roy is still alive. 1v3, what can he do?
Will he be able to save? They're crashing onto him. Pops the immortality. Oh, this is the play. Evil does it again. The team fight magic for you as they clear up game number 3 in a crazy, crazy fashion.
Team Evil magic once again, Mo. Oh, this is insane. Boyette with a clutch steal, and that was a turnaround in the game.
Nail-biter of a match indeed, as Boyette shows what he can do in his lane, even when he's counted out. Like when there was a Fanny, Yarn was doing an exceptional job. RSG were at their peak form. CS with that triple kill, but Evil still managed to pull through. This is a huge win for them.
Indeed. I don't discount RSG SG in that game, and they did incredible well. And I felt grim on the side of Team Evil, but the team fight, the turnaround, the powerful implosion and CS just turned the tide of the battle there. Without the damage dealer CS there, just free Lord into their hands.
That was just a key power spike coming in from Boyette, right? Because Boyette, he was not always at optimal timing, optimal engagement timing as well, optimal power timing. He did not have the items needed to become like a pseudo-Van, jumping into the back line and getting the damage through. But once he got that farm, once he got that power spike, it's when he managed to jump in and take the trades, right? Fanny might be killing your teammates in the backline, but as long as you're jumping in with me, we got the damage to take the trades. And Boyette just proved exactly that, using the Tempest of Blades so aggressively, enabling Marky, who was having a horrible game. He was having a horrible game, by the way. He was 0-4 at one point. And still, Boyette, he just got that decision-making down.
Yeah, without a doubt there, that Boyette has his stride in the later stage of the game. But remember, RSG SG did a pretty good job shutting down Marky, shutting down as well Boyette in the early game. But how they be able to come back in that situation with a single Lord team fight, just incredible.
It wasn't just a single Lord team fight. I feel like I feel that it was a lot of steps. A lot of steps. They took a lot of steps, and they were getting zoned out, but they managed to find the key picks onto Iron Ryan, and it's all due to this man here, right?
Yeah, man.
Iron Ryan was doing such a great job together with Roy to just make sure that Powerful is never in the team fight. Powerful is always getting zoned out by Roy's penalty zone, by Roy just being in front together with Iron Ryan. But they managed to chip him down. And once they killed Iron Ryan, and everything fell apart because Phoveus was their game plan. That was the majority of the damage. Sure, Yarn is at the back line, but you still have that Phoveus. Phoveus deals that brunt of the damage. If Iron Ryan is gone, you lose the fight.
Yeah, that was their first pick. They anticipated that they go for the lane here. And I do believe they did a pretty good job again in that situation. But yeah, Team Evil, this is a crucial game. This is also showing us that they have the composure to go for the comeback in this match as well.
Yep, they're doing an extremely good job of showing why they're Team Evil and Team Evil Magic. Yeah, just topping off. Yon had a great game, right? 8-1. People forget how good this man is on Fanny.
Yeah.
And CS on that Lunox, that's just versatility right there. RSG, they have what it takes. They have what it takes to take away 1 point from Team Evil. And that's huge.
This was, to be honest, here in the game 3, this was an RSG SG game to take, man. They controlled everything from the early to mid here. And again, I give my props here on how Boyet, Marty be able to go for the comeback in that situation. Those clutches setups from Powerful did them aptly space in that situation. Those team fight wins in the later stage of the game just made them online in this match.
And it just comes to a point where Iron Ryan was getting killed too many times, right? It was a point where Iron Ryan needed to be that damage dealer. Meanwhile, Roy needed to transition into that main tank role, which Roy was trying to do. But Iron Ryan was just getting picked off way too much, and that was because of Boyet's stellar gameplay. Boyet just enabled it so well. And look at that, Marky, 8-8, right? This is not a typical scoreline that you would see from the Harif, but he was given, he did the best with what he was given. And just riding off Boyet's momentum, and meanwhile, Powerful, Marky, Sayla, Ken, they just all followed.
Yeah, they bounce back. And give credit as well to Ken, though. On his Edith, he managed to have a big contribution in the later stage of the game as well. You mentioned, of course, Iron Ryan has been picked off time and time again there. And I can see that Yunsky on this Carmilla as well. They picked specifically Carmilla to go for the counter on this Fire Mist here. But when it comes to tankiness and the progression in the game, it's been really... The scaling of a Carmilla really goes down there as Boyet and Marty have their optimizations advantage.
Yeah, they should be winning the 5-on-5 team fights, right? On paper, if you look at it, they have Curse of Blood, they have Penalty Zone, they have that Infernal, that Phobia's Ultimate, right?
Yeah, Infernal Pursuit.
Infernal Pursuit as well, yeah. And CS with the damage, Yon with the pull-through damage as well. But what was the factor? Evil, just jumping in the back lines. Boyet found their gaps in the armor. He manages to jump that back line, and meanwhile, Evil deals the damage onto Iron Ryan, who's in the front line. So extremely well done, and damage taken. Surprisingly, RSG took more damage than Team Evil, which I was expecting Team Evil to have that brunt of the stats because they had that Tigreal. But of course, Team Evil, they found that key breakthrough that they needed.
Man, Yon, as you can see, it's all RSG SG. The carry here for CS. Again, Yon on that Fanny did pretty stellar job. CS as well on that Lunox did a pretty stellar job. But in the end, man, those team fight or decisions at the clutch plays, those were the game changers there.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of game-changing decisions made by Team Evil. And I feel that Team Evil, they showed you what you needed to do to come back into a game, right? Even when it looks like all hope is lost, they still have that layered win conditions that they have in the back lane. Sure, their Nether Realm might have been countered by that Curse of Blood, but they had that late game condition in terms of Boyet, because Boyet was their only late game condition. Harif is not a late game condition. Meanwhile, keeping Ken safe is also a priority because he has that primordial form. And he did a great job. He did a great job of being safe at all times, popping it off only when needed.
Man, RSG SG, unfortunately for them, man. I thought this is the match for their comeback here, but Team Evil just showing that they are the better team here, and they're not easy to be tilted here in this match.
And that was a nail-biter of a game, but what do the teams have to say in this mic check segment? Let's just find out.
Link ulti. Nice one, Ken.
Nice one, Jen. Guys. Don't get together. Don't get together, bro. Hanabi. That's Hanabi.
Okay. Sorry. Kaya. Hanabi.
Nice.
Hanabi. Nice. Maki, put bear. Link coming. One touch by Sayla. No.
Up. Relax. Still not winning. No blue link.
Nice. I go back up pocket.
Don't kill that link, no link,
Ken. Nice! Watch me out. Guys, Hanabi isolated.
Nice. It did.
Hanabi, guys.
Hanabi.
Kite.
kite, nice.
Yeah, kaya.
Nice Ayla, nice Ayla.
Because that's because.
Wait, my S1 already.
Relax.
Go,
You
go,
throw the grips, the gold grips, bro.
Okay.
Throw to upside. Nice one, very good.
Nice, careful, huh?
Yeah, you ready.
Go, can go.
Oh, no.
Nice one, Ken. Nice. Back up. Back.
Farming salty.
Back. Oh my god. Wait.
Obvious, don't ulti, just poke.
Zoning the rest.
Nice one.
Can fight them. Nice.
Ulti Sayla.
We can fight them, huh? Slowly.
Hey, watch me, Lunox.
Lunox.
Hey, Lunox.
Nice one, guys.
Low. I zone.
Let's go, Obvious.
Forest. Kaya, guys. Back. Lunox.
Nice, Ben. Back. Kite Ken. Just sit. Nice one.
Sorry.
Yeah, you can fight Ken. Nice Ken.
Passing.
Yeah. Hey, watch powerful.
Stand the penny.
Pani. Target, pani.
Hati.
Nice Ben.
Go, fire.
Lunox.
Nice.
Hey, Lunox.
Relax. Lunox.
Relax. Lunox. Nice.
Relax, guys. Relax. Relax. Nice.
In the meantime, you hear the noise of the crowd going wild.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Guys, relax. Nice. that was funny, man. I can see the comms though that each and every one of them trusted, man. You can do it. You can be a team fight, and I can see Market as well. Sayla, use your ulti, and then Sayla's instantly just popping up here. The trust is there in the Team Evil. Yeah, and it feels like they're very synergized as a team so far. In terms of how Game 2 is played, even when they were on a losing game, they were playing it pretty well. It was just a fact of them not having that team fight magic, right? Not finding that timings. RSG was finding the cracks in their armor, and they actually tried it in Game 3 as well, but Team Evil, they bounced back. They bounced back so well to a point where it just looked like they weren't winning, and Team Evil is like, yeah, it's not your game. Team Evil magic. It's Team Evil magic, right? It might not be magic though, but let's just find out what the actual magic is from Abstract in Off the Desk.
I'm the magic. Yeah. Maybe I will tell you guys a little bit more about this game this time, huh? Because there's a lot of intelligible fights going on. In fact, probably the first 3 clips that I'm about to show you, probably you and I have absolutely no idea what went on, because it is just a cesspool of skills and shots, and pretty much everyone were everywhere. But I'll do my best to kind of break it down the most important points. Let's orientate ourselves a little bit here, right? We are currently 11 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, and one of the first few most important players that we gotta look out from both sides is CS, Yon, Marky, and Boyet. The main few people that will be able to deal a lot of damage throughout the entire time, because the rest of the players here mostly comes down to utility, be it when it comes down to Curse of Blood, the Terizla's penalty zone. They all really just boils down to how they control the entire battlefield. You can control the battlefield for as long as you want, but if you do not have the damage to back up for it, then it's all for naught, right? So let's take a look at this first one, right? We pretty much have got the first initial distraction going on in the main part of the fights over here. So this is all a distraction, or rather this is all our bait jumping in. Throw everyone in and hope that everyone congregates together for longer periods of time, only for our main damage dealers to find the right opportunity to go in. CS, the guy that we gotta have to talk about, playing as the Lunox, is just looking and scouring for opportunities to jump right in. And at this point in time, it's pretty good, because we've got 4 of the members of Evil just together. And of course, let's not forget about Marky. At this point in time, I don't think that CS is able to see Boyet just yet, so we don't really have to mention too much about that. as we know how Lunox eventually goes in with a quick little flicker and every single one of her skills bringing out combined, she have managed to bring Boyet, Selah, as well as Marky to an all-time low, and this is pretty much a really good start. But unfortunately, you know how it goes. Whenever Lunox goes for the Ruby DD, you are in a very vulnerable position, and that pretty much puts you in a situation whereby you go in and you die kind of situation. All in, like go all in kind of situation. Go big or go home, right? So CS did go down, but at the very least, it did manage to find themselves with a 3-4-3 trade, making sure that the Lord will be neutral. Coming up for the second game, this is also yet another one of the interesting fights where CS is also looking for the opportunity. Throughout this entire time, for the past 2 seconds of which, CS has been hovering around and looking for the perfect opportunity as he drags the screen to look at what exactly is going on in the bigger picture. But one thing that he did not realize is that Ken is the one that actually have got the even bigger picture, knowing that CS is right around the corner. He makes his way into the Pixel Brush, flickers inwards with the Earth Shatter, and Powerful follows up with a Flicker Implosion combo as well, being able to bring down CS before anything were to go even more wrong. Because they have already lost, number one, Yunsky, they have already lost Iron Ryan. At this point in time, it would have been the perfect entryway for CS to literally go for very good trades from literally anyone here, because they all have expended their Flickers as well as their Purify. Literally the perfect time for Lunox. But we do have got Ken that made full use of the opportunity to make sure that that is not going to be the case. Most of the fight, it is all about that, whereby it is trades after trades after trades. RSG did a very good job making sure that they are able to go for very effective trades, and of course being able to show us some amazing team fights all the way from the start to the end. Most of the players that really shine in this game is CS as well as Yon. With Yon coming in the middle lane, trying to look for the opportunities to come down over to the back lines and spin to win. Selah being the number one priority, followed by whoever else is going to be in the center, which is going to be Boyet afterwards. So with that part of the fight over, I gotta have to highlight this one amazing fight. With RSG knew that they are about to lose in that entire team fight, right? They have already thrown off everything. They don't have the Curse of Blood anymore. They don't have the penalty zone anymore. Now it's pretty much just left down to the damage dealers to go in for the damage. Yon went in, but went out with lower than half HP, and the enemies are still very healthy. This is the point in time where RSG understood that they gotta have to fall back until CS realized this is the choke zone for the perfect turnaround. Yunsky and Roy understandably can't go back in, but CS knew the extent of his abilities to be able to come back and against Evil. If not for that move, Evil would have won the game. As such, CS single-handedly actually saved RSG from a premature defeat. All in all, this final fight boils down to Boyet in a best position. He also did manage to go in for the kill on the Lord. Definitely not something that we were expecting, considering the fact that we do have got Fanny that is right in the heart of the battle. He do have a little bit of HP to work with, but I gotta have to say Powerful has been the one disrupting him the entire time, allowing Boyet to go in with the Tempest of Blades and being able to kill off every other stragglers in that fight, with the first person being Fanny, and next one, Yunsky, and finally we've got Roy, who came out from the depths of hell only to run away, and CS took the full brunt of the damage. Evil manages to win from that fight and of course take the series all for themselves from this one single team fight that started out everything and ended out everything as well. Now we'll go down over to the downstairs to listen out to the interview that Cheryl have got for us. Off to you, Cheryl.
Thanks, Abs. And I have none other than Marky.
Hello.
Here beside me. Kamusta?
I'm good.
You're good. Fantastic. Of course you're good. You have, brought Evil to victory once more. So that's very exciting. I do have so many questions for you, Marky, because do you know that you're a superstar here in Singapore? Like, everybody's so very excited. Like, there's people taking pictures of you and everything. So how do you feel coming to Singapore for the first time?
I'm happy because so many Filipino always watch our game.
Yeah, I love it. And our Filipino crowd here, a bit biased, like lalang, you know? What they say, lalang is like the plant. So they support any team that has Filipino players.
Oh, yeah. So many Filipino here.
Yeah, so we're very excited. And of course, we do have a lot of talents right here coming from the Philippines, just like you are. So can you tell us what's the difference between like playing in PH and coming to SG? What's the difference?
Not the big stage, I think, for me. Because in PH, the venue is big and so many fans too.
Yeah, but what about the game?
Filipino. The game is maybe 75%, I think, because the Philippines is still the strongest country.
But you in Singapore, must say Singapore strong also. Singapore also malakas.
Yeah, it's strong too, but I think...
No, but strong too.
It's strong. All, I think, for me, the Nip Flash.
Again?
For me, Nip Flash, the best.
And NIP Flash,
Yeah.
it's what you're looking out for. So you mean like the others like, are okay lah?
I think the other is okay, just okay.
Oh, so strong also. But you're looking forward to NIP Flash.
Yeah, I'm excited to fight Nip Flash.
Okay, so for NIP Flash, the goal laner you're going up against is Vanix. So do you think, what do you have prepared like for him? Like, do you know how he moves, or do you know like the best hero that to counter him?
I think Roger. Roger is best pick because I always watch him in MSC. So good.
So you're saying his Roger is the best?
Yeah.
So do you
Roger.
have something to counter him, or you just ban the Roger?
We will see. We will see next week.
We will see, huh? Okay, if they got no solution for NIP Flash, then the Roger will be banned. If got solution, then we will see Vanix pick the Roger, maybe. All right, fantastic. So, what's your favorite food here in Singapore?
Duck rice for me.
Duck rice. I also like duck rice. That's nice. Then, where's the best place in Singapore that you have been to? What's your favorite place in Singapore? The team never bring you out?
No, we already go out. I think only in Marina Bay. But I don't know the name of the street like that. I don't know. I forgot. But we already go out.
Yeah. Must take more pictures.
I have picture.
Yeah, if not
I
later
picture.
all the Philippine fans go out say we never bring y'all go out and see Singapore. So must take more pictures and post on Instagram.
Maybe next time we go to Universal. I'm excited to go in Universal.
Universal Studios? Okay. That's a nice place though. So we learned that you are also a mentor to one of the players in Fnatic on it. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Kelra, I think. Kelra is so good now. I'm
Yes.
so proud of Kelra.
Yeah, so Kara is making some really phenomenal waves, being your mentee in Fnatic on it in PH, and they're now topping the table. Now you as the mentor, do you think you're able to top the table just like your mentee?
I think no. No. Just I'm weak. We just lucky. Kelra is the best. Kelra.
Can you say you're the best or not?
No.
You're not the best.
I can say that.
So you come here to finish in what ranking?
What? We try to get that trophy.
Okay, then I teach you. You say you're not the best internationally, but you're the best in Singapore. Can you say that?
No. Because we still not win in Nip Flash. We need to beat first Nip Flash because Vanix good. All good.
Okay, so humble. Vanix is still not bad, but until you beat, then you can say that you're the best in Singapore. Okay. So we're looking forward to that. Congratulations on this win, Marky. And we sincerely hope that Evo will continue to carry on this win streak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Such a long interview. I have so many things lined up for Marky that my microphone literally ran out of battery. But of course, if there's anything that you would love to find out more about our exciting players, feel free to comment in, all of the different broadcast channels. We'll be more than happy to ask them on your behalf. Now, what's coming up next? We'll be seeing the likes of Vanguard going up against NIP Flash. Stick around and we'll see you then.
crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
What is Eve's output?
Oh, my hero, I also don't know.
Yeah, it's my hero, but I don't know.
What? He plays music?
Yeah, Ulti plays music. My caption is Japanese, I don't know.
The answer is Primora.
Oh, I do remember that.
Easy, easy.
Also, turns for Optimum Pride. I don't know. I'm just making something.
Primora.
Yeah, I think it's
Primora.
P.
I knew it, bro.
Robotics.
Primora.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
And the next one is Julian's first skill.
It's one word. I know.
I think it's dagger something.
Oh my god. What was this?
Scythe is correct.
Holy man.
The correct answer is Scythe.
Sight.
One.
The true dagger.
The correct answer is Scythe.
I said so.
What do you mean you say it's
No, I said it's either a scythe or a dagger, but it looks like a dagger.
How is that a sign?
One. Yes, Scythe is correct. Correct. Scythe is correct.
Ah.
What is Moscow Autumn?
Oh.
I know that.
Oh.
Wow.
Nice. Found that one, right?
Spear of Destruction is
Oh yeah.
Spear of Destruction.
Wow.
Close.
Spear destruction, right? Oh my god, yeah, he's right. I'm damn good at this lah.
Just call it teleporting spear, bro.
Yes, Spear of Destruction is correct.
What is fear of dagger life?
Spear of Destruction is correct. New hero, 2 seconds skill.
I never read. Oh, you play this the most, eh?
Never used that.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
12 seconds later.
Lantern Flare.
That's my favorite.
Your favorite hero.
Got Lantern Flare. Lantern Flare. The correct name is Lantern Flare.
I like the flare.
The showering.
Lantern Flare.
Close. Oh, you just what?
Wow, I'm damn good
Oh,
at this.
it's quite
I'm good at this, yeah.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier.
Mmm.
Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
What is Eve's output?
Oh. Oh, my hero, I also don't know eh.
Yeah, it's my hero, but I don't know.
What? He plays music?
Yeah, he plays music. My caption is Japanese, I don't know.
The answer is Primal Run.
Oh, I do remember that.
Easy, easy.
Also, transfer.
Optimum Prime.
I don't know. I'm just making something.
Primal Run.
Yeah,
Ah,
I think
Primal
it's
Run.
P. I knew it, bro.
Robotics.
Primal Run.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
And the next one is Julian's first skill.
It's one word. I know.
I think it's dagger something eh.
Oh my god.
Oh.
What's this?
Scythe is correct.
Holy man.
The correct answer is Scythe.
Sight.
One.
True dagger.
The correct answer is Scythe.
I said so.
What do you mean you say it's
No, I said it's either a scythe or a dagger, but it looks like a dagger.
How is that a sign?
One. Yes, Scythe is correct.
Nice.
Correct. Scythe is correct.
Ah.
What is Moscow Autumn?
Oh.
I know that.
Oh.
Wow.
Nice. Finally got one right.
Spear of Destruction is
Oh yeah.
Spear of Destruction.
Wow.
Close.
Spear disruption, right? Oh my god, yeah, he's right.
Sure.
I'm damn good at this lah.
Just call it teleporting spear, bro.
Yes, Spear of Destruction is correct.
What is fear of dagger like?
Yes, Spear of Destruction is correct. New hero, 2 seconds skill.
I never read. Oh, you play this the most eh?
Never use that.
Oh shit. Oh.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
12 seconds later.
Lantern Flare.
Your favorite hero.
Got Lantern Flare. Lantern Flare. The correct name is Lantern Flare.
I like the flare.
The showering.
Lantern Flare.
Close lah. Oh, you just what?
Wow, damn good
Oh,
at this.
it's quite
I'm good at this, yeah.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
What is Eve's output?
Oh, my hero, I also don't know.
Yeah, it's my hero, but I don't know.
What? He plays music?
Yeah, Ulti plays music. My caption is Japanese, I don't know.
The answer is Primora.
Oh, I do remember that.
Easy.
Optimum Pride. I don't know. I'm just making something.
Primora.
Yeah, I think it's
Primora.
P.
I knew it, bro.
Robotics.
Primora.
Oh, okay.
And the next one is Julian's first skill.
It's one word. I know.
I think it's dagger something.
Oh my god. What's this?
Scythe is correct.
Holy man.
The correct answer is Scythe.
Sight.
One.
True dagger.
The correct answer is Scythe.
I say so.
What do you mean you say it's
No, I said it's either a scythe or a dagger, but it looks like a dagger.
How is that a sign?
One. Yes, Scythe is correct. Correct. Scythe is correct.
Ah.
What is Moscow Autumn?
Oh.
I know that.
Oh.
Wow.
Nice. Finally got one right.
Spear of Destruction is
Oh yeah.
Spear of Destruction.
Wow.
Close.
Spear Disruption, right? Oh my god, yeah, he's right. I'm damn good at this lah.
Just call it teleporting spear, bro.
Alrighty, so welcome back, ladies and gents, to MPL SG Season 8. Now, earlier on in match 2, we've seen a really unlikely rumble between EVIL going up against RSG SG. Now, in a surprising turn of events, RSG SG actually managed to cinch one game from EVIL. After all, the turnout being EVIL 2 to RSG SG 1. So this next matchup, we're going to be seeing the likes of Vanguard Esports going up against NIP Flash. Now, can our wonderful defending champion defend their throne with their perfect win streak so far? Let's check out here in match 3 for today, starting off with Vanguard. So right here from Vanguard Esports, now they have been getting greater and greater synergy as the seasons passes. And right now, even in week 2, we see themselves in the top 3 position in the overall standings. But of course, they're going up, none against our defending champions, presenting to you NIP Flash. So now once more here at the desk itself, in their typical flashy fashion, we see our roamer being rotated out for Longzi this time round. Now what more exciting plays can they put out from our defending champions of NIP Flash? Now this is not to be discounted because after all, Vanguard will be clawing every single point they possibly can to ascend their overall standings further. Let's hand our time over to the casters.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome and a very good afternoon. My name is Abstract. With me here is Scruffy Cheeks as well as Deadeye. And the 3 of us is going to be your caster for today. We managed to have a very good half of the day thus far. And now we are entering into the second half of the day, featuring NIP Flash versus Vanguard. Both of which have got quite a story to tell. Understandably, when it comes down to NIP Flash, they already have a story. But when it comes down to Vanguard, they did manage to have quite a bit of change to their roster, adding in Ding as well as Ashrid, which they actually did pretty darn well.
Yeah, I mean, the addition of Ashrid, you've seen, right? His jungle's super promising for his debut in MPL, and also even made it to the top 5 plays of the week.
Exactly.
So Vanguard's looking really, really good, right? But of course, on the other hand, you're facing off the giants of NIP Flash.
Yeah, so looking into NIP Flash, Deadeye, I believe that since this is the very first season that you managed to cast for MPL SG, you know, just from what you've seen for NIP Flash, give me a short answer. What do you think of them?
Champions. Oh, did I flex it too early? I'm struck. I'm just saying, man.
Well, going up against, as I said, the champions, we've got Vanguard Esports. So Scruffy Chicks, let's run it down real quickly here.
Yeah, like Cheryl pointed out, right? Ding, EXP lane, we have Ashrid on jungle, Freeran on the mid lane, Nick Stain roam, as well as Lakshan Stain on the goal. The 2 Stain brothers, as we always call it, right? But this time, you know, they're not really the highlights anymore. You know, the spotlight has shifted around to Ashrid, this young, promising guy on the jungle role.
Exactly. I mean, they managed to find themselves, you know, improving after season, right? You know, 5th to 6th place in season 7. Actually, they actually improved. My bad. 4th place in season 6 and 3rd place in season 5. So it didn't look that well for Vanguard Esports. Hopefully this season it would be better. But Deadeye, tell me a little bit more about NIP Flash here.
Yeah, speaking of looking good, this team is really strong as it is. Jablo here on the EXP, Hades on the jungle, Cartesian on the mid. Lolsi this time around will be subbing in for JPL on the roam, and Vanix. Lord Vanix on the gold lane. What can I say? Again, champions. the teams are struggling for the start of the season because of their chemistry here, but this team is pretty solid as it is. This is one of their big advantage right now going here in a Season 8.
Exactly. They are one of the only teams, if not the only team, that actually didn't change their lineup at all. So coming in together, dealing with all the other teams in MPL SG thus far, I'm pretty sure that NIP Flash will be super confident coming into this, and that is probably also another reason why Zarate has decided to switch JPL away for Lolzy. You know, he has this thing whereby he just decides to pull Lolzy out of nowhere and, you know, let Lolzy play and, you know, kind of create chaos. But in the meantime, let's take a look at a quick head-to-head video between NIP Flash as well as Vanguard.
With such a strong team, NIP Flash came in the regular season. They actually disrespected like 90% of the teams. So I think they are way stronger. And I cannot discredit what they are doing. But when they go international, then it's a different story. When they actually put in their 100%. I think the gap may still be there, but this season it might be a lot smaller than it was as compared to last season. So there will still be a significant skill gap between the teams, and we shall see. We shall see whether it's still there.
I think a team like NIP Flash is still the strongest in MPL SG because they got their star player Diablo and JPL . JPL, wow, forever the best, old but gold . So like he's gonna wreck everybody in the room including me . So like I'm actually quite scared, especially Vanix also, cause he's Lakshan Stain owner . So like he's gonna get clapped once again. So nothing surprising . The laning are expecting to see a solo kill as well. Yeah, so nothing less . To me, it's an easy 0-2 . My first thoughts about Vanguard when I heard about the roster is that I find them one of the worst team. Because they have Lakshan and Nick. I think both of them are quite bad. But JPL say Nick is a very strong roam. But all of us disagree with it. And Lakshan as a goal laner, I think it's clear that he's quite bad because I used Layla and won him. I think Vanguard will stay remain the same . Their performance will remain the same. So I think they will remain at 5th-6 based on their performance because they still have Nick and Lakshan. If they change, maybe they might stand a chance.
Personally, I feel that Nick and Lakshan is a very good combo. Why? Even with Sunny, they can take down Bleed one game . Huh? Oh, you got see the mic check. When Bleed win, Gear shot like he win MSC. Shows how good they are even with Sunny. Next thing mentioned that they always give surprise results. Yeah, also quite surprised. Last season they played so hard until 5th-6. Also quite surprised.
Let them talk, right?
They said it all.
Yeah,
they said it all.
Let's be honest here. Is there really anything for us to say at this point in time?
You know, this is the first time I think that I recall hearing Nick Stain speak really highly of another team.
I agree, actually. Usually they have been usually they are like the BM Kings, right? They're just like, we'll smack them. And then this time, they'll smack us. And like, can you be consistent with your evilness? Can you be consistent with your villainous? I mean, I appreciate what Vanguard has got for themselves. They know where they are and they appreciate NIP Flash. So do we appreciate NIP Flash like they do? Let's take a look at the talent prediction as we got a 2-0 in favor for NIP Flash all across the board. I believe that all of our talents, we pretty much have a very good understanding as to how NIP Flash is doing thus far.
Exactly, and you mentioned, of course, I think that head-to-head video says it all. And but I do not discredit Vanguard here with Ashwood joining in, with Ding joining in. Those are two imports for the side of Vanguard. They did pretty good actually in week 1 here, but still, again, gap between these two teams, I still favor Team Flash.
There's always going to be a gap.
I mean, look, NIP Flash, they're not here to play MPL Singapore, right? Let's be honest. They're here
Fair.
to win and play the international stage. So this is just experimenting for them.
Exactly. How does the audience think about this, though? We do have 11% that is rooting for Vanguard, so I believe that that is friends and families from the side of Vanguard, and I believe that they definitely do have quite a bit of fans as well.
Friends and family.
Friends, fans, and family, right?
Okay.
Understandably, Vanguard do have got a very nice roster. I believe that we do have got Vanguard. We've got the 2 female players coming into the Vanguard, so I believe that they are definitely going to be able to get some fans up to them. And I believe that one of the past seasons, they did manage to stir up quite a bit of a drama because of, you know, the taunting and such. I believe that some people does appreciate that.
I mean, taunting aside, right? You do have to give them some credit as well. It's not like they were relegated to, you know, the bottom of the standings. Through their hard work and effort, they also made it to the midfield, right? Last season, they finished, you know, 5th to 6th place. And before that, they were doing maybe 3rd, 4th pretty well as well.
Season 5, in fact, it was Season 5 where they got 3rd place. They managed to beat down Bleed, I believe, get themselves 3rd place, and boom! I believe that at that point in time, we were thinking, hey, Vanguard is actually not bad, right? Well, of course, some other people believe that they are just purely lucky, but hey, in the end of the day, they still managed to get themselves to 3rd place, and that is an accolade they gotta talk about.
I think it's a point as well that we can see with this import coming in for the Vanguard, that this is a game changer for them as a team. So I cannot say it's purely luck, because as the stats show on that week 1, Vanguard has been one of the aggressive teams, and this aggressiveness gives them win matches against their opponents here. That's again, man, it's really difficult to really compare these two here, because as a solid team, chemistry is already there for the side of Team Flash. International as well, experience is there. And as Krabby Cheeks has mentioned, they're looking for the bigger picture here.
In fact, I believe that Vanguard did manage to play in the Snapdragon Pro Series before, so they do manage to have quite a bit of experience in the international stage as well. As such, I wouldn't be too surprised if they manage to come up in this season with quite a bit of lessons from SPS, and of course the amount of MPL SG that they have played thus far. But regardless, ladies and gentlemen, let's just jump right in and take a look at the drafting stage. We do have Fanny, Ruby, Chip, as well as Harith that has been taken out of the equation.
Yeah, I mean, taking out priority heroes like Ruby and Fanny, and I mean, taking that away from Hades, because, you know, I think last week we also saw a target ban on Hades for one of the teams, taking out all the possible assassins and forcing him into a certain pick. So they might not go into this strategy right now for Vanguard, but they do choose to take away the Juicin along with that Fanny ban. Obviously, on the other side, NIP Flash, they take out the Chip. No surprises there, but the Harith as well that we saw in today, like this morning's games, the absolute menace.
Honestly, I am not expecting too much from NIP Flash's lineup. Like, we can pretty much expect some trolley picks coming from the side of NIP Flash, I believe. They might actually just pull that off. I'm not too sure, because remember, previous season, it was Lord Vanix that have decided to play every single marksman in the regular
I believe he mentioned that he played Layla and still won, right?
Yes,
oh my god.
Yeah, it's actually pretty disgusting how they did that, and a lot of us just thinking, wait, how are they doing that and not being punished? So, well, they managed to do it, and I gotta have to say that they did it well, because they have just that good of a micro as well as the macro that is inbuilt to them. They are strong as a team. But how about their strength as a roster? How about the heroes in this case? Let's take a look at this. We do have Hylos as well as Zask that is currently is still currently available. Roger, Moskov, all of which are available.
Phoveus as well.
Oh yeah, Phoveus. Yes, that's right. I believe the NIP Flash definitely do want to play a bit more of the Hylos, so it really depends on how Riston will decide on his very first pick.
Patient is a good patient.
Okay.
Looks like it is going to be the Roger pick here for Vanguard. The thing is, though, we've seen Lakshan Stain on the Roger last week, and he wasn't really quite performing at all. I think he couldn't find his stride in terms of, you know, positioning, getting into the team fights, and getting the kills and the cleanup. Not much of an impact that we saw. But that being said, Roger again is a flex pick, so not counting out that maybe it could be Ashrit taking this hero up.
There could be a possibility indeed. Juicin is out as well, so we won't be able to see that Harif combination, but it's very likely that Harif will be picked up by one of these teams here, considering today we have the... Oh wait, Harif banned, my bad. So Moskov is definitely going to be the case, but for now, Hylos as well as Phoveus is going to be picked out, and Vanguard is left with no choice, even though they know that Zask is, well, countered by Hylos. They still gotta have to pick up the Zask, or else they're just giving a free Zask over.
Can I give away the Zask with Hylos being present here on the side of Team Flash? But right now I can see the picks though, all high tier list we're seeing here for both teams here at this moment.
Yeah, so I guess when it comes down to the pick is I'm not too surprised per se, since Ruby and Edith, one of the famous R1, R2 picks has already been taken out. We are definitely going to be left with quite a bit of heroes that is, I guess, tier A kind of thing. The tier S's are all essentially gone already. But for now, NIP Flash picked up the Moskov on the third pick, and that is all the meta picks that we should expect. All the rest of the picks from this point onwards should be all the X factor that makes or breaks the team.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that, like you said, Abstract, pretty standard. The thing is, on the side of NIP Flash, not yet. I mean, the pocket picks that you were expecting maybe in the last two, we'll see. But at the moment, really strong, right? Team fight base, they have the Phoveus to dive deep in the backline and deal the damage. And also with the high loss, buy a lot of time for Vanix on this Moskov to come online. And last week, we also saw Vanix on this Moskov playing a really, really good macro game. Even though they were losing in the early to the mid game, he played such a great split push. And remember, we don't need the Lord if we have Lord Vanix.
I love that.
Would be great if Lord Vanix actually plays the high loss. Like literally Lord Vanix.
No way.
Oh,
hey.
Then Rome Moskov? That's gonna be something, man.
Hey, you know what? If it's NIP Flash, they might be able to pilot that. They might be able to do it. But in the meantime, let's take a look at the rest of the bans that we have got thus far. We've got the Integral and the Alpha being banned out from the side of NIP Flash, while in the meantime, Vanguard banned out onto the Nolan. So very likely that they would want to target onto Hades. So Hayabusa is currently still available together with Ling as well. So there's still quite a lot of open-endedness over to the side of what Hades could pick out. It all boils down if what Vanguard doesn't want to deal with.
Yeah, they're also taking out the Hayabusa. So like you said, you know, banning out the hero pool of Hades here. We've seen that a little, I guess, effective to a certain extent. Yes, you do force Hades into a certain pick here. But of course, knowing NIP Flash, they definitely have a way around that. They're gonna leave Hades' pick here for the last, I suppose, as a surprise pick, and going in for the Aurora instead. Adding a lot of, you know, crowd control in addition. So you have, you know, the Glorious Pathway to initiate that, but you also have the ability to disengage any fights if Vanguard wants to push in.
Oh,
here we go.
Okay, this is it. I think Abstract, if this works against an IP Flash, which I doubt it, then this will be a game changer. That the Hanabi and really the combo will be very, very good. And we know there's some certain conditions that this duo could work.
I beg to differ though.
Okay.
This seems like a trap.
Ah.
This seems like a trap laid by Zarate. The very fact that the thing about a Hanabi and a Lolita combination is that the shield on the Hanabi is crowd control immunity, right? Look at NIP Flash's lineup. How many lockdown are there? There is quite literally only Aurora.
Now that you
so NIP Flash isn't going into this game wanting to lock down on the enemies. What they want to do is to keep Vanguard in the fight for as long as possible in order for them to scale up over time into the game. In this case, they managed to pick up an Aurora, although I would much prefer to see a Lilia, which exponentially increases in damage as the team fight goes on. But regardless, Aurora is still a pretty good pick if you do still want to control the battlefield, even if the Lolita or the Hanabi is not in play.
Yeah, and now we're going into game number 1 already. This is the first game between Vanguard I guess in this game, the underdogs here going up against NIP Flash. So really, really interesting. And I do think, Abstract, like what you said, it might have been a bait, right? There's no way that Zarate could not have seen this coming. And in the morning, we saw Evil Evil letting this through as well, but still being able to come out on top of that.
Yep. So right off the start, we are definitely going to be expecting NIP Flash to want to play things a little bit more reserved, considering the fact that they don't really have a very strong early game combo, right? When it comes down to Lancelot, sure, he's definitely going to be strong in lanes, but when it comes down to river domination, it's not necessarily going to be the case because you would not be able to bounce between the enemies and the creep waves. So NIP Flash, they will probably just want to play onto the lanes, and Vanguard, they would want to take this opportunity and try to put a lot more pressure over to the gold lane to ensure that the Hanabi will constantly be able to get very decent farm against Lord Vanix.
Yeah, looking at the emblems here, you know, Nixane picking up a lot of the cooldown emblems as well, so he's going to be able to pop off those Numenor Blasts really, really quickly. Has the option then to use it either defensively or offensively in any team fight as well. But like, on the other side of NIP Flash, you know, you want to catch out Vanix, but they do have that Purify over there to be able to get out of situations.
So coming up, of course, 1 minute and 40 seconds into the game, we're just gonna have to kind of orientate ourselves a little bit more about how this game is going thus far. NIP Flash, of course, we do have the Hylos that have decided to pick up a Revitalize on himself to play for the team. So it's pretty much fair to say that NIP Flash, they definitely want to play more of a team fight scenario, especially since they did pick up a Phoveus over to their side right at the start of the game.
Yeah, you can see NIP Flash taking very aggressive positioning there into the jungle of Vanguard. You know, even though, yes, Ashrid still got his buff, but they knew exactly what he was doing. The map pressure was there, and that also allowed, you know, Hades to take that first hurdle without a single contest.
So coming up, middle lane, Kotisi.
Very low, 50% health. Just go back away here. Flicker has been used there, and Lulsi also triggered his ultimate here. Still escapes though. No kills for now at the moment.
Yep, it is definitely a very tanky Hylos after all, with very high max HP. It's not going to be that easy to bring him down as of now. NIP Flash playing passively, they are not going to be giving the opponents any much of these opportunities to take on.
That was a wasted ultimate there, and Lord Vanix managed to... sorry, it is going to be Jablu though. Managed to escape.
It's a good bait onto the Flicker though, I'm gonna have to say. So at least for now, Diablo would not have the Flicker to work with. In the meantime, top lane, Longsi as well as Vanix heads himself over to the top, and understandably, since we are looking at Hanabi plus the Lolita combination, you're gonna have to tag onto that Hanabi every now and then. You wouldn't want to have your Moskov being oppressed for an extended period of time.
I have a feeling that there's going to be a long game here. We're looking forward because, of course, you want to enable, right? The Stain Brothers here.
Exactly. You want... Oh, yeah, you're right. The Stain Brothers are literally a tag team. Okay, so that's going to be nice, I guess. But in the meantime...
First pathway, cutting off his escape here. Just going to go for the burst damage. And that's going to be the first blood from Hades. And this is what you want. Very aggressive at this moment in time. And they are managed to get back away with that win. 1 kill.
You can't be passive the entire game. And NIP Flash found the opportunity.
Oh my goodness! Pinned against the wall. And this is what you want indeed for NIP Flash.
Vanix knew very well in the middle lane, or rather in the brushes, that his Luxus lane is definitely inside.
I mean, you think that they get a kill, they back off, and usually in normal scenarios, that's what happens. But this time, NIP Flash actually coming in for the re-engage, recognizing that the members of Vanguard decided, oh, okay, the fight is over and we're not going to rotate upwards to help anymore. But no, then they land the second one.
In the meantime, here we have the second turtle that has managed to pop up for us. NIP Flash starting to go off a little bit more aggressive, pushing the entirety of Vanguard away as they know that they do have the 2,200 gold lead, and that Vanguard is really scared of them.
But a zone here, Diablo. Inferno Pursuit there. Lulsi once again with a glorious pathway. Oh, the turtle has been taken as well by Hades, but then Lulsi with a zone. He will fall down. NIP Flash still managed to go back away with a neutral objective.
It is an EXP for Aroma after all, so, this is not the end just yet.
Oh, they are going to force the team fight. Diablo Still doesn't have the damage there, but the zone, oh, look at Hades with the play, pushes through and gets the kill.
The typical flashiness coming in from Hades, huh? Pretty much something that we would expect coming in from this guy. He knew what exactly he wanted to do, and of course, Lancelot being the powerful hero whenever he is in the laning stages. And in fact, not laning stages. Whenever there are creeps running down the lanes, that is the perfect time for a Lancelot to go ham.
And Hammy's going, right? Going into the jungle as well, into Vanguard, stealing all the buffs away from the side of Asteris and just stripping him of resources. Lolzy though.
Stain is being stunned here by Lolzy, and you can see that one, that's Luxian Stain and Nick Stain being forced to join the team fight from here on. It's not going to be safe anymore. Will Lolzy being aggressive on his Ilos?
It is still pretty early into the game. However, we are already looking at a 3,800 goal lead in favor for NIP Flash. They did manage to successfully take down the tier 1 in the bottom lane, and Vanguard doesn't really quite manage to hold quite a candle against NIP Flash with the way that NIP Flash has been moving around. Very much oppressed, and Vanguard feels a desperate need to fill up some of these gaps that they are lacking.
Glorious pathway again. So you see immune there for Luxian Stain going in. Oh, the immunity, but the damage is there for the side of Vanguard. But Lolzy and the rest of NIP Flash flashing it through, cleaning up the battlefield there. Ding falls down, Courtesy very low, but still manages to survive. One more target, and that's gonna be Frerin. He will go down.
Oh my goodness, what an engage there, right? NIP Flash, yes, even though you can't get the stun on Hanabi, they have so many other ways to engage the fight. And it was, I think, Ding coming in through the flank, right? Trying to pick up the pieces there, but then he just went into his death as well. So really, Vanguard not being able to find an opening here. And so far, NIP Flash has been entirely dictating the pace of this game. Vanguard has been forced to respond to their rotations on the map, just like this one.
Hades again going for more kill, and Luxian Stain will be picked off. That's another aggressive play here for NIP Flash.
NIP Flash have the answer for the Hanabi. They understand that you don't really need any kind of lockdown onto Hanabi since you can't lock her down. And understandably, the meta states that you're gonna have to pick up Aegis for it.
Look at Diablo. Look at the space. Then Dominator's Descent has been used as well. Diablo jumping through with an Infernal Pursuit against the world. Still going for the blast hit. Unfortunately, did not manage to pick the one hero here for the side of Vanguard.
He did manage to buy a lot of time though, being able to help them bring down the tier 1.
Oh, look at Hades. He's just flashing through here. Oh my goodness. Beyond enemy line, still going for the pickoff. This is going to be the counterplay right now for the side of Vanguard. And quickly, NIP Flash escapes.
So much space bought just with Diablo going in the mid lane, in the back line. The whole time NIP Flash was just taking the mid turret. And then Hades, he's always doing something. You know, always. The moment he recognizes that the cooldowns on Vanguard are down, they got the tower, immediately dives into the back line and takes a kill for himself. So if it's not a kill, he's in the jungle taking resources. Earlier on in the team fight, we also saw him take the turtle and immediately go in the back to take kills as well. So I don't know, more like how efficiency, like how does this guy maximize that so much?
Methodical plays all across the map, right? Hades just knows that he wants to go for Luxian Stain whenever he sees it.
Look at Hades, man. He's just confident already here, but the SOD misses. Nevertheless, glorious pathway cutting off his escape. That's gonna be Luxian Stain falling down once again.
This is quite literally a game of hunt the Luxian Stain. There is no other reason for NIP Flash to run into a fight except to look for Luxian Stain. The moment that they manage to find Luxian Stain, they know that the rest of Vanguard will fall back.
Yeah, right now, I mean, the entire map control is in the hands of NIP Flash. You can see they fight, you know, at both the buffs as well, taken away from Vanguard, and right now they have full positioning over this Lord here.
Lord, he's currently up at the bottom lane, so Vanguard also understand that with all of these lanes pushing in, there is no chance for them to be able to contest this and take it away from Hades. Considering the fact that Hades is currently at level 14 and Asteris is only at level 12, there is a huge gap that they do have at this point in time, and the best thing that they can do is try to play it safe and go for a defensive route.
I think the clock is ticking here on the side of Vanguard right now. Yes, you do have the combination of Hanabi and the Lolita, but you need to you need them to be online as early as possible here, but to no avail.
Yeah, they're forced to group up already, right? Like Abstract, you pointed out. But in terms of, the farm, you can see all of them levels behind their counterpart. Luxion 2 levels behind Vanix. Hades already level 15, while Asteris is at level 12. So the gap here is huge. I don't know how they're going to defend this.
Oh, the Lord going on for the siege. Glorious Pathway once again. Go defend this middle lane. Oh, look at that. In the middle, Lossie and the rest of NIP still have healthy health. And now SOD hits. Going to go back for now. No inhibitor turret down. And at least the pressure is against the Vanguard Esports.
There's a lot more pressure than I expected from this other NIP Flash, considering that this is just the baby Lord, right? This is not the Luminous Lord. You can't really do much, and the bonus is to get an inhibitor turret, which is not something that you'll be able to get all the time. All you want from a baby Lord is to bring down all of the outer turrets. This way, you will be able to take control of the fight and take control of the map even more.
Earlier on, I mean, even though they didn't get the base turret,
the Shadow 2! That was incredible there, coming in from Lord Vanix. Fortunately here for Vanguard, they managed to fend off that initial damage. Oh, Hades! Overstepping his boundaries there. He's been picked off and he's gone.
Punished by the hands of Vanguard, who wanted to play a little bit of a cheeky move with the Phantom Execution first. But yes, Scrubby, you were mentioning about the map control previously?
Yeah, I mean, they actually synced up all three waves, even though they didn't get the base turrets, was the point that I was just trying to make. But right now, kills across the board. They do now chunk off most of the base turret now, and you can see in the items here, already Vanix has his 3 core items, as opposed to Luxion Stain, who has to pick up the Rose Gold Meteor before he completes his Holy Trinity as well. So he's already a few steps behind. Even though, like you said, Deadeye, they're counting on Luxion Stain for their late game damage, it seems like they're having difficulty trying to scale to that point.
I didn't expect Lord Vanix to build Moskov with a golden staff. In fact, I thought that he would probably want to play more on the crit build. I'm not too sure whether this is meant to be or whether this is something that Vanix have decided, hey, you know what, let me just play this build because I feel like playing this build. Because at this point in time, this current meta, we are starting to see a lot more of a crit Moskov having the Berserker's Fury being built up. It really depends on what is the first item coming in from Moskov, since Moskov is a very flexible hero as to which first item he can pick out.
Oh, now the Lord is freely being taken here by NIP Flash. No contest whatsoever. I think this is actually the safest move that I can see that Vanguard Esports has to take.
We still got quite a little bit more before the Lord eventually appears. In fact, about 23 seconds from now, before the Lord eventually appears. And NIP Flash will be able to posture up for an eventual push right through the middle lane, which very likely they will want to use that as the final push. What is Vanguard gonna do about it though, and what do they have in their arsenal to stop that Lord's push?
It's tough, right? You now have the Lord coming down. All this time, Vanix as well has the ability to split push across the maps because of the Spear of Destruction. He can come into the team fight at any time. So there is no way that Vanguard seems to be able to find a way to even get out of the turrets.
Now going in the middle lane. Lord also pushing through. Oh, look at Diablo providing the space there with the Glorious Pathway. Synergizes well, and the rest of Vanguard just tried to go for a retreat, but the damage is still insane coming in from Hades there. And Ashford doing his best to clear the way, but he is outnumbered. He'll pick off. No one died. An IP Flash, and this is it. Going to take the game 1.
Well, understandably, an IP Flash with a great amount of economy lead. They knew how this game is going to be projected to look like. In fact, an IP Flash just went through this entire game completely emotionless. Look at them. Like, did they even win?
Another day, another dollar.
Oh my goodness. Like, if NIP Flash, if I get a penny for every win that NIP Flash have got, throughout the entire MPL SG season, I would have a good amount.
Exactly.
I can't math at this point in time, but they won quite a lot of time. So we're just gonna put it as that, right? But regardless, that is definitely an impeccable game coming from NIP Flash, albeit a little bit anticlimactic, I guess, because it's just slowly soaring in terms of economy. There's no spike here and there. There was no fight backs coming from Vanguard. Vanguard just seems like they lost all fire in this game 1.
I mean, I think from the beginning, it was already very difficult, right? You see Lalzi being really aggressive on this high-lows in the jungle, starving out, if not giving vision, starving out the resources of Asteris here. So for him to come online was, I think, super, super difficult. And that just steamrolled them into the late game as well. Curtizi with the rotations, they were always moving around the map, and it was up to Vanguard to match the pace of NIP Flash.
And in the end of the day, our MVP, we're gonna have to go over to Hey Diablo!
Hey,
Diablo! Yeah!
Okay. But I think we have seen how he zones out everyone there with the Infernal Pursuit.
Fair. I will say that he's definitely deserving of the MVP spot, but in my heart, it's definitely going to be Hades. Why? Because quite literally, the composition of Vanguard rests on the hands of Hades. If Hades do not land any of those executions onto Hanabi, no one else could.
Well, I mean, obviously credits to Diablo as well, right? The way that he zoned the members of Vanguard out, it was almost impossible for them to come into any fight. And it was almost as if sometimes Lalzi and Diablo took turns, right? To play zone duty.
On a cycle, yeah.
Yeah, and they knew exactly when they had to do it as well. And Diablo did it to perfection.
Yeah. In fact, if we were to remember and just kind of like throw it back over to Diablo, kind of 1v3 in that entire occasion, whereby he didn't get any kill, sure, but he did manage to pull that off in an impeccable time, which was when NIP Flash really required to bring down that tier 1 in the middle lane in order for them to be able to continue pushing their advantage further, and further.
Yeah, and that was a critical takedown as well, right? Because, you know, once you have that mid turret, it allows you even more control of the map and of the objectives.
Now, of course, when it comes down to game number 1, I believe that mentioned a little bit about the lack of Berserker's Fury on the side of Vanix. Not exactly that crit build that we are looking out for, but Scrubby, is there any other thing that we should be paying attention for?
I mean, the builds look quite standard at the moment. As you can see, they're playing on the back foot here, so not being able to get enough items, even Ding, 3 with the Dom Eyes, the Athena Shield Immortality was not quite enough for him to go in the backline and tank and soak up all the damage. And then you have Nick Stain as well, who is supposed to be that front line, but he only has the Flask of the Oasis as well as the Dominance Eye. So I guess the reason they had to turtle up also was because there was no way out for them to frontline all that damage coming through from NIP Flash and soak that up. Lakshan Stain, I mean, with the Rose Gold Meteor and the Aegis as well, does provide him that extra shield. But then again, if it was a little too late, I think too little too late, and 0-5-2 as well. So far, Lakshan has been having not a good time at all for these past 2 weeks.
Not at all. I do, however, appreciate the fact that Lakshan Stain have changed his item build just a tad little bit because of the Swift Blade that he bought at the 5th position. Because typically when it comes down to finish building up a total of 4 items, you would kind of want to head over to pick up Blood Wings, especially for this meta, right? So that you'll be able to get more shields, passive shields in fact. However, he understood that, yeah, crop control is actually not a problem, but the fact that it is survivability, which he can't survive. So I guess that it makes sense for him to actually build the Rose Gold Meteor before building up the next item, which is more DPS.
Diablo on the Winter Crown as well, and his build overall. It's interesting seeing him shift from, the damage EXP that we always know him to be, to now building that tanky front line, soaking up everything for NIP Flash. And the thing is, he is still able to play that so well.
It's kind of weird per se, because I mean I agree with you, right? Diablo is the one that I assume that he's aggressive. He plays the vendetta. He knows exactly how to weave himself in and out of battles and just playing exactly what an assassin is capable of doing. But seeing him being able to play meta heroes and of course playing sustained meta heroes is kind of weird to me still.
Well, I can say that this also comes down to the maturity of a player to play this kind of heroes, because again, as this match has started, Scrubby Cheeks mentioned that NIP Flash is looking a bigger picture here. So in order to be in that bigger picture, you need to be at least be in par as well with what's the meta, what's the gameplay. It's not about you anymore, it's about the team and how you will be able to win condition.
Curteasy as well, looking at the emblems here with, you know, one Wilderness Blessing and Agility, so much movement speed for him to rotate around, and I think that's also the reason why, you know, NIP Flash was forcing Vanguard to match their movement around the entire map, right? Curteasy's role really was to move around, assist Vanix, make sure that he comes online, as well as Hades in the jungle as their key win condition.
It's really coming down to matching the pace of NIP Flash, and in which case Vanguard was not able to do most of that. I believe that one of the pointers that we gotta have to look out for is the fact that Nick Stain actually tagged onto Luxenstein in the early stages of the game, probably a little bit too much for my liking, considering the fact that Hanabi can definitely work alone for the short periods of time. I think that the main thing that Hanabi was just, or rather Nick Stain was trying to look out for is to not allow Vanix for free kills against Luxenstein. But regardless, this is the results of the game. Nick Stain have decided to, you know, tag along, and that didn't work out too well. In the meantime, we do have got our 4 phases of the game, with the rich guy credited over to the side of Vanix to carry onto Fryren, Sandbag on the ding, and the Bear's Wingman over to the side of Lolzy. Anything that is, you know, out of the ordinary here, or anything that you are surprised about, did I?
I'm surprised that Lolita Hanabi has been shut down twice already here in the first day or second week.
Okay. I guess maybe it really was a trap, right, from Zarate, right? They didn't come into the game and thought, you know what, let's control an area, let's base it off of crowd control. Our X factor is going to be the Lancelot, and he will bring you down because we don't need any form of crowd control in order to kill you. That's kind of the message.
Yeah, and on the other side, right, you have Vanguard doing so much damage as the Sandbag and as the carry Freeman doing so much, right? But they were not able to convert them into kills. They had like 4 kills up against NIP Flash. But you know what, I guess we need to see exactly what happened.
Yeah, let's roll the highlights and take a look at exactly what has happened thus far. We start things off at 3 minutes and 50 seconds. The very first aggressive play coming in from NIP Flash.
Yeah, already you can see 4 members up top here taking the 2 kills, while the rest of Vanguard was still rotating down from the bottom.
And of course, right here, now that's Chef's kiss, right? Time and time again, we'll constantly be able to see Hades constantly just running right in the face of Luxenstein. Most of these battles, it starts with the death of Luxenstein, because this is a game where NIP Flash understands Hanabi can't stay alive, we can't let Hanabi skill, we can't let Hanabi be the last one standing to get all the straggler kills.
Yeah, this is the fight where, you know, we were talking about Diablo zoning out the entire draft here of Vanguard, not being able to get close to the mid turret as the rest of the team just took down that mid tier 1 turret easily.
Pulled it off to perfection, I may say. Constantly.
And here goes Hades.
Oh yeah!
Twice in a row he did that.
Yeah, and here we have as well a little bit more. Oh, okay, I completely forgot. Now is where Luxenstein dies again. So this is kind of like a damn if you do, damn if you don't kind of moment for Luxenstein. Like if I move up, I think if I move up, I can see Curteasy coming in for me. If I move down, then what's gonna happen? In that case, it was a glorious pathway plus the Lancelot coming in too.
And this was, I think, the game-ending fight here, right? Sieging in with that last Lord on the back line. And at this point, I think it's just really too much, right? Just the damage coming through from NIP Flash was not enough for Vanguard to take. Going back to the point that you said as well, that this Lolita Hanabi combination being a trap, I feel like it almost forced them to, like you said, Luxenstein, the Stain brothers, having to tag team for most of the time, and NIP Flash really recognizing that and able to abuse that to their advantage.
It's kind of tough to watch that game to a certain extent, because the game plan is to keep Hanabi alive, through all of these crowd control and just walk right out of it, right? But, you know, NIP Flash have got the bigger picture in mind. I don't really have much to say about the game because it's pretty straightforward, but Mo, maybe you can tell us a little bit more about this.
Understanding Team Flash, Team NIP Flash, how they do it time and time again. Yes, they do win the fights, but why they win the fights, understanding the drafts behind them, it's also very important, right? They have a very nice draft right here of this top-down team where they have the Phoveus, the Hylos to tank the damage, being the front line there is. There's a back line as well, but the problem lies in Vanguard's draft. They are focusing on that Roger, right? The Roger being that early game momentum-based hero. But then you have that contradicting factor where Hanabi and Lolita require the same thing. So now what NIP Flash do is take away one of the factors one at a time. So let's go. Starting at this early section, you already see they want to force the issue as much as possible, putting 4 members on the top lane while they have the creep priority up. Their rotations are so on point. If you take a look at the mid lane right now, there is no creep pressure. So there is no pressure coming from anywhere else. So they can just go on the Hanabi as they wish. And now they go for the Hanabi, but they don't get Hanabi. So what do? They go for Nick Stain. And look at Curtizi's positioning right now. It's just on point to kill any members, cut off any members of Vanguard that will be coming through. Most likely, it will be Friren. He does not spot Friren, so never mind. We go for the kill on Nick Stain. Friren eventually comes in, and then he just goes for that disengage. And we know what happens in the end, right? Lucian Stain goes down from that counter engage, but this is one of the measures that they get their macro advantage. And with that, the creep advantage is coming back to mid. And who is there to take the farm? Oh yes, Diablo is there. And this is how they keep their macro economy at an all-time high. Now we look at that second fight, the second turtle that we have in the game. And now we see Diablo and Lolzy. What did they do? They use their HP bars to the best of the ability. And this is something that not everybody can do, right? Disengaging and engaging like that, you don't get away with it unless you understand your hero to the topmost priority. And looking at what Lolzy and Diablo do, they buy the space in the front line so that Ding is isolated in that back line. And whatever NIP Flash's intentions are, they are always very layered with this. Once someone makes an action, it's for something. And it's always, in this case, it's for Ding in that backline, who is going to be easily taken out by Curtizi and Diablo, who is there to assist. And in this case, Lolzy dying versus Ding dying. Who do you choose, the EXP laner or the roamer? Lolzy dying is no problem to NIP Flash. It's a trade they would take any day of the week. And look at that, they still want to extend the team fight as much as possible. Diablo, just being that frontline menace that he is, knows that Hades can be that finishing factor. And Hades go for this flashy play right here, and that's amazing. The Spirit of Destruction would have come in, but still, Hades getting that kill, that was everything to cement NIP Flash's lead. And this, I don't really want to talk about this too much because it's just 4 easy kills for NIP Flash, but let's just skip ahead to the next clip where we will see what NIP Flash does with the map pressure that they already have. Looking at that creep priority is always a key indication of a good team, right? If you look at the map right now, the lane pressure is totally away from NIP Flash. So where do they focus towards? They focus towards that middle lane. And all members can be there, and they're not losing the macro advantage at all. And this is only 5k up, and Hades goes in for the finish onto Friren. And that just cements their lead even more. Sure, they might lose Lolzy, but Lolzy is using his health as leverage all of the time. If you put damage onto Lolzy, that's damage not onto Hades. That's damage not onto Curtizi. And that means Vanix, Curtizi, and Hades, they can play so much more dangerous. Diablo and Lolzy are enabling this game factors. And once again, just like we saw this team fight already, but I have to highlight the creep pressure that NIP Flash puts in. There is no wasted creeps at all, no wasted farm. And that's why the macro always goes into the advantage. And we don't see teams taking advantage of that macro factor. And that's all for me, but let's just go back to casters and see what they have to say.
Thank you, Moman, as we are now back in onto the desk. Very well broken down. Now, with game number 1 concluded, what do we actually want to see from Vanguard?
I mean, this is quite difficult, right? I think they did have a draft that they could possibly pull off, although we talked about how maybe Zarate baited them into that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you can see it's also down to the execution where Moman was talking about the way that they play around the macro, right? The pressure on the lanes that allowed them to be able to scale that far into the game.
I believe that at this point in time, it really just boils down to NIP Flash knowing exactly how to up their game from seasons after seasons after seasons. You know why? Probably because of JD Sports! As we do have got JD Sports here to up our game. They are giving away 500 free diamonds whenever you have a minimum spend of $110 on jdsports.com.sg. So, every single one of you guys, make sure you guys head on over to jdsports.com.sg once again. 500 free diamonds. It's not something that you'll be able to get all the time for free as long as you spend $110. I mean, let's be honest here. Shoes, bags, what else can you get off from them? You literally can find and browse whatever that you need once again at jdsports.com.sg.
Just hold it there, right, for a moment. Picture perfect. But yeah, I mean, like, you're gonna need shoes and bags anyway, right? Yeah. And why not do it when you're watching
bag
this?
and shoes?
What's that?
Bag and shoes?
Yes, bags and shoes and bags.
No, bag in shoes.
That too. Or shoes in bags.
Shoes in bags.
Yes.
How about bag? How about,
I'll just take the diamonds anytime for me.
What was that?
Diamonds.
What was that fantasy character where his name is Baggins?
What?
Bilbo Baggins.
Oh, right. Yeah. So, yeah.
The ring.
Yeah, I have no idea where I'm bringing this conversation to, but it was just a very fun thing. I was hoping that his name is Shoe Baggins.
I'm lost.
I'm fine.
I'm lost, man.
Hey, look, I'm a dad now. I gotta crack these dad jokes every now and then, alright? As we move on to game number 2, NIP Flash versus Vanguard with the Harif, Hylos, Juicin, as well as Chip banned out.
Well, I gotta say, again, with the Hanabi Lolita combo, I think we can say that it's pretty obvious for the opposing team already how to shut down this kind of combo. So, I mean, punishing the gold lane, this too, without the victory conditions that you can pull through with the Hanabi and Lolita combo, it could be an easy win here.
I would say that Vanguard definitely doesn't seem very confident in game number 1, and I hope that coming into game number 2, they will be able to get a draft that gives them that sliver of confidence, right? Especially when it comes down to being second pick and second ban, they will be able to dictate the bans, or rather the picks, to a certain level. The very fact that we no longer have the Hylos, Moskov, and the Harif out there, and of course, Chip is definitely one of those. I would say that NIP Flash do have quite a bit of chances of what they can pick out. Very likely, they would want to pick out the Fovias for themselves, which will actually open up 2 very amazing heroes that haven't been banned just yet, and is very famous for R1 and R2 picks, being Ruby as... Okay, never mind. Ruby is one of them I wanted to say, but Edith is currently unchecked just yet. So very likely Vanguard can actually look out for a Zask as well as a Edith pick out here.
Yeah, NIP Flash gonna go ahead and lock the Roger in. So Roger been, very popular as the first pick here. Vanguard did use that last game, but to not much avail. But I think in the hands of NIP Flash, it really could go both ways, because you know that Vanix can play that, and I'm pretty sure Hades is able to flex that as well in the jungle. And taking out this Moskov here in the first phase of the ban, preventing Vanguard from being able to play cross map or having that kind of late game advantage that might potentially be able to shut NIP Flash down.
We haven't seen a lot of Rogers that managed to do very well just yet. So honestly, I really do want to see what NIP Flash would want to do with this Roger. I mean, they have very strong micro and macro skills, so perhaps they will be able to find a way to actually get this Roger working, especially if it's going into the hands of Lord Vanix. In the meantime, Vanguard picking up a Terizla and Aurora for themselves. This leaves Zask currently still available. We can definitely expect to see Edith up for grabs as well. It really quite depends on what NIP Flash is looking forward into. One thing's for sure though, and for Vanguard, they would want to play for team fight, considering the fact that Aurora as well as Terizla has already been picked out. It might also, because of these two picks, it could also be a way to discourage NIP Flash to pick up such heroes such as Zask as well as Phoveus, because they are already really strong at taking control of a battle.
Oh, there you go. It's gonna be Edith pick here, but here in the pick phase for the side of Vanguard, I'm looking forward for Asteris though to go for his lane. He's really performing very well on this hero. Gonna be a chance for them to pick this one up.
Yeah, as well as the Fanny, I believe he has also played before. So lots of the assassins, like you pointed out, Deadeye, still on the table here, including the Hayabusa. Before going into the next phase, there you go.
You called it.
Yeah, might want to pick that up before it gets banned out. So this time though, Asteris on maybe a comfortable hero that he can get in the first phase might help to turn the tides of things a little bit.
So with the fact that NIP Flash have decided to pick up a Yve, it does definitely seems like they want to play in a teamfight composition as well, right? They want to box everyone else up. However, dealing with Fanny might actually be a little bit tough. So looking out for heroes that will be able to just kind of grab on the Fanny is definitely going to be important. And one hero that works very well when it comes down to teamfight plus grabbing Fanny, understandably, is Tigreal. So Risten gonna have to ban heroes such as this Tigreal.
Cho, possibly.
Cho can definitely be one of the things that they can look out for. But if they do want to pick up a Cho, their jungler, which is the assassin, gonna have to be really good at single target as well in order to really make full use of that single target Whale Dragon.
Yeah, right now, I mean, Vanguard with these 3 picks here, you know, playing into their potential here to have team fights and also taking away the Aurora this time from the hands of Kurt TZ to be able to assist in those fights. The amount of control that he can exert in order to control the pace of the game. NIP Flash going to go ahead and ban out that Grok as well.
One thing that I of course realized and remembered is that the fact that Yve is actually more of a pos 4 utility mage. So when it comes down to their EXP laner, the EXP laner gotta have to be able to deal very decent damage. In fact, this is a lineup that we expect a little bit more out of the old NIP Flash, where Diablo gets to play heroes that are generally really strong in the laning phase. Both Hades and Diablo gotta have to be very strong on that regards. So honestly, I wouldn't be too entirely surprised if Hades were to go for kind of fighter junglers in this case, such as a Alpha or perhaps even a Guinevere, putting Diablo with some of these damage output capabilities.
I think also on the side of NIP Flash, maybe looking for something beefier, right? Right now they only have Edith in the form, probably can be flexed in the EXP lane as well as the roam for Lawsy, but it still remains to be seen. And also, Roger can still be flexed as well. So it's a little bit up in the air here as to how NIP Flash could potentially play. But they took out Grok as well as Matilda. So mobility heroes that now will allow NIP Flash to play the fights on their own terms. Vanguard going to go ahead and pick out the Bruno for themselves.
In the meantime, I strongly believe that they will want to play, NIP Flash will want to play Roger into the gold lane, considering the fact that after looking at the Fanny, they would want to have someone that might be able to deal with the Fanny. With the Earth Shatter as well as Onwards being pretty unreliable to catch on to Fanny, having a jungler that is able to deal with Ryren, to deal with the Fanny would definitely be a very good answer. But in this case, it does seem like they have decided to go for a Nolan that is going to go over to the jungle, and of course the flex onto the Edith to go over to the EXP while they pick up a Kufra for themselves in the rope to deal with the Fanny.
And here we go again. This time we're seeing for the second time today a Gatot Kaca when, you know, previously we have not seen him at all. So after his debut this morning, he's going to make another showing here. Nolan as well, Hades, we know he's very, very comfortable with this hero. Another, you know, fast hands assassin hero, very bursty, able to go in the back line as well to deal with the side of Vanguard.
Looking forward for this assassin battle between these two though. Asteris and Hades, both having these higher tier assassins. This is going to be a pretty good battle between these two.
So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we do have quite a game for us. Game number 2 between NIP Flash versus Vanguard. Open it to the floor. Scrubby, who do you think is going to take this game?
You're like repeating our predictions here, right? I mean,
based on draft. Let's just talk about draft. Just based on draft. Who's got a better draft?
I do like the side of NIP Flash. I think they're pretty well-rounded here in terms of, you know, they have the damage coming through from Nolan as well as Roger and also the Edith, but enough utility in the form of Kufra able to engage and disengage fights, and not to mention Curtizi on that Eve being able to put down a lot of control of a certain area that they want to play into.
So here we have, as we start things out, we've got the emblems that is going to be shown right in front of us. Nothing too out of the ordinary except for, I would say that Diablo picking out the Edith with Warcry is definitely a bit of a surprise. However, it's a surprise because we normally would be able to see Edith that decides to play a little bit more on the tanky / sustain side. But for Diablo, he understands that with Curtizi playing as a pos 4 mid utility hero, he gotta have to pick up some of these damage.
Yeah, at the moment, I mean, the state of the game currently, both teams just farming, and we can see on the side of NIP Flash, you know, Curtizi, Hades already hitting his level 4 here. And if we know Hades, he is one to make use of his spikes. So probably can expect to see him looking out. There you go for ganks.
Yeah, early aggression we've seen right now for NIP Flash. But I'm concerned though for the side of Eve, Curtizi. You think he's very vulnerable, right? I mean, the Fanatic flying in, plus the Avatar of the Guardian. He's an easy pick-off.
I would say that it is, yeah. I'm definitely expecting a lot. Hold on a second, middle lane. Ashred almost goes down to the hands of Hades as well as Lolzy. But luckily, a quick little cable out to get him out of there. But that also means that Ashred is going to be really late to the turtle, which pretty much means that Vanguard's not going to be part of this battle.
It's difficult also, right? I mean, especially on the Fanny, yes, you get a comfort hero, but you have directly a counter in the form of Kufra that can not only CC you, but also use, you know, bouncing ball to knock you up. So Ashred, I think, probably not going to have an easy game this time.
Yeah, the moment that he actually just runs, oh, hold on a second, middle lane.
Lolzy managed to escape with a flicker though. That was aggressive play once again for the side of Vanguard. But of course, that is the battle spell being taken out.
Yep, force the flicker. So at least when it comes down to the next 1 minute or so, Vanguard will be in a pretty good spot, not being surprised by a random Tyrant's Revenge.
Oh, Taunt caught him. Hades, 50% health. With the emotes coming out.
He did not care.
He did not care. This is level 6, and he only got hit by like, what, half HP gone only? Not that big of a deal.
Lolzy initiates the team fight with Tyrant's Rage there. And the counterattack. Incredible team fight here with an Eve's ultimate as well. Caught into the trap of Vanguard. But Diablo flickers in with a double.
That's what I expect coming in from Diablo. That's what I expect from what an Edith is capable of doing. In fact, I definitely do want to see quite a little bit more damage coming from him.
Oh, look at the damage from Ding here as well, going for the penalty zone, but follow-up from Freyrin is not enough at this moment.
Yeah, it's just clash of two teams, right? You can see the amount of control that they both can exert over a certain area with the Frigid Glacier as well as the Avatar of the Guardian. So it's really up to Curtizi here to kind of be able to help NIP Flash control that same area in return, either to, you know, stun them out on the way out of the real world manipulation, or to slow them so that his team can come in and counter engage on that fight.
I really do appreciate the fact that Vanguard is able to play so aggressively at the start though, with a total of 2 kills to their name. Understandably, when we are looking at the side of Fanny always have got very strong head start when it comes down to the damage department. Of course, when it comes down to the Bruno is also another hero that wants to play for the early game. So if Vanguard is able to make full use of the roaming trio, being Nick Stain, Fryron, as well as Asteris, to just kind of move around and find really good pickoffs, I wouldn't be too surprised for them to get more kills.
Diablo got on fire. Fryron out of position though. That's Lolsey there. Popping, of course, the passive. And Curtisi very low. Still not gonna be escaping that one. Goes for the stun. Very low again. Vanix. And the rest here of NIP Flash cleaning up the battlefield.
Clearly, when it comes down to the roaming trio from the side of Vanguard, they are lacking in a lot of damage. They need to make sure that Astrid, whenever he's not in the battles, someone can come in to compensate for the lack of damage, right? And in this case, both Nick Stain, Fryron, as well as, well, technically just Nick Stain and Fryron, if they are left alone together with Ding, they don't have that damage department. The Nick Stain can definitely retaliate quite a bit, but when it comes down to the burst potential, that is definitely something to be really scared of.
Asteris, bouncing ball is there. Okay, timing with the cables. He retreats for safety.
Yeah, I think so far NIP Flash. Vanix picking up the Sky Piercer here already, actually, as his first item. So expecting for him to, you know, snowball with the kills that he's getting. He does have 2 to his name. So far, so it's looking good for NIP Flash. And in the previous fight, you know, impeccable positioning, and again, playing the macro game here where they forced basically Vanguard into a fight. They did not start the turtle, they waited to check the brushes, and it was both Diablo,
layers and layers of crowd control. Hades gone.
We still have about 50 seconds until the total eventually appears. So this little pick-off onto Hades is not going to be that big of an impact for the objective gaming. But in the meantime,
Diablo
top lane
figures in. Earth Shatter. Ashrit cannot survive. Very aggressive play from NIP Flash for now. And now look at Nick Stain going for the counter attack. Taunt connects. Diablo falls. Vanix is here. Curtisi in the back cleanse with a real world manipulation as well. Cutting off their escape. Vanix this time around goes for the trade.
Pretty good fight.
That real world manipulation entirely cutting off their route to, you know, re-engage the fight. Vanguard wanted to chase that, but I think with that entire box there, it was impossible for them to come in or to go out without putting their lives at risk.
Exactly. That is the main thing about what a Yve is just so strong about, right? Just lock down one entire area and they are not able to just get in and out. So just locking down an area is one thing that NIP Flash wants to go for themselves.
We'll see, but he falls. That was an aggressive play we've seen so far from both teams here. And they were looking for the perfect opportunity, especially Hades here going for the flanking maneuver. Diablo forward, looking for the right moment. Oh, up and over the garden. Still misses. Oh, just in time there. But Diablo tried to go for the pick-up again. The Frigid Glaciers is a perfect opportunity for the side there of Vanguard. And they manage to go for this aggressive play.
Turtle is still currently available for the picking. NIP Flash does not have Diablo, so Vanguard can actually go a little bit aggressive here.
Okay. Ding right now and the rest of Vanguard going for the turtle dance. Will it be enough for NIP Flash to go for this contest? Look at Vanix. He's in the Vanguard. And now, oh, Curtisi has been caught. The taunt. It was great here for Vanguard Esports. But Hades looking for the target here. Liechtenstein will be the one to be picked off. And he's down. Vanix with a double. And now again, Lolsey going in. A triple for Vanix once again. Hades being caught here by Ding. Will he be able to survive? And the rest of reinforcements here for NIP Flash will clean up the party. And Vanix, Lord Vanix, goes for kills.
Vanix really making use of that Sky Piercer here. 9-0-1. The snowball that he's getting is insane. Ashrit playing the cross map here, trying to get some you know, towers off of the top side while NIP Flash take the Lord.
So it's a very good trade for, at least for Vanguard. They understood that we can't go for the Lord take anymore. We can't contest for it. We gotta have to go for an eye kind of situation. As thus, they've decided to push Asteris all the way to the top lane to at least balance out the gold the economy just a tad little bit.
Yeah, looking at the items here, you can see at the side, on the side of Vanguard, Lakshan staying with the Hearth Claws as well as the Berserker's Fury, but obviously cannot keep up to the farm just yet of Vanix. And right now in the jungle, they're just trying to keep up with the pace of NIP Flash. Now, so far in team fights, Curteezy has been, you know, his positioning and the use of the real manipulation has just been phenomenal. The way that Ding tries to start a fight, but Curteezy just shuts it down entirely by creating that zone of control, allowing Vanix that space to be able to come in and clean up the fight together with Hades as well. Oh my goodness, speaking of...
That was quick.
Yeah, bruises is ultimately important for the side of NIP Flash. As long as they're able to get Vanguard lower than 100%, or rather lower than 30%, that is the point in time where Vanix can go in.
Pushes through. Avatar Guardian has been used again. Curteezy well plays real-world manipulation. Here's the target. Ding is going to follow him through, but look at Vanix here. Concentrate on Nick Stain. And Ding holding his ground, flickers back, but he is outnumbered, surrounded by NIP Flash. Still going to push through here top side. Inhibitor chart is the target. Nick Stain, Freyrin doing their best to hold their ground. Ashrit is here with the cables as well. Lolsey and Vanix here running back. Lolsey managed to escape in the moment of time, just a sliver of health.
Not enough damage from the side of Fanny to really bring down the Kufra. Unfortunate. 10 minutes and 35 seconds into the game. 15-9 is the current scoreline with about 6,000 gold lead in favor for NIP Flash. At this point in time, Vanguard are gonna have to play a little bit more safe on their end. They definitely do need their the purple buff, and that is one thing that they cannot compromise on. At least if they were to go aggressive, it is only because they need the purple buff to enable Asteris.
Yeah, I think Vanguard as well, not just playing safe, right? I think earlier on trying to play the defense game over there was Nick Stain and Ding trying to go for the flank as much as possible. Pull NIP Flash away from the turret, and now the top inhibitor still stands for them because of that fight and drawing the attention away. Of course, I mean, when you throw bodies, you've got to sacrifice that gold and some kills. So you can see NIP Flash now about 6k gold, 6k gold lead ahead of Vanguard, and the way that they can then make use of that to convert into items and just widen that gap between themselves and Vanguard.
To have a middle lane that is pretty much frozen to a certain extent, but with the fact that the Lord is now currently available, and the top lane, we can pretty much expect a little bit of a slow push ongoing. The NIP Flash will want to take this fight.
Okay, Ding, penalty zone, but he's obliterated just like that. Nick Stain will be the second. One in a chopping block. Vanix with that full stack Sky Piercer, he can just rip through all those tanky members of Vanguard Esports.
Men have like claws stronger than Wolverine's claws at this point in time. I don't know about this, but this is definitely a real painful wolf coming into this game.
And right now is a real big problem for Vanguard. Like you said, max stacks on Sky Piercer, right, makes Vanix a very, very dangerous literal animal here at 13-0 and 1. They've been funneling all the kills into Vanix for him to build his snowball up. And right now they can just shred through the front lines of Vanguard, both Nick Stain as well as Ding, leaving Vanguard completely exposed and unable to take these team fights. It's even if you engage, you get shredded, and if you don't, you're just waiting for NIP Flash to rip through your front lines.
We will be patient again. The counter for Nick Stain with that Avatar of the Guardian trying to slow the push here in the middle lane. Lolsey goes forward here, but cannot get the target. Oh, the damage from Hades. The burst is there, but still, Vanguard still managed to hold their ground in the mid. But the Lord is still pushing through the top side.
Just a little bit more before the Lord eventually touches the inhibitor target in the top lane. That is definitely still a very healthy Lord.
Bouncing ball is far stretched in that situation, but Hades is going to flanking maneuver. He's been caught by Ashrit, but the Lord still standing, bashing through in the crystal. The wave is still pushing through. They managed to defend. Vanguard Esports here, holding their ground, holding their best And with expense of those just 2 inhibitor turrets, they still managed to hold.
Just gonna be sliding around the map and of course making sure that the base is gonna be good for now. But down to the bottom lane, Nickstein misses the avatar of the Guardian, but it seems like he still wants to go onto the counter, engage onto NIP Flash and really just kind of chase them away. Get out of my home.
Yeah, I mean, phenomenal defense there by Vanguard, right? And also the creep waves coming up in time, making sure that they clear that up so that they can fend off the members of NIP Flash there.
But I gotta see though, Liechtenstein on this Bruno haven't felt the presence of the damage coming in from the marksman here for Vanguard Esports.
Now that he said it, I completely forgot that they had Bruno actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're supposed to get a little bit more of that power spike in the early stages of the game, but I guess this is one of the main reasons why we don't really see a Bruno that much anymore. The early game momentum that Vanguard wants to ride on, unfortunately, was never there. As such, when it comes down to the presence of the Bruno, it's just not that at all.
And it gets tougher in the late game, right? If you don't get that lead early on with that Bruno, dang though.
Oh, that's 2 ultimates expended for nothing!
What?
NIP Flash just walk freely out there. Oh my god.
Yeah, there was. There's no excuse for that.
I can see the intention. Yeah.
Tension's rising.
NIP Flash had been there too. Astrid!
I love how Astrid trying to make some plays here. They need that one. They need the spice here at this moment in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Vanguard now seem a little bit like they're grasping at straws, but the Lord here
Trying
though.
to go for the steal here. Will they be able to do so? Lolseal still managed to take the Lord. NIP Flash here. All of his damage taking out there 1 by 1 the heroes for Vanguard. It's just good. It's just devastating here.
I don't know about this, but now with only Astrid available, the only thing that he can do is just cable around and hope that he will be able to clear the waves. Technically speaking, we have seen before very impeccable defenses coming in from the side of Fanny, but is Astrid up for it? Oh!
Catch and shoot there we've seen so far, but man, NIP Flash flashes it through, sweeping the series 2-0 against Vanguard.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Now the boys are smiling. Now that is a victory that we want to see. NIP Flash went into game number 2 with a very strong lineup, understanding how they want to play the game. And indeed, they did manage to put Vanguard onto the edge of their seats. In fact, at this point in time, Vanguard probably have got zero idea as to what they have been doing as well, right? We can definitely tell that they are starting to tremble at the sight of NIP Flash.
Tough game, right? I mean, we saw in the interview in the beginning, Nickstein saying that it would be a 0-2, not in their favor.
Not only that, he said 0-2, easy 0-2. It's like an easy 0-2, right?
Yeah.
It's just absolutely crazy how things are.
Yeah. It's a little dark here, and it's really dark for Vanguard right now, right? I mean, they did predict it as well. There you go.
I'm trying to find the spell name as well.
You know, the funny thing is, I don't even watch Harry Potter.
You did it perfectly, Abstract.
Perfect timing as well.
Yeah. Perfect timing.
What were we talking about?
Well, I think Vanguard needs this fight right at the moment. Yeah, it's tough fighting against NIP Flash, and they predicted it as well. But yeah, I don't know. If they did predict it, maybe it won't hit their morale so much and they can still come back. Right now, they've already faced off with the Giant, so that's done and dusted.
Yeah, so they can't exactly go any lower than this, right? The biggest Titan done. From this point onwards, we can look up and hope that we'll be able to do even better against the other teams, because after all, this is a new and revamped Vanguard after all, and they are not that they're not an easy prey. It's not like shooting fish in a barrel, at least maybe for NIP Flash it is, but for the other teams, definitely not going to be the case.
Macro-wise though, macro-wise, it was just
no
perfect.
wasted creeps, no wasted
Man,
movements.
Exactly. This is maybe one of the things that separates Team Flash from other teams.
I would definitely agree. But in the meantime, I believe that we're gonna have to have a good understanding as to who is the MVP. Lord Vanix! 15 is to 1 is to 2, with a total of GPM of 869. Nice. And a Q participation of 80%. What are we expecting, right?
I'm wondering if, you know, within NIP Flash, they're just kind of fighting to who's going to be the MVP, because what more do you have to fight for?
Everyone's stepping up.
I guess they're just gonna fight amongst themselves, right? if the opponents, if 5v5 isn't enough, let's make it 6v4. Let's make it 1v9. That is something that I can definitely expect Zarte would tell them to do. You know, it's like your weakness. No, what would he say? Your number one enemy is your team or something like that.
Yourself. Yeah.
Yourself. Yeah. So. Play whatever you want.
Yeah, what's great about Team Flash as well, they know themselves. They know already how they play. Being able to pick up the Sky Piercer early in the game, we have seen Vanix taking the Sky Piercer without even those skills already. He's confident that his team can really put it through. Shows the trust as well as the confidence that they can really take advantage of this item.
And yeah, and like we've seen a lot of other teams pick up this Sky Piercer as well, but none that have utilized this so well as NIP Flash, right? The way that, obviously to Vanix's credit as well, being able to clean up in the team fights, but I think the way that the team enabled him to do that cleanup and to funnel all the gold and the kills into him just to be able to maximize this item and output even more damage. And you have things like, you know, the BOD as well, just to couple that on and keep his snowball going, if not enhancing it even further.
I think that the one thing that we're gonna have to give NIP Flash a huge credit for is that they understood that when it comes down to the Sky Piercer, they gotta have to have that one person to take the stacks, right? Because we're looking at Hades, right, as a Nolan, while we also have a Roger. Both of them are great contenders for the Sky Piercer. In this case, Hades, they pretty much arranged with one another that Hades do not get the Sky Piercer and do not split the stacks away from Vanix and do not try to, you know, kind of change that that funneling that they are trying to do. So I really do appreciate that, even though their team definitely is ahead. Hades can pick up that Sky Piercer, but he chose not to, just so that Vanix will be able to uphold and keep up with the stacks.
Looking at the emblems here as well, right? Curtizi with the more defensive choice of emblems and the way that, you know, he's really playing, like you said, position 4 as in a utility mage just to support his team, right? I guess you can't maybe have a team of all stars, and I think the ability of Flash to have this composition that synergizes with one another, complements each other. Like Vanix, Hades, you guys can go ahead, be the stars, and you have a really, really great support team in the form of Curtizi and obviously Lawsy and Diablo.
Yeah, very well said. Even for the side of Diablo, picking up the Warcry as well as swiftness of coming in from his emblems definitely did contribute with some of the damage on his end whenever he goes for the Primal Wrath. Ejecting out of Vilex, you can definitely expect a lot of those chain lightnings that is going to be stirring up a thunderous roar over to the side of Vanguard. So all in all, we can pretty much say that NIP Flash, they took this fight into Vanguard's home, and Vanguard themselves tried to defend to the best extent, dealing a total of 170,000 damage over to the side of NIP Flash and received a total of 408,000 damage. So you can tell, Vanguard, they are definitely relatively tanky, and they know how they want to kind of cycle their health as much as possible too. So huge shout out over to Nick Stain as well as Ding, the frontliners of the team. They pretty much kept their team intact.
And that's what they've been doing again and again, right? Trying to go into the backline. Unfortunately, NIP Flash was just able to deny that space that they're trying to create and isolate the members of Vanguard so that they cannot take team fights. Now, looking at the top 4 here, obviously Rich Kai and Carry being Lord Vanix himself, Nick Stain as the sandbag, and Curtizi as, like we said, the best support, right? The best wingman here.
I thought that I saw that NIP Flash total damage dealt was somewhere around the 200 mark, right? 231,000. And he himself dealt more than half of that damage, 152,000 damage?
Yeah. Yeah, basically.
Wow, Sky Piercer with full stacks. Man, that elimination, the passive coming in from this item did wonders there for
What the heck? What the heck?
And I think only Lord Vanix be able to pull through that Roger gold lane. We have seen
That is true.
so many players doing the gold lane Roger, but not to the extent that how Lord Vanix managed to perform.
Exactly. We finally managed to see a Roger that worked out. But perhaps is more in the communications that we're gonna have to listen out for. So let's just roll the clip of their mic check and listen out to their comms.
Just on B, on B.
Yeah.
Oh shit. I'm there, I'm there.
We are strong.
Yeah, can win. That's not D.
Nice, guys. Roger top. Nice one. Hey, Teresa no flick.
I'm tanking.
Okay.
Roger low.
There's no flicker.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, blow angry.
Blow angry, bro.
Test a bit.
Go.
Dead.
Loi down ulti.
Can just chill
They all in me,
No, you okay They can't kill you, bro.
Yeah, bro. Hard, bro.
No ulti Loi down.
No, nice.
Can fight.
Nice, guys. Nice.
Let the lock in. Okay.
Vanix, careful, Vanix.
Oh, okay.
Come to me.
Phoenix.
Oh, sorry. There's no flicker.
Wow, he really want you, bro.
Yeah, I think Aura flickers here.
Yeah, wow, this fan. Okay.
Chill, man.
Okay.
Yeah, that's alright.
I can try go assassinate him. Oh shit.
True.
Okay.
There's no flicker.
Let me.
Oh.
Dollar. Nice.
I got.
I can fight. I can fight. Go.
Can. No one.
I thought I died.
It's all Vanix.
Can end, I think.
Yeah, can.
Can end, yeah. Yeah. We just stand next to each other, bro. You cannot burst us, bro.
Kairi.
I can try toss him.
Kairi.
Kairi.
Oh! Game number 1, they didn't even speak much.
Yep. Didn't break a sweat. They were just playing a casual game and having fun.
It's quite literally a casual game. Like they just decided to boot up ML and just press the game. Let's go into a game. It's just that simple.
You can see it in the way that they are, right? They're like sitting back playing when usually you would see players like this.
Right? And then let's not forget about Powerful just playing like that as well, right?
That's just a different MO altogether.
But all in all, I gotta have to say that NIP Flash, they definitely treated game number 1 as a walk in the park. Game number 2, it does definitely seem as though they started to talk a little bit more. So game number 2 must have been a little bit tougher, considering the fact that we did manage to see Vanguard actually win some of these fights, and they did manage to get some pretty decent trade. I'm gonna digress a little bit. I absolutely love the fact that Hades have pretty much been localized. He's just constantly saying chilla. Chilla.
Not Filipino already, ah?
Wow.
Already localized, ah?
This guy is coming for your ass. Like, okay, throwing away your Filipino blood. Well,
yeah.
I mean, I gotta have to say, I absolutely love that, right? But in the meantime, I believe that before we even jump over and toss it over to Moman the Weatherman, we gotta have to give a huge little shout out over to Snapdragon Pro Series, as we do have the registrations for SPS Season 6 is currently open, and it will close on September 8. And for Qualifiers 2, it will close on September 15. So we have a total of 2 qualifiers. One that closes on September 8 when it comes down to registration, and the second qualifier that ends on September 15. As we do have a total of $150,000 in cash and prizes, and a chance to qualify for the first ever mobile master stage in MLBB2.
So if you've missed the registration for Q1, you know, Q2 is tomorrow, September 15th. Abstract still living in the past.
Yeah, it's just chance. Great chance here, actually, for first ever mobile master stage.
We're in mid-September,
Yeah.
mid-September already.
Yes, it is mid-set. Welcome to the present.
I've been living under a rock, clearly. But ladies and gentlemen, that's it for us for this series. We're going to be passing the microphone over to Moman and let him just break down this game.
Hey guys, and how's the weather looking, right? It's not a bird, it's not a plane, it's Lord Vanix on Roger. So how does Roger work for some teams and it doesn't work for other teams? And I think Abstract highlighted that really well in terms of funneling that Sky Piercer ability onto that Roger to get that huge snowball going. And this is Prime Gaming from Team Flash. Just take a look at the clips right here. We see that they are targeting Nick Stain at this point, but Nick Stain unable to go down. But of all people to be here, right? Why of all people at 3 minutes is Diablo here in the first place? Because NIP Flash, they recognize that they don't have enough damage to take down Nick Stain as a target. But if Diablo is around, then everything changes. Nick Stain becomes a viable target. So that's why they go for Nick Stain, despite the fact that they did lose Hades. Of course, they got the kill on Nick Stain. And following that, they got a double kill as well, which was on Ashrid, who needed that snowball, that Fanny, ever so important. And now we look at 6 minutes and 19 seconds into the game, where Vanix is already very far gone. And why is he here? Why is he here? Why is Vanix here? He's here to get the kills that his team has set up for him. And Diablo and Lozy have already done the dirty job of putting Ashrid into this low zone. And now he just goes for this easy killing spree. And now we see that Curtizi is in prime position, right? He has not shown himself. He has not shown himself at all. So he can put the real world manipulation down as and when he wished. And now he sees Fryron and Nick Stain coming in. So he uses the real world manipulation to push away Fryron. He cannot take this team fight. And once that real world manipulation is up, Vanix just swoops in for that easy kill. It takes a lot of work to make that Roger work, but NIP Flash is really making it work. That's a lot of works in one sentence, right? But now, with this fight, Vanix in this bush, there's a lot of target prioritization to think about. In this scenario here, who do you choose? There's Fryron, there's Ashrid, there's Lucian Stain, there's Nick Stain, there's Ding, all five available. And he goes for that key target. Lucian Stain goes down in a blink of an eye. Fryron left unchecked because he has that secondary immortality factor, which is huge. And we see that coming into play. If Vanix went for this what's that hero called again? Aurora, yeah, that ice skating woman. If you went for the Aurora, what would have happened is this is what would have happened. Same thing that would have happened to Diablo and Hades, who are going for Fryron right now, pointing him as a key target. He becomes untargetable, and then you get taken out. So very good targeting coming out from Vanix, making sure that he goes for the correct viable targets, and we will see in the next few stages, in the next clip that is coming. This is another moment where you have to think, right? Who do you go for? Do you go for Nick Stain? Any other team would have went for Nick Stain, thinking that, yeah, he's in front. But looking at Lucian Stain at the back, Vanix is like, yeah, let's go. Hades, you are here. And they just went and funneled the kill onto Vanix. Now, with that, right, there was actually a key factor that Vanguard could have done. If you look at the positioning of Fanny is available to swoop in and get the kills, because in the backline, look at what is happening right here. Ding falls so close to get Hades, as well as Vanix is half HP. They're funding the kills. But while all this is happening, Astrid is taking the middle lane turret here. And this was something that they could have worked on. And look at this. He's all the way in the top lane when I believe the decision was called to back off from the team fight, and there was no further hesitation from Ashrid, but he was the only one who could have escaped, and he was the only one left to tell the tale. And just take a look at this clip right here, right? I'm not even gonna explain what's gonna happen, but Ding goes in, bam. Yeah, Fenix with one hit takes out a Terizla who is at half HP, 12 minutes into the game. That's what these stacks of Sky Piercers would do for you in this game. And that's all we have for Weather Watch today with Lord Vanix. But let's go to Cheryl with her interview downstairs.
So yes, ladies and gents, right now I'm here with Hades. So Hades, I do have a few questions for you. Namely, you know, you've taken part in a few international tournaments thus far, like your SPSs, your M5. You know, has anybody recognized you in Philippines as like, oh my gosh, that's Hades?
Yeah, sometimes when I go to the mall, some people recognize me.
Really? Got take photos with you?
Yeah.
Wow, superstar already. So coming here into season 8, you guys are pretty much the same roster as season 7. So what do you think, you know, will guarantee you guys this win, given that everybody else has changed their roster?
I think as long as we stay consistent and we do our practices, I think we can still win this season.
All right. So, just fun fact, we realized that actually Maki used to be from Geek Fam and you used to be from Geek Fam as well. So, did you guys go into Geek Fam at the same time, or?
No, when I left the Geek Fam, Marky joined the Geek Fam. Yeah.
Oh, so you guys didn't really meet each other.
Yeah.
But it's okay, like y'all can meet each other here. So, when you guys meet next week at the Land of Dawn, will you be giving any special treatment for your fellow Filipino friend?
No mercy.
No mercy. No mercy. Okay, so we're very excited about that. So moving forward, just to learn a little bit more about you, at the very start when you downloaded Mobile Legends Bang Bang, what was the first role that you played?
I think Mage.
Oh, you started off playing Mage. Can you do Kha'Zix's role? We only see you play Roam, right?
Yeah.
Will we be seeing you play mid lane?
Let's see.
Let's see, maybe request from Zarate, put Hades in mid lane. So also, just curious, what was the very first hero you actually spent your BP or diamonds on? The very first hero you bought?
I think the first time I spent in ML is to buy the Freya.
But that's your first hero you bought also?
Yeah.
Oh, same as Diablo. Freya, okay.
Because Freya that time is so strong.
Ah, broken. That's why I must spend. All right. So, what is one hero that you wish to permanently delete of Mobile Legends Bang Bang?
I think Franco.
Franco? Why?
Because I hate when I getting hooked.
What? You get hooked?
Yeah.
But can Fury what? Or the
I use
suppression?
Red 3.
Sorry? Oh, because you use Red 3. Okay, the fear is real. So you wish to delete Franco. Then also, I would like to find out if there's another role that you could play and replace any of your teammates, which role would it be?
I think Gold Lane.
Gold lane? So you can meet Maki, right?
Yeah.
Ah, must be. All right, thank you so much, Hades, for this
Thank
wonderful
you.
interview and congratulations on that win. So yes, guys, that was Hades right here from NIP Flash. Now, next up will be our final game closing off the show where we will see Bleed Esports going up against HomeBois, and we'll see you then.
crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
What is Eve's output?
Oh, my hero, I also don't know.
Yeah, it's my hero, but I don't know.
What? He plays music?
Yeah,
Ulti, he plays music.
My caption is Japanese, I don't know.
The answer is Primora.
Oh, I do remember that.
Easy, easy.
Also,
Optimum Pride.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Just making
It's called
something.
Primora.
Yeah, I think it's
Primora.
P.
I knew it, bro.
Robotics.
Primora.
Oh, okay. Oh.
And the next one is Julian's first skill.
It's one word. I know.
I think it's dagger something.
Oh my god. What's this?
Scythe is correct.
Holy man.
The correct answer is Scythe.
Sight.
One.
True dagger.
The correct answer is Scythe.
I said so.
What do you mean you say it's
No, I said it's either a scythe or a dagger, but it looks like a dagger.
How is that a sign?
One. Yes, Scythe is correct. Correct. Scythe is correct.
Ah.
What is Moscow Open?
Oh.
I know that.
Oh.
Wow.
Nice. Finally got one right.
Spear of Destruction is
Oh yeah.
Spear of Destruction.
Wow.
Close.
Spear destruction, right?
Oh my god, yeah, he's right.
I'm damn good at this lah.
Just call it teleporting spear, bro.
Yes, Spear of Destruction is correct.
What is fear of devil life?
Yes, Spear of Destruction is correct. New hero, 2 seconds game.
I never read. Oh, you play this the most, eh?
Never use that.
Oh shit. Oh.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
12 seconds later.
Lantern Flare.
That's my favorite.
Your favorite hero.
Got Lantern Flare. Lantern Flare. I think it's Lantern Flare.
Lantern flare.
The showering.
Lantern Flare.
Close lah. Oh, you just what? Lantern.
Wow, I'm damn good at this. I'm good at this.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier.
Mmm.
Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
What is Eve's output?
Oh. Oh. Oh, my hero, I also don't know.
Yeah, it's my hero, but I don't know.
What? He plays music?
Yeah, he plays music.
My caption is Japanese, I don't know.
The answer is Primora.
Oh, I do remember that.
Easy, easy.
Also, turns for
Optimum Prime.
I don't know. I don't know. Just making something.
Primora.
yeah,
Ah,
I think
Primora.
it's P.
I knew it, bro.
Robotics.
Primora.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
And the next one is Julian's first skill.
It's one word. I know. I think it's dagger something.
Oh my god. What's this?
Scythe is correct.
Holy man.
The correct answer is Scythe.
Sight.
One.
True dagger.
The correct answer is Scythe.
I said so.
What do you mean you say it's
No, I said it's either a scythe or a dagger, but it looks like a dagger.
How is that a sign?
One. Yes, Scythe is correct.
Nice.
Correct. Scythe is correct.
Ah.
What is Moscow Alton?
Oh.
I know that.
Oh.
Wow.
Nice. Found that one right.
Spear of Destruction is
Oh yeah.
Spear of Destruction.
Wow. Close.
Spear destruction, right?
Oh my god, yeah, he's right.
I'm damn good at this, lah.
Just call it teleporting spear, bro.
Yes, Spear of Destruction is correct.
What is fear of devil life?
Yes, Spear of Destruction is correct. New hero, 2 second skill.
Oh, I never read. Oh, you play this the most, eh?
Never used that.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
12 seconds later.
Lantern Flare.
That's my favorite.
Your favorite hero.
Got Lantern Flare. Lantern Flare. The correct name is Lantern Flare.
I like the flare.
The showering.
Lantern Flare.
Close lah. Oh, you just what? Lantern.
Wow, damn good at this. I'm good at this, ah.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
What is Eve's output?
Oh, my hero I also don't know eh.
Yeah, it's my hero, but I don't know.
What? He plays music?
Yeah, he plays music.
My caption is Japanese, I don't know.
The answer is Primal Run.
Oh, I do remember that.
Easy.
Also, transfer.
Optimum Prime.
I don't know. I'm just making something.
Primal Run.
Yeah,
Ah,
I think
Primal
it's
Run.
P.
I knew it, bro.
Robotics.
Primal Run.
Oh, okay.
And the next one is Julian's first skill.
It's one word. I know. I think it's dagger something eh.
Oh my god.
Oh.
What's this?
Scythe is correct.
Holy man.
The correct answer is Scythe.
Sight.
One.
True dagger.
The correct answer is Scythe.
I say so.
What do you mean you say it's
No, I say it's either a scythe or a dagger, but it looks like a dagger.
How is that a sign?
One. Yes, Scythe is correct. Correct. Scythe is correct. What is Moscow Autumn?
Oh.
guys, and welcome back to MPL SG Season 8. Right now, we're here at Week 2, Day 1, and we're at the final match closing off today's show. So speaking of which, we'll be seeing the likes of two teams. One, namely HomeBois SG, whose current overall standings is at 2 points to their name, and we have Bleed Esports, who's currently finding themselves in unfamiliar territory with 0 points to their name. So, to make sure that they head on over to the playoffs to fulfill their playoff aspirations, this match in itself is extremely crucial. Let's take a look at the wonderful players, starting off with Bleed Esports. Now, definitely when it comes to all of these players right here from Bleed, they're looking to fight tooth and nail for every single point they possibly can to keep their playoff aspirations alive. Now, going up against Bleed Esports, let's check out the players from HomeBois SG. Now, HomeBois SG has seen great momentum over in Week 1 where they secured 2 points. Now, can they continue and steamroll on all of these wonderful wins? Now, right here we see a brand new roster change with Coach Nakra in the room. Can he lead his team to victory? So let's check out what they have to say from our casters. Take it away, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back over to the 4th series of today. My name is Abstract. Once again, together with me is Scrubby Cheeks as well as Deadeye. We have got a show on the road over here, as we do have Nakra that have just joined us onto MPL SG as a player this time. So he's gonna be onto the roamer side. So at least when it comes down to HomeBois, you know, what kind of changes do you think it will make, considering the fact that we have their original roamer, Kazuya, taken out?
Yeah, another playing coach. So it takes a toll also to have these two roles in a single play, being a coach as well as being a player. I'm not sure. I haven't seen yet Nakra really play. Kazuya, he did a pretty good job controlling the team as well. But Nakra, looking forward.
Honestly, I would love to see how this game would eventually turn out, especially since they are going up and facing off against Bleed. So, Scrubby Cheeks, tell us a little bit more about Bleed.
Yeah, I mean, the roster here, we have dominating on the EXP lane, Folkmar, Jungle, Kiwi, Mid, J, Roam, as well as FMM Gold lane. So nothing new here. You know, we saw this team as well last week playing. And according, you know, to the standings right now, they are at the bottom, right? Somewhere at the bottom. And it's difficult because this is them being at the 3rd place last season as Bleed, as a team. So the stakes are pretty high because they want to be able to play well and, you know, keep their chance at playing at the playoffs.
Understandably, when it comes down to Bleed Esports, they have shown how strong they were. And of course, with FMM in the gold laner this time, of course, we're gonna have to look out for them. But in the meantime, on the other side, HomeBois SG. Did I walk out through this?
Yeah, Hazard here on the EXP, Astro on the jungle, Ryzen here in the mid. Again, the surprise player, playing coach Nakra is joining us in the roam. And of course, Marcus in the gold. So now this team, they have surprises. Of course, their performance against Frontyardigans on Week 1. They have won that series, stretch into the game 3. Now up against on the day 2 there, Team Evil. They fortunately lost there in the sweep. But here, against the side of Team Bleed Esports right now, it's going to be a challenging time for them because Team Bleed, they have the imports here. And we know the impact of imports as well.
Yeah, so honestly, at this point in time, I'm just kind of wondering how would their, synergy together as a team is going to be like. How much have they played with Nakra? That is mostly gonna be my question. But for now, I believe that we do have a head-to-head video that we are going to be rolling right out between Bleed SG versus HomeBois SG.
Because I'm not sure who Hazard or Hazard is, so I'm not sure. Because at least Vilno Kyo came from MDL, so we kind of slightly know how he plays. But for him, I don't know where he came from, so we shall see. Playing against HomeBois was not really that easy during the last season, as they were quite a strong team also lah. I was surprised that HomeBois didn't make it for playoffs, as they have imports in the goal lane and the EXP, and yeah, they lost to full Singaporean teams.
Maybe last season I would say they didn't find their identity well enough. I realized that they only did perform well when Gale was on his comfort heroes, for example the Hellcat, etc. So when Gale wasn't given a comfort hero, I think the trio mid tend to falter around the rotations. But I guess their good pick was the Novaria, as they could control the map well with them. But I would say now with a new trio mid of Palos, Kiwi, and who's the room? Jay, I think it wouldn't be an issue because Jay still is a veteran and Kiwi is still a very good mid laner. And Palos is an excellent assassin jungler, so I would say there won't be much issue, I think, transitioning to this season. Like I said, I think actually maybe we might give them a good fight since they are also a new team. But like I said, their coaching staff and everything is on another par. So I would say we should struggle against them, but hopefully we wouldn't.
They have a good player like FFM and Kiwi, right? So both the two of guys can carry the team like last season, and you guys they will carry the team. But I think this team will compete for top 4. Same with us. HomeBois will try to compete to top 4. But yeah, just wait and see what happened in regular season.
I think we have waited, and now it is time for us to see Nakra himself playing. I guess that is probably like a premonition for the fact that he knows that, okay, I'm going to be playing. I want to play. I'm not too sure what exactly is gonna be the story behind it though, but I'm of course very interested to find out exactly how Nakra will be playing together with his team, especially on the roaming position, which we all will definitely agree that the roam position is undoubtedly one of the toughest role to play because of your communication with your teammates.
I do think communication as a point is really important though, because as a coach sometimes you draft for the team and you have a game plan in mind, but right now you're the one to execute it. So speaking of that, we're gonna see if in our minds whether they will be able to execute it, but looks like the odds fall in Bleed's favor.
Did I put one there? Oh yeah, I think so.
Man doesn't remember his predictions.
No. I gotta explain, man. Of course, HomeBois SG, again, they surprised me, to be honest. I thought that was a sweep win for the side of Frontyardigans on week 1, but they did actually pretty good there. So there's the one there. There's
still the one.
There's the hope.
That's the one. So that is at least the respect over to the side of HomeBois SG, right? But how about you guys though, the viewers? It does seem like we do have 68% that is rooting for Bleed, while we have 32% that is rooting for HomeBois SG. If only we have that one more. Just heading over to the Bleed side. Just one more, 1%. That would be nice. But regardless, okay, Abstract clearly, maturity stance is all the way down low. And noting on that fact, Bleed versus HomeBois SG is definitely a game that we are expecting to see, and how well this game is going to turn out for every single one of us as well. when it comes down to today's games thus far, you know, since we are 3 series in already and we're coming into the last series of the day, is there any picks, hero picks that you thought that came out nicely, or any heroes that have managed to come in nicely, piloted nicely today?
Today?
Yeah, just for today. You know, anything that you believe, you know, heroes or, you know, a team draft. What do you think surprised you the most, or what do you think is good today, like the flavor of the day?
The flavor of the day, I think still it haunts me that Hanabi Lolita did not connect. You're mentioning about, of course, the good ones, right?
But yeah, we can talk about this as well. We can talk about that.
Hanabi and Lolita combo, I thought that was super, super OP, but then now the teams, I think this is great, that the teams right now knows how to revolve around this composition as well. They know how to counter already this kind of OP duo.
How about you, Scrubby?
Yeah, I mean, same, right? I think it's great to see the teams adapt to that. And also, I feel like the picks that we didn't see as quite as successful last week are looking a bit better today. Like the Phobias, for example. I think we saw it being picked conditionally, but being not, you know, played to its fullest extent. And maybe the Roger as well. But today we're seeing completely different plays on some of these heroes.
Right. I mean, when it comes down to Roger, I think that Lord Vanix, we can kind of put him away, right? He's kind of like an exceptional.
I mean, it doesn't matter what hero he plays.
Exception. Yeah, you can just let him play whatever that he wants. He will probably be able to land it, right? I think at this one point in time, previous season, he played like EXP lane.
Previous season?
Yeah.
Unorthodox role?
Yeah,
No way.
they kind of swapped their roles.
I see.
Hades played Kaja in the role, if I remember correctly. I wasn't casting that day, but I tuned in the stream and I was like, what is going on here?
Did Vanix get a role swap?
Yeah, it's like the entire team got themselves a role swap. I was just thinking, oh, what exactly is going on? So honestly, it is definitely something like that. At least for me, right? It is the resurgence, or rather the appearance of Gatokacha.
Yep.
Definitely not something that I was expecting, since Gatokacha is definitely really good when it comes down to sustainability and, of course, being able to retaliate back. However, not exactly very good against assassins, which is why I'm actually kind of surprised that Gatokacha surfaced out in an assassin meta. But in the meantime, let's take a look at the draft now. We are looking at a Purple and Koopa ban. Okay, Purple and Koopa ban, we've got the Roger as well as Chip that has been thrown into the banning pool, as well as a Ling.
Wow. I'm surprised for this ban though. the PNK. I mean, there's so many meta heroes right now. Up for grabs to ban it out. Like, you know, Hayabusa if you want to go for the Assassin, or the Hylos, or the Zask.
You know, the funny
PNK
thing,
though?
Yeah, I think that this is kind of like a very weird respect ban. Because I remember from last week, day 2, Imba DJ actually drafted the Purple and Koopa for Folkma in the jungle. Although I don't remember how well that worked out.
I don't think they managed to
They
secure
were
that.
obliterated. It was Team Flash. Man,
they were fighting against Team Flash.
I think so, because their draft there is to shut down Hades, all of the assassins there. So no more assassins available. Go for the PNK.
Huh? Really? No more assassins?
Well, that's their game plan.
Well,
I
it is what it
viable
is,
assassins,
right?
yeah.
Viable assassins, all right. Gushin is pretty viable too, to a
Gushin?
certain extent. Amon.
Amon, correct. Those are assassins as well.
Exactly. So, you know, when it comes down to the assassins or the lack thereof, I think that is kind of interesting how they have decided to bring the Purple and Koopa into the mix. But regardless, it's out, so let's not talk about that. HomeBois SG has drafted a Hylos first pick, and Bleed responded with a Zask and a Nolan pick for themselves. Pretty much understandable thus far. Edith, at this point in time, is still currently pretty available, and so is Fervius.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's the Zask, like we've been talking about to no end today. Hylos and Zask always winding up as the first picks here. Really taking that away from HomeBois SG. Earlier on also, I was thinking about, you know, Nakra playing as the coach here. Oh, Hayabusa locked in. I do think that so far, HomeBois SG, if we're talking about, you know, the way that they are synergizing, I think Coach Nakra coming into the mix here really presents an opportunity for them to be able to draft and execute the game plan. Hold up a second. It's gonna be a Freya locked in for HomeBois.
Oh my god. When it comes down to Freya, okay, so the question is if whether they actually want to see a Freya in the... Okay, the fact that they have a higher booster, that means that Freya is going to go into the EXP lane. So EXP Freya is great at just ragdolling the opponents, right? You pretty much win in every lane. Or rather, you pretty much win in a lot of EXP laners. But we have seen before the interaction between Freya and this one very unorthodox EXP laner, which unfortunately I don't think we'll be able to see it today because now Furvy has been picked. But just for the sake of it, Aweless. Aweless with the Warcry apparently does do very well against Freya. I'm surprised too, but I don't know how that works. It just works.
But okay, I thought this is too early to show from HomeBois SG the Freya here. So many they can go for the counters actually against the Freya on the EXP. But then again, Phobius is still top tier in the list when it comes to EXP heroes. So why not?
Yeah, and looking at the draft now, I mean, adding Phobius to that as well, doubling down on their ability to team fight. Nothing too special or surprising coming out from Bleed, given that they're picking mostly the meta heroes. But I think Folkmar playing on this Nolan here is something that we have not seen him play just yet last week. So seeing how he'll perform on this, you know, bursty assassin kind of hero compared to something like the Popo and Koopa or the Thamus that he played last week is something that might be interesting. They're going to go into the second ban phase here, taking out the Diggy for themselves. So indicating, you know, maybe something in the second phase here that might be hinting at some form of heavy CC that they're going for. And HomeBois going ahead to ban out the Moskov.
Yeah, interesting. I gotta have to say, when it comes down to heavy CC compositions, it's either gonna be a Tigreal, Minotaur, and in a very off chance, an Atlas, right? We haven't seen an Atlas in the longest time already, but it's always nice to have kind of like a breath of fresh air to see an Atlas joining into the mix. But HomeBois SG doesn't seem like they are remotely interested in banning any of these rumors. They only want to target this one player, and that is FMM.
Right now, they are, like you said, Abstract, gonna go ahead and lock in the Tigreal. So having that really huge frontline potential. We saw today Evil, Powerful playing a phenomenal game as well on that Tigreal. His ability to set up the fights as well as peel for his teammates. Coupled with that zone potential from the Zas, they're going to be able to create you know, an area that they can fight within, and Phobius diving deep into the backline as well. Nolan coming in for the cleanup. HomeBois is going to respond here with a Valentina, so not sure what that mid pick oh no, going on a big Zas actually, so being able to have that EXP lead for themselves, but also with the ability to steal away some of these ultimates, like the Implosion, like the Dominator's Descent.
Mincitar?
Mincitar.
Freya, Mincitar, okay. Wow.
Okay, I'm not expecting that, considering the fact that when it comes down to dashing heroes, it's only just the Nolan. But speaking of Nolan, yes, the dash is definitely important for Nolan to dash in and out of battles, but I don't expect to see a Mincitar Wait, hold on a second. Gold lane? Is it a gold lane Freya?
Possibly?
I think it's the gold lane Freya.
Yeah.
Roam
EXP
Hylos and EXP Mincitar.
Can also flex Mincitar on the Roam. EXP Hylos.
EXP Hylos Mincitar Roam.
Yeah.
That could be possible too. So at this point in time, it's really just a lot of play arounds.
Okay.
Per se. So now Bleed. They finished up the entire lineup with a carry into the mix. Boys and girls, what do you guys think? Who has got the better draft here?
Carry for the late game for sure. Tankbuster can go for the counter against a Freya, against a Mincitar here with a good positioning from this hero. But when it comes to a team fight though, King's Calling, you have as well the Glorious Pathway. You can see that one, but the damage, will it be there?
Is it? Definitely doesn't seem like it would be that way, at least in the early stages, unless they actually just throw the Freya into the pack of hungry wolves. I can expect the Freya just constantly going in, go for trades, and sacrifice herself in the midst. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the draft between HomeBois SG versus Bleed. How's that gonna turn out? Let's take a look into the Land of Dawn.
Game number 1. Show on the road here. It's HomeBois up against Bleed. You know, very interesting drafts already that we're seeing here. I do think one thing about Bleed's, HomeBois SG's lineup also is that, yeah, with the Freya and Mincetar, you do get a lot of control and mobility, but the thing is you are...
Oh.
Ooh, hold on.
Early aggression coming in from Jay. First blood against the playing coach. Okay.
Not a great start, for sure.
That was quick.
Indeed. Well, I think we had a world record here in the Season 8. I'm not sure if that's going to be the quickest first blood.
I'm not too sure about that. Season 8, probably. But
yeah,
SG, probably not.
Jay also suffering this damage, but still managed to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We had a long game today that didn't have the first blood for the longest time, and now within the first minute, we already see one. I think HomeBois, with this lineup here, they are very melee-based as well, so having to get close to the lineup of Bleed Esports here, yes, they have that control, but it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to advance and take these fights, even with the mobility of the Glorious Pathway.
So at this point in time, with only 1 minute and 30 seconds in, HomeBois SG is extremely aggressive with Astro onto the Hayabusa. First, it was eyes onto Jay, and then now constantly eyes onto the middle lane. HomeBois SG definitely wants to set a precedence here by creating a little bit of that river control in order to get themselves an early lead into the turtle take.
Right now, I mean, they're waiting, as you said, the turtle has spawned, and it looks like Nakra gonna go ahead, position himself around that turtle to see if they can take it. But I do believe that, you know, Bleed are also in not just yet a position to contest it, because right now they are level 3 on Kiwi and on Jay as well.
Both of them at level 3, but at least when it comes down to the turtle, if the turtle goes down, or in fact doesn't even need one.
Oh, Nakra again out of position, been picked off. Deja vu. I think this positioning coming in from Nakra just taking a lot of toll here for HomeBois SG in the early stages of the game. Now it opens up for this neutral objective as well.
Yeah, it's gonna go the way of Folkmar here, this turtle, but Dominic.
Oh, there's gonna be a Hazard going to back out. Burst damage coming from Folkmar. Still not going to push through here, not a pickoff. But still, again, a big advantage here we can see from Team Lead under 3 minutes.
Down at the bottom lane, all markers under the Freya. This is something that we wanted to see, right? Gold lane Freya. Definitely gonna be super interesting. But unfortunately, a melee hero going up against a carry. Normally, carry doesn't get lane priority, especially because of a short range. But right now, we're not gonna be looking at that at all, because melee versus a short range carry.
Yeah.
We definitely know that carry would have a very good opportunity to actually whittle down the health of a Freya.
Oh, Dominator's Descent, Glorious Pathway has been used as well, but that is a quick pick-off coming in from Bleed as well. Cannot escape with too much slows from the DD, and now all Marcus being bullied down by FMM as well.
Speaking of Dominator's Descent, I think Bleed so far has been absolutely dominating this early game, you know. Not to mention that 5 kills that they've already racked up to their name here, and Folkmar as well. 2 levels ahead of Astro and starting to take all the resources he can from the jungle of HomeBois SG.
Right out at the start of the game, we already have a total of 5 deaths from the side of HomeBois SG, and definitely looking pretty darn grim, with a lot of those kills already fueled over to the side of Kiwi, which does have a total of 3,100 gold, building up into that glowing wand. This is going to be quite a bit of a problem when it comes down to Nakra as well as all Marcus, because of their shield and their healing properties, unable to make help them keep them alive in the midst of the battle.
Astro here at the jungle, waiting for the next turtle to spawn. Earlier on, I think he just gave up completely. The turtle was on a different side, decided to maybe, you know, go for a gank possibly or some objectives here, but now...
With the explosion there, clears pathway again for Nakra, but it's not enough. The sustainability is for naught. As double kill coming in from Dominic, finishing the play there, and going to go for the zone as well. Free turtle once again here for the side of Bleed, and Astro cannot even... Oh, no way! I thought he could not penetrate, but just like that, a steal on that neutral objective.
Beautiful play coming from the side of Astro. He knew the perfect timing to go straight in for that, but in the meantime, down to the bottom lane.
Surrounded by Team Bleed, making the map red there. He's out of position. Again, no support from the teammates. And as Folkmar on the top side as well, Shadow Kill has been popped. Astro manages to dance his way out.
Almost getting the kill on the side of Folkmar. It would have been great if he managed to. Considering the fact that he was only at level 7 and Folkmar at 9, it would be able to put quite a bit of a pause over to Folkmar's economy.
Right now, I mean, speaking of economy, right, super important that Astro, he was just waiting and thought maybe they were giving up, but letting Bleed actually do the work before he just came in for that steal. So at least getting one objective as sort of a consolation prize to get them back slowly into this game.
You know, my concern right now, Abstract here, the scaling from HomeBois SG, will they be able to have the scaling capability, especially during the later stage of the game?
It's definitely gonna be a little bit tough for them, right? They don't really have a very good hero that can actually pace them from the mid stages of the game. In the early game, technically, we can expect a little bit of damage. In the meantime, bottom lane, Jay.
Okay, again, surrounded there by Team Bleed. Time and time again, they have been outplayed from this skirmishes. I mean, I think I can see how scattered right now HomeBois SG is across the map.
Yeah, but I mean, they did manage to take 2 down from the side of Bleed, right? So a little bit of consolation there. I think even though FMM now playing the long game, taking down, playing the macro game and taking down the turret on the top side, forcing HomeBois to respawn once again. But I'm interested off of the back of that fight, that skirmish, to see how HomeBois is going to play around their team fighting potential here, especially as the next turtle is spawning up. They do have Ryzen, you know, Valentina with the ability to steal those implosions from the side of Bleed and create that opening for HomeBois SG.
Now, this is the first time we see that HomeBois SG going to go for the turtle. Here comes the team fights. King Cockling has been used as well. Look at the damage here. Very healthy for the side of HomeBois. This time around, they took Jay's life there, plus as well the turtle.
And now, of course, with the middle lane being under siege by the side of HomeBois SG, Nakra goes down to the hands of Kiwi. And that is just how Bleed will want to fight back against HomeBois to make sure that things are not going to be as easy as they wanted to.
Astro almost getting that one-on-one onto Dominic here, but wasn't quite able to finish that off. I think with the regen and the lifesteal sustain coming out from Dominic as well. Now, the turtle take was also interesting, right? It was also almost as if HomeBois SG created this zone of all-out brawl around the turtle and managed to take down Jay in that fight. Together with that, also nailed the objective for themselves.
I mean, we are looking at what, 7-0. Hold on a second. Middle lane, never mind. Nakra, you know, getting a little bit of a hurry from the side of Bleed. But HomeBois SG, they really want to take control of the middle lane as much as possible, right? And Bleed is, of course, responding in kind as well. They did manage to unlock all of their side laners and really just making sure that they are constantly just walking around the river line. Bleed is definitely making things a little bit tough for HomeBois.
Yeah, interesting though, for Nakra, he prioritized the cursed helmet. We all know that he's been picked off time and time again, not prioritizing the defense, but instead the cursed helmet for his prio item. Interesting.
Does he have got the Thunderbelt? That is the question.
Oh, there you go.
Wait, did he finish the cursed helm or was it just the molten essence?
It's the finished item, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's been bursted down time and time again. I think he needs those defenses up instead of those AoE damage.
Yeah, so unfortunately, that is where Nakra will definitely have a lot more difficulty and will definitely see a huge gap between the roamers from HomeBois SG to Bleed themselves. So from this point onward, because of the fact that Nakra have got only a single man stun and pretty much a glorious pathway to send his team to death, I don't think that HomeBois SG will be aggressive anymore unless being led by heroes such as Freya or perhaps a solo assassination attempt from the Hayabusa.
At this moment, I think we're talking about as we approach, the mid game as well. Hold on.
Oh, Dominic with that Infernal Pursuit, trying to zone out everyone, caught into the hands of that implosion. Wreak havoc against the side of HomeBois SG. Look at the sustain here from Team Bleed, still looking for more. Astro will be the second one again to fall. Ryzen, solo survivor in the bloody scrimmage, coming in from the side of Team Bleed.
That was a zero casualty fight from the side of Bleed. Gotta have to say that charge initially from the side of Jay as well as Dominic, just creating so much momentum for the team, created an amazing fight right at the river line, being able to catch two members right off the bat.
Now the lore is pushing through as well on the top side. Holy Shield will pop, and now Dominic has been caught there. And just in time here, the Winter's Crown has been activated here. Counter attack with the side of Team Bleed. Where's the damage though? But it's gonna be Nakra first kill at this game. Kiwi going to go back here with a DD as well. Popping up the Vengeance by the spell. Hazard, however, too late for the King's Calling.
Almost there for the kill on the side of FMM. We do have got Astro that managed to find a very good opportunity to jump over to the back lines of FMM and just launch the Ogi Shadow kill down onto FMM. But unfortunately, he didn't manage to converge together with the rest of his team and share the bulk of the damage.
Yeah, Astro did a great job there, right? I mean, identifying that opportunity and jumping in. We have here the instant replay coming up here. You can see the pull onto Dominic and all the attention diverted to him while Astro dives in the backline, popping that Ouija Shadow kill for Nakra to, I guess, just pick that up on the way. Probably not intentional. Dominator's Descent used here to zone out to prevent the further engage from the side of HomeBois. I guess, with the melee heroes we were talking about, it does give them a bit of a high ground in terms of protecting their base here, where Bleed is forced almost into that zone, especially with the King's Calling, to fight an all-out brawl with HomeBois. But I think the worry here with the previous fight also is that when HomeBois comes in, it's almost like maybe they're playing into Bleed, because you go in for a brawl in the faces of Bleed, and then you take maybe an implosion to the face. And all this time, you just have FMM and Kiwi, zoning, and especially Folkmar as well, dealing that damage to you from afar.
Amazing point, right? Because when it comes down to HomeBois SG, they want to duel. While for side of Bleed, they are really good at controlling areas. They deny areas with the help of Dominic just constantly jumping on the people. The longer the fight lasts, the better it is for Phoveus. Well, in the meantime, we also do have Kiwi that have got the DD. You can just pretty much laser down quite literally anyone and everyone, unless Nakra is the one that managed to hold on to the aggro of the DD's laser beams. And only after that, Jay comes in, and that is just a perfect opportunity for Folkmar as well as Dominic to just go completely haywire with whatever damage that they have. And it doesn't help that the Hylos is just not tanky at all.
And the thing is, right now, Nakra on the Hylos is the only one who really is playing for that defensive game, right? He's the only one with the Cursed Helmet, as well as that Immortality. I think it was Hazard on the Mincetar that only has a Thunder Belt. So having Nakra there, and it's shown that he can't soak up all that damage. And right now, FMM has completed his Holy Trinity build. Hold on!
Implosion at 2! Follow-up instantly there, coming in from Team Bleed, and 2 were deleted against HomeBois SG. Look at the zone coming in from Dominic as well. FMM your auto attacks and use that glorious pathway to just disengage.
The plans were completely foiled as all Marcus and Hazard was looking for an opportunity to just jump onto the opponent's backlines and hoping that no one were to enter their brush. Although I gotta have to say it is definitely a death wish, as both of them doesn't have very good mobility to run out the moment that someone actually enters the brush.
What?
Oh!
What was that stun? Was that Kiwi?
Astro just dead the minute he was going into the back lines there. And look at this one. This is going to be the defense right now with the King's Calling. Will it be able to hold this time around? Jay with Implosion once again. Counter Implosion here. Coming in from HomeBois SG. Kiwi here going in with the DD, with the damage, with the slows. Hazard's doing his best here to hold the ground. But will he be able to do so? The Crips are still going in. Going to go for this hold. Solo survivor dead. Bleed Esports pushes through, takes the game 1.
An absolute walk in the park for Bleed Esports. Ended the game with a 10,000 gold advantage. Bleed started the game with a lot of farm and kills going over to the side of Kiwi that is playing as the Zask. This is definitely disaster for the opponents. I mean,
nice.
I see what you did there.
What did
I
I do?
see what you did.
Wait, what
Nice.
did I do?
Disaster?
Disaster. I like it though. Give it up. Go.
Disaster.
Zask.
Disaster.
Disaster.
Oh my goodness. I was actually just... Okay, never mind. Go.
I'm a bloody genius.
You are.
I pull off puns without trying to pun. I'm off to a great start as a dad.
Lumos!
Let's turn off the lights. But yeah, it's definitely a disaster for the side of HomeBois SG. And all in all, you know, I think that this is a very straightforward game, right? HomeBois SG just probably don't have a proper game plan. Technically speaking, I can get what they're trying to do, although it's kind of like a surface level kind of thing. They want to they want to play in an area like the opponents as well. They want to drop the King's Calling and allow Freya to go ham within of the King's Calling, because no one can get out nor in through a dash ability. But when it comes down to actually locking down the opponents, that doesn't seem like it is going to be the way, as even when we saw Ryzen stealing away the Implosion, it still wasn't enough, which is quite a pity. But in the meantime, we are moving on to take a look at the MVP. MVP whom?
It's Kiwi. Yes, I know it. I already predicted twice already. Yeah, it's Kiwi. Kiwi.
You want to be alone on the desk?
11-0-8 with a kill participation of 82% here. And almost at his full build as well, together with a Winter Crown already built for protection, you know, just in case anyone were to come near, he has that, you know, ability to prolong that fight in his life for a little while more.
At this point in time, DD is not an offensive ability for the side of Kiwi. He's just saving it up and knowing that, okay, I'm dying, let me just pop the DD and look, I'm fine again. That is really just mostly what Zas players does, right? Because even when you are not popping the DD, you essentially still deal quite a lot of damage. You can have a pretty nice stun in the DD as well. So, well, all in all, you do have very different applications if in and out of your ultimate. Now, in the meantime, of course, when it comes down to the itemizations, we talked about that immortality, we talked about that cursed helm. It didn't really quite work out that well. We wanted to see more of that Thunderbelt and moving on to more conventional tanky items in order to really work with the High Loss. Back then, it was definitely a good item because of the fact that High Loss placed in the jungle, you wanted some damage, But now, High Loss is going to be a monster tank stacking up onto the Thunderbelt with his very natural stat growth that gives him a lot of max HP.
I think also interesting that Nakara went for the Vengeance here, considering how they might have wanted to play into the enemy, right? And front line just kind of bash right at them. Usually we see Hylos nowadays going for the Revitalize for a bit of sustain. Maybe that was something that would have kept them alive longer, but I think, like you said, the defenses were not there. 1, 9, and 2. Extremely difficult for him to soak out all the damage that was being put out by the side of Bleed. And obviously, on the side of Bleed, you can see just the amount of offensive that they have and the damage that they can output in the form of three people, right? Folkmore, you have Kiwi as well as FMM.
You know, in the meantime, I'm actually kind of surprised to see that Hazard went for a full-out fighter emblem as well, with a tenacity, the Festival of Blood, as well as Brave's Smite. Definitely, we haven't seen like a emblem build that's full-on red for the longest time ever. Mostly, we are looking at people double-dipping a little bit of tenacity, just kind of taking it out here and there. But regardless, you know, we do have got HomeBois SG that didn't manage to get this formula to work out. I thought that Astro would be able to do a relatively decent job considering the fact that he stole the turtle. I thought that is going to be a testament to how the game is going to work out for Astro as an assassin, as a Hayabusa. Because we know that when it comes down to this meta of assassins, the assassins are relatively self-sufficient.
I mean, he tried, right? I think we saw him go in the backline a couple of times, but there just wasn't quite enough for HomeBois SG to close the gap and also clean up the kills and the opportunities that Astro created. Even though maybe it should have been the reverse, right? He comes in for the cleanup, but I think he was doing a lot of the damage, which we might see later on as well.
Yeah, that is true. So regardless of all of that, with a 14 minutes and 50 seconds game, in fact, I thought that this game could have been a lot earlier for Bleed to actually take away, right? One thing that I am actually surprised as well when it comes down to the draft of Bleed is how they have decided to pick up the carry, right? We didn't manage to really talk too much about this carry pickup, but because of the fact that the Diggy was banned, we saw how the Tigreal was picked out. It seemed as though they would just want to play for an all-out teamfight composition using a Phoveus, a Kizask, as well as a Tigreal. But a random carry came out from absolutely nowhere to seem like they just wanted to counter against that Hylos.
And also for the rest of the fighter, personally, Carry is good against fighters who really want to go into the front lines there. He has the slow skill set as well. But then again, I'm looking forward for the HomeBois SG. If you can see it in paper, the draft. Just imagine this one. King's Calling perfectly been laid down. You have the Glorious Pathway. It's really too difficult to retreat in that area of FF. You have the slows coming in from Glorious Pathway. You cannot dash out as well. But we did not see that happen very often in that game.
Yeah, I think it's mostly because of the fact that Nakra found himself taken down before fights even happened, right? I would say that it is definitely a great sight to see from a roamer that constantly wants to tag the opponents and constantly wants to give your teams a vision of the opponents.
And he ends up being the sandbag. I mean, no surprises here, right? Amongst the rest of them, Rich Guy being Folkmore, Kiwi the carry, as well as Jay, the wingman, setting up those fights as well in the engages for Team Bleed.
Now, of course, with the end of game number one thing's for sure is that I do want to see a little bit of a change when it comes down to the draft. At HomeBois SG, they went all in for a dual-style composition, which unfortunately didn't play very well with a teamfight-based composition coming from the side of HomeBois SG, especially since high ground is definitely an issue. We can pretty much have everyone fighting in the front lines, but Bleed have someone in the back lines, while HomeBois SG doesn't.
Yeah, we're going to see in the highlights how exactly, again, that match played out here. I think this was earlier on in the game, 2 minutes, where you can see Nakra falling again and again. At this point, 2 deaths and Kiwi already starting to rack up those kills for himself.
Yeah, so right off the bat, you know, we did manage to see that glorious pathway, right? But once again, it is always going to be that glorious pathway to death because of the way that HomeBois SG managed to capture the lead for their team. So even if there's a glorious pathway, even if there is a Hylos that is very strong in the meta, you wouldn't want to just run right into the faces of the enemies. This is probably one of the few times that they managed to score a pretty decent kill. Although it is still a roamer, hey, a kill is a kill, value is to value.
Yeah, this might have been the one or later Lord where they found them in the bushes. Actually, no, this is the one where Marcus managed to get one up on them.
I just realized this. The carry was the last pick, right?
Yeah.
The carry was picked into the Minsadar? That's funny.
Well, personally, for me, I think FMM has the Purify as well. So,
but you can't dash out of the...
True.
The funnier thing is, I think in a lot of these fights, FMM actually went untouched. You can see his positioning right here. Okay, fine.
Except for this one.
Except for this one. Astral did catch him in the back line. I think they still did. Did they close the kill? No, it wasn't this one. They didn't manage to close the kill. So again, FMM gets a win. I think in the later fights, you can also see in the game closing fight that he was completely untouched alongside Kiwi as well, just staying in the back line, dishing out the damage, feeding off that implosion that Jay sets up for them.
Yeah, so time and time again, it is all about that high ground advantage, right? Just a single marksman can make such a big difference. At least when it comes down to the second series that we saw today, where Lunox was being picked to go over to the gold lane, it still made sense because it is a mage after all, and all you need to do is, I mean, you still have got a range to your spell, but putting a Freya into the gold lane, you gotta have to compensate that for something else, as their mid lane definitely couldn't really catch up to that kind of speed, especially since Valentina, wait for it, is another hero that is short-ranged. So literally the entire team is short-ranged. And it's very difficult for them to even close up the gaps, for them to even touch HomeBois SG. As such, it's kinda a very questionable draft from the side of HomeBois SG, while in the meantime, Bleed SG is mostly just a carry that's questionable. But hey, maybe Moment will be able to tell us a little bit more about what's questionable and what's not. Off to you.
Hello guys, and I'm gonna have to disagree with the desk on this one, right? I really like HomeBois draft, and we'll see why later on, all right? So in this first clip here, right, we see Astro just getting caught up, and this is a situation where Astro, as a Hayabusa player, it should not have happened, and Tigreal just getting that kill, that Glorious Pathway being used, it's not going to provide any value. So there was an easy triple kill in that early game. But now that we have the later stages of the game that we'll be seeing later on, especially this first turtle fight, right? We see the value of King's Calling coming out, but it was just not the correct timing. They couldn't fight that 5-on-5 because if you take a look at the minimap right now, where is Freya's positioning? He is all the way at the bottom lane. It's not like when Vanix was playing Roger or when someone else is playing this kind of unconventional gold lane where you want to be with your team as much as possible. That farm is not a priority. The team fight becomes the priority. And now we see the King's Calling and the Glorious Pathway being used. That's a huge area of control coming in from the side of HomeBois. And of course, right now, it does not convert to anything in their favor. Astro does get the turtle steal. Yes, it's a consolation prize, but we will see later on in this clip right here, in this later clip right here at the bottom lane, where they finally use the King's Calling in their favor. You see that Folkmar is already down and Jay is helpless to help Folkmar at all. So at this point, this is where things should have turned around for HomeBois because they have reached their 5-man death ball status, and they were gonna try and play that 5-man death ball status as much as possible. And once again, we see that King's Calling value. The moment that Infernal Pursuit was popped by Dominic, it is halted by that King's Calling. So there is no more incoming damage, and they managed to convert that into a turtle kill and a lot more kills as well. And if they manage to chase down a few more players, this would have been in their favor. And this is the pitiable turning point that I feel that was in the game. Armakis and Nakara, they were getting chased down by Dominic, who was using that Infernal Pursuit, and Hazard was in position with King's Calling. He could have helped, but look at him, just zoning on that mid lane, and just a bit too late, that King's Calling not being able to find that space. He should have known that the entire game was focused on him. That entire counter ability is all on him, because that's a lot of pressure for one player. Because Folkmar, Dominic, and FMM, that's 3 players of Bleed that he has to focus on. And right now, with that King's Calling finding no value, that just set up Bleed for such a great chase down because now they don't have anything to worry about. And it's just all about that King's Calling timing for HomeBois. They were just based around this one thing. And it was really hard for HomeBois to execute it well. But when they do, once again, another fight, right? King's Calling not available. And this is a situation where the Hylos is up and running. Astro is up at full capacity. This is the potential of what could have been. That glorious pathway, zoning everything out. Astro going for FMM in that backline. This is the ideal scenario for HomeBois that they were hoping for. But while all this is happening, King's Calling was not available by Hazard because it has a long cooldown. And now that the end of the fight is near, he does have it. And what does he do? He tries to pop in on Folkmar. If he catches Folkmar during that period of time, it could have turned things around for HomeBois. And I just believe it was just a lot of wasted opportunities. And if we look at what's going on in this Lord fight here, right? R. Marcus and Hazard, they're setting up so well to try and catch Folkmar or Dominic, but they do not because Bleed does a very good job at this point because they've wasted too many opportunities. Now, Jay knows that he needs to face check, and once he uses the face check, the implosion comes in free of charge, and now both of them out of the count. Bleed takes this Lord, easy peasy, and afterwards they just win the game in a very domineering faction. I mean, in a domineering way as well. And the fact that they could not realize their full potential, I don't feel it's a drafting error. It's more of an execution error coming in from HomeBois at this point. And that's all for me, guys. Back to you.
More of execution. Well, I can definitely agree to that point. Right after breaking down most of these fights, there definitely is a lot of things that the Minster could have done, right? Especially that's why when I was talking about the carry actually being picked into the Minster was definitely quite a questionable choice as well. But the very fact that it wasn't actually being punished at all is something that blew my mind.
Actually, there was one thing that Moman said that I agree really, that HomeBois SG did not prioritize the team fight, which is their victory conditions.
Which is weird for me, because that would have been their road to glory, right? Well, regardless, road to glory will of course always be tastier with McDonald's as well. So I guess HomeBois SG probably just have to eat a little bit more of a new and improved Chicken McCrispy, eh? As you guys will be able to catch all of the MPL SG Season 8 action and of course complete this MPL SG experience with a crispier crunch from the all-new and improved Chicken McCrispy with McDelivery. And we also have thousands of in-game diamonds that are up for you to grab for you and your squad. Go on and smash your hunger. Terms and conditions apply as well. Okay, so make sure you guys use McDelivery, because if I'm not wrong, at McDelivery right now, same thing as always. I believe that with your current points, redeeming I think 450, you should about 200 points, you should be able to get $4.50 off of your McDelivery purchase. And if I'm not wrong, it's about 1,000 points if you want to get $10 off.
I think you mean just use McDelivery.
Yes, just use McDelivery. In fact, I'm going
to get the Chicken McCrispy.
Yes, I'm going to go to McDonald's and double check how much points you actually need for that McDelivery discount.
And thank you, Abstract, in advance.
No, it's my point. It's my point.
I mean, now is an opportune timing, right? More than ever, just to, order your McDelivery as you're watching the games. And we're hopping right into the drafting phase now of game number 2. Interesting to see whether or not HomeBois will adjust their game plan here.
500 points for $4.50 off.
You're still on it.
And 1,200 points for $10 off.
Thank you, Abstract. Salamat.
No. I mean, if anyone's gonna be buying McDonald's, I'm in, right? Sana all, right?
Sana all.
Hey, I'm learning.
Yeah. You're half Filipino already.
Yeah, the half Filipino.
Yeah.
There are definitely people that say that MPL SG is technically MDLPH.
No. MPL SG lang malakas.
MPL SG lang malakas.
Oh, there you go.
Singapore lang malakas.
Singapore lang malakas.
Yes.
Very good. Shout out to Cheryl Yao.
Yes. I trust me, guys. I'm actually really good at Tagalog. Just not in the right way. But in the meantime, let's take a look at the draft right now. It does seem like Imba DJ did manage to put quite a bit of priority, no, not quite a bit, a lot of priority onto Astro. As you can see, the Hayabusa, Fanny, and Ling ban, while HomeBois SG goes for the high-loss Roger as well as the Chip ban. Juicin, Juicin, Zask, yes, Ruby, Edith, they are all available for the picking, and not to forget Phovius as well.
Yeah, really choosing to ban out the pool of Astro here is interesting, right? Because I think we've seen him a lot on these assassin junglers, but like you said, leaking the Juicin out gonna end up as first pick here for Bleed.
So understandably, whenever we see a Juicin, we must always remember the the roamer must always be a roamer that is able to clear waves fast enough. And one of the few roamers that qualifies for this role is mostly gonna be Minotaur, as well as Minotaur, Edith, and Tigreal. And understandably, you would want to be able to play in more of a teamfight scenario, which is why we always see a favorable trio whenever a Juicin comes up, which is a Juicin, Minotaur, and the Harif combination. So I'm not too sure if the HomeBois SG is gonna suss that out and try to steal that away from Bleed Esports, or are they just gonna be giving all of that away?
Looks like they do. They still go ahead with the Zas pick here together with that Phovius. So we can expect Bleed, I think like you said, to be locking in some of these priority roam picks here for themselves if they wanted to. So I guess the last game it was, you know, Zask and the Phovius, both of these heroes going the way of Bleed SG. So this time, HomeBois is taking that for themselves.
Edith and Nolan. Okay, definitely a little bit of a different direction than I was expecting, but Edith is definitely still a very good roamer that can pair up with Juicin just as effectively. At least for HomeBois SG, right off the bat with the Phovius as well as Zask, it pretty much hints to us that they want to play for teamfight. They want to take control of an area and they want to deny the area away from Bleed Esports. As for Bleed Esports, at this point in time, the main thing that they want is to be able to enable the Juicin to run right in the face of the enemies and threaten them with her lanterns. So how exactly are they supposed to turn that around, or how exactly is HomeBois SG gonna make sure that that is not gonna be a possibility by the hands of Kiwi with the Ruby ban from the side of HomeBois SG?
Yeah, Ruby ban, I mean, takes out a lot of potential counters as well. I mean, it's a counter, right, to a lot of potential assassins that Astro can play, even though they've already narrowed down that pool on the side of Bleed. Looking at the picks here, HomeBois, nothing too out of the ordinary this time. It looks like they're going for a complete flip from the last game, right? Going back into the meta and something that's maybe easier and safer to play. I think, like Moment pointed out as well, they had a game plan in mind, but it was very specific to the way that they had to execute it, and it was conditional on the King's Calling being able to be pulled off and catching key targets like FMM, like Kiwi in the backline. And right now, it's a bit more straightforward, right? You have the Zas creating that zone and the damage, the Moskov as well, that's able to scale into the later part of the game and give you maybe a second condition and allowing you to play cross-map.
So at this point in time, with the Nathan that will be thrown into the banning pool as well, we are just left with one final ban. So coming to see HomeBois SG, they are lacking of their roamer and they're also lacking of their junglers. Bleed has already banned quite a bit of these junglers already, so at least when it comes down to junglers, I think that they can kind of put that aside. Minotaur is definitely one of the other really good heroes that HomeBois SG may pick up for themselves. It could also be a Tigreal. In fact, we've been seeing a lot of Tigreal these past few days, and Minotaur has just been, you know, not seen all that much.
Interesting that they decided to ban that out for themselves instead, not choosing to pick up the Minotaur like you said, but Tigreal is still on the board and something that HomeBois SG could also go for. They're gonna lock in this pick here. Gato Kacha again for the third time today.
Wow. Okay, at least when it comes down to Gato Kacha, he is definitely a pretty good answer for the Juicin at this point in time. When it comes down to Nolan, yes, he may have very strong burst against Gato Kacha, but all he needs and hopes is Nolan not to target against him, right? Because Gato Kacha is just a sustained tank that is really good at damage over time damages or just generic sustained damage. But when it comes down to burst, he wouldn't be able to retaliate and be able to regenerate all those HP back easily.
I mean, he does have, you know, some CC in his kit as well, right? The ability to slow, taunt the enemies and knock them up. Bleed gonna go ahead and lock in the last two picks here. Harith as well as the Lolita.
I expect the Harith. It would definitely make sense. And when it comes down to Harith plus Edith, if the Edith is a roam, then I will find that kind of weird. However, they have decided to kind of flip the script and bring the Lolita into the game instead. And that is going to be a Lolita roam and an Edith into the EXP. Definitely something I did not expect, because when it comes down to Jay's hero pool in the mid... oh wait, I forgot that Jay is not playing mid anymore. But Jay in the roam, same thing. He mostly don't play very tanky, normal tank heroes. Mostly it's all fighter tanks, such as Edith, one of these heroes. So having him in Lolita definitely surprises me.
HomeBois SG though, they don't have the burst damage needed, but when it comes to sustained team fight, I think they can brawl here, prolonged team fight rather, for the side of HomeBois SG. Of course, Nolan has the burst, but tanky lineups coming in from HomeBois SG, they had defenses. But let's see if Harith, though, could be able to punish the Moskov in gold lane.
Yep. Definitely, I would say that he does have got a pretty good lane priority on top of the Moskov when it comes down to the Synchro Fusion, being able to clip him at the end and still being able to clear waves very well. So at least I would say that Harith is probably going to be in a really good spot. But still, Moskov is still Moskov, and being able to pierce is pretty darn scary regardless. So going into game number 2 here in the Land of Dawn, how exactly is both of these teams going to be piloting this composition, as both teams play a very similar win condition?
We've not seen, you know, Juicin a lot in the games, banned out for quite a bit. So interesting to see how Kiwi might be able to pull this one off. And Bleed looking to close this one off in a 2-0 fashion, but it's up to HomeBois to disallow them from that.
As usual, of course, having a Zushin in the lane, gonna bully you time and time again. And look at this one. It is gonna be Ryzen, 50% health at his earlier stages of the game. And Nakra trying to hold his ground as well. Try to protect the mid laner.
Just a little bit more before Bleed is capable of just getting themselves a very strong priority in the middle lane, understandably. I will always say that whenever there's a Juicin as well as a mid lane hero that can clear waves well, they are always gonna do really good. However, the Lolita is not exactly a hero that can clear waves fast. So you can pretty much see that Juicin would probably be stuck in the lane for quite a bit unless she decides to use a lantern to clear the waves instead, which is normally not gonna be the case.
They are choosing to already rotate up top though, so you can see, you know, Jay, Kiwi helping out little here, FMM, but so far Bleed has been on the rotations quite a bit, being able to secure a bit of that EXP lane as well. We saw Dominic also rotating to help capture some of that, the Lito, and help Folkmar capture some of that jungle farm as well.
With the turtle that will be spawning in about 10 seconds from now, this Bleed is just going to be running right in the face of HomeBois SG. Some of them are still, in fact, most of them actually is still not at level 4, and in fact, trying to change things up a little bit. They're not trying to get Pokemon to level 5.
Jay standing Astro away, going to go for the steal, and he did! But this is going to be follow here coming in from Hazard as well, but Kiwi secured the first blood. Still not finished here for Hazard, going for that Infernal Pursuit, and Pursuit it is. Kiwi retreats, Folkmark as well, and they will do so.
Nice counter engage coming in from HomeBois SG, right? Hazard, right after clearing the lane, actually came in, flickered into the fight before hopping that Infernal Pursuit from himself and helping Bleed get that bit of advantage. HomeBois SG.
Yeah, at this point in time, I'm really just going to give Astro a new moniker, or rather, give him a moniker, right? Grand Theft Turtle. He's always being able to get himself a really good steal off right under the opponent's nose, although it is always the very first turtle that he manages to get for his team. And understandably, since HomeBois SG did manage to get themselves a total of 2 kills, with only 1 casualty and, of course, a single turtle, that is always going to be well appreciated for their laning phase.
Yeah, at this moment, I think with this advantage here, you can see HomeBois SG trying to make use of that, roaming around as well, Astro and Nakra this time, looking a bit more synergistic in the way that they're pairing and trying to take control of the map.
It does definitely seem as though that HomeBois SG's Nakra as well as Astro, they're starting to move together in tandem now, as opposed to the high loss pick from side of Nakra in game number 1, where Nakra is just mostly in the face of the enemies. Like as though he's not very confident and knows how much he can stretch his HP. So at least Gatakacha might actually be one of his comforts coming into today's game as a roamer.
As I can see as well, if you are in the side of Volkmar, who to prioritize to go for the burst damage? It's really hard to pick off anyone on this Nolan. Rather, speaking of prioritization, it is going to be Nakra in the middle, and he will be picked off there. Hazard joining in the team fight. Fortunately, he's just too late.
To answer your question, I would say that it would be to deal with the Moskov. When it comes down to closing up gaps, the Moskov, the Nolan is the only one that can realistically reach close to Marcus. While at least the entire lineup from the side of HomeBois SG being Nakra, Ryzen, Astro. Oh, hold on a second.
Hazard joining in again. Is out of position in that situation, but still Astro managed to take the neutral objective. But will it be worth it though? As Nakra will be again falling down. A double here for FMM.
Grand Theft Turtle once again. As we pretty much expected quite a bit from Bleed, right? In the early stages of the game, Bleed have got a very strong early game, and of course, looking at the fact that there's a Juicin, they gotta have to be real careful from the side of HomeBois SG. They can't just willy-nilly run in the face of Bleed and expect that they will be able to get a free vision off of the opponents.
Yeah, I think at that total fight also, it's interesting that, I think HomeBois SG actually was at a numbers disadvantage going into that. I don't think all Marcus was present in that fight, but they chose to take it, got the turtle. Dominic tried to, Hazard tried to play zone duty there and went down for the count. But, I think now it's up to HomeBois SG to see if they can make anything happen out of taking these objectives.
I'll still say that it's pretty worth it though, being able to get a total of 2 kills and 1 death for himself. Speaking of worth, it is going to be that flicker that is going to be used by Ryzen to make sure that he gets himself out of the grasp of Kiwi. And this is the thing that we are expecting, right?
Yeah.
Constant crowd control.
That ultimate hasn't been able to pull through though, with that constant harassment coming in from the side of Kiwi. And now Dominor's Descent as well is being forced to activate. No ultimate here for the side of Ryzen. And I can see as well the switcheroo here with the lane. Moskov doesn't want to lane against that Harith FMM.
Which is why the combination of an Edith with a Juicin is just that crazy, right? You're able to just go in and allow Juicin to get the initial pull. As an Edith, you can do your full combo, and then the Juicin goes in again.
Quick dodge coming in from Volkmar there against the Alpha's ultimate, and he will go for the counter kill. Managed to do so, and Bleed Esports right now is on a roll.
Juicin's been used so much in terms of that repositioning, right? Having been really deadly, combined with the rotations that Kiwi and Jay are able to put out. HomeBois SG doesn't seem like at this point they have an answer to that in terms of fighting back when they engage for a team fight. And off of that, they get the turtle as well.
Definitely a very annoying displacement tool that Bleed have got for themselves going into this game against HomeBois SG, which once again have got a little bit of high ground problems. It's not as bad though, because they do have got a Zask, as well as the fact that they also have a Moskov, a proper gold laner this time.
Look at how aggressive Kiwi here, displacement once again, but the Dominor's Descent to go for the safety. Will they force this attack though? They will go for the retreat, but Dominic flickers in, wrecking havoc once again. Team Bleed here constantly, of course, harassing the rest of HomeBois SG.
I have no idea what that flicker was, but hopefully that moment will be able to break that down for us in a bit later. But in the meantime, top lane.
Astro in the middle goes for the Spear of Alpha, but to no avail. Jay with the Zaman Force just freely dashing in, dashing out. FMM here as well with the free hits on the back line. Nakra and Hazard, 2-man surviving. And this is just a disaster indeed here. Hazard doing his best, but he will fall in the end.
4 men down for the side of HomeBois SG, while Bleed didn't even have anyone that went down. In fact, they got out of that fight with an amazing amount of health. I believe that they got some bit of healing from Jay. I'm not too sure whether he popped Revitalize just to keep them in the game for a little while longer though.
Yeah, the instant replay here, you can see just the damage being put out, and there you go. The sustain as well that kept him alive. And like you said, Bleed, I think finding not just the kills here, right? They even took the mid tower, and that gave them the top tower, and that gave them so much space to clean up this fight as well. And one by one, it was just HomeBois not being able to fight back. Hold on.
Astro deleted instantly there.
Taking themselves a very good control over the bottom lane river line. And now, even when it comes down to the top lane, with the Lord spawning out and the bottom lane pushing out quite a bit, this is definitely going to be the call for Bleed to just go straight in for the Lord, especially with a total lead of 6,500 gold.
They don't just, I mean, have the Lord priority, right? It's because so far their map control has been impeccable, taking off all the turrets and pushing up the lanes. But that being said, all Marcus on this Moskov here manages to make use of that and take the bottom tier 1 turret.
A 9 for a 9, a 2 for a 2, a lot for a turret, I guess. It definitely still is some form of a trade. HomeBois still have got a little bit of the map game going on for them. Not the best trade, but at least it's still something.
They need to make something here. They need something to happen for the side of HomeBois SG, but Folkmar dashes out with style.
This is why Nolan is just an absolutely disgusting assassin. Dashes after dashes after dashes. You will be able to just kind of slide yourself into the battle, or perhaps even slide out of battles and just quite literally move yourself away from all of these skill shots.
Now, at this part of the game, they look like they're going to siege though. Kiwi with the Lantern.
Still trying to defend here. That is a 5-man formation for the side of HomeBois SG. Middle turret will be their priority to defend, but Lord is pushing through here on the bot side. Well, Folkmar going to go for the split push.
The top lane and the middle lane is going to be under siege as well. HomeBois SG will receive the full brunt of the force from the top lane's inhibitor, and they're going to have to concede the middle lane tier 2.
Oh, the pull! And now Nakra will be caught here off guard, and Hazard as well. Just incredible control there coming in from Kiwi. He's in the front line.
That is what we want to see from a Juicin, right? Being able to take such good control and have the opponents fear your team. The moment they get close, they're just going to be caught by someone. And in this case, that someone is going to be Dominic. And when that happens, it is going to be an endless amount of chains of crowd control coming in from FMM, coming in from Dominic, Kiwi, Jay, all of them just going to be piling up on that one very unfortunate player.
Oh, there still pushes through here. Okay, but the wave has been cleared already here with the side of HomeBois SG.
It's been non-stop, right? From the beginning of this game until now, Kiwi, your Season 7 best rookie, with the control and the Lantern, just even if he doesn't get the displacement, there is always that threat of it. So it's an area that you just cannot step into, and that makes it so difficult for the side of HomeBois Nakara to be able to advance onto Bleed here. But as we approach the later part of the game here, I'm interested to see how HomeBois SG might be able to take the fights. A lot is also hinging on all Marcus here, as the Moskov counting on him scaling into this later part of the game to be able to make a difference.
I was saying that there definitely will be some chances and some opportunities for HomeBois SG to kind of fight back, right? Because when it comes down to the Roma, Jay, that's playing onto the Lolita, it is not that typical flicker Lolita that actually sets up for the team. It is more of a team-based heal with the Revitalize, just so that Jay will be able to keep the main main members alive for a little bit longer. And for HomeBois SG, that pretty much means that they are able to play in fights for a little bit longer, and they have a Phobias, which does very well in extended team fights. So a lot of work is actually cut out over to the side of Hazard.
Oh, Knack again has been caught here, forcing his Avatar Guardian in that team fights. And this is just chaotic on the side of HomeBois SG. One pick off after another here. Nakra out, Ryzen out. And that's surprising me. Kiwi has the most kills here for the side of Team Lead.
6 kills, no death, and 9 assists. This is not going to be the end, though.
Oh, will it? And look at this one, they're forcing their way through. Inhibitor Chart gone in the middle lane. And it is going to be Al Marcus. Again, solo defending this base. Unfortunately, he cannot. Oh, the waves is still pushing through. And this is it. Team Bleed sweeps the series 2-0 against HomeBois SG.
Looks like that was the end. Definitely did not expect that. Maybe a part of me was hoping that Kiwi would be able to get a little bit more kill to his name, but hey, who cares if you're able to get a 2-0 victory into the series, am I right? So congratulations over to Bleed Esports for being able to secure a very convincing 2-0 victory on top of HomeBois SG. I gotta have to say, HomeBois, when it comes down to this game, they definitely showed up a little bit more than the previous game.
Yeah, and I think credits to HomeBois, right, for still kind of playing that game, going up against Bleed there. And I think Bleed, though, they do look like they have a bit more chemistry coming into this game as well. I think several plays there where you can see very, very coordinated things, from small things like, you know, Kiwi on the Juicin, throwing the Lantern Flare into Dominic for him to combo and sync that up as a chain instead of throwing him backwards.
Yeah.
I think you can see these small plays. It just feels like they're a bit more coordinated this time, and it's good to see as well.
Yeah, they have very good map awareness as well, right, on that note. So honestly, HomeBois SG, they gotta have to go back over to the drawing board, and hopefully that they will be able to work a little bit more onto, hopefully, the communications as well as generically speaking, their execution, playing towards their win condition. But in the meantime, I'm not gonna ask you anymore. MVP, Scrubby.
Kiwi. I'm gonna say. I should just wait for like 10 seconds and then like once there you go. Exactly what I said.
Hey!
just for the sake of it, who's your MVP?
Hey, the production is not with me today. Kiwi. She's an analyst.
Okay.
I agree with her.
Okay, both of you are just double dipping on the Kiwi. I mean, makes sense. 6-0-9 is the scoreline after all. I completely...
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, wait, 6-0-11. Right after the final 2 kills that Nolan managed to get for themselves, it does definitely seem to be really good. In the meantime, Juicin definitely does look really fabulous right here.
I know, the long hair there, right? Flexing them.
I know, right?
New skin.
New skin. Yeah. I mean, you know, there's this saying, right? You know, when it comes down to the story of Guinevere and Lancelot being brothers and sisters, right? It is actually just Juicin and Guinevere.
I thought they're lovers.
That's what I thought.
Oh, okay.
That's what I thought. Until a viewer told me that they are siblings, and I'm like, oh, sweet home Alabama!
Okay, now I know.
But yeah, it was Kiwi on the Juicin, right? Proving himself as the best rookie of the season. Just so much pressure and control with those Lantern Flares, and being able to use that without, you know, HomeBois SG picking that up or finding an answer to that.
And coming in with the rest of the itemizations, I don't see anything that is too out of the norm, I gotta have to say. At least when it comes down to Nakra, he went straight in for the Athena's shield, which does definitely make some sense because of the fact that when it comes down to FMM, Kiwi as well as Dominic, they all deal magical damage. Although I would much prefer a little bit of a swap in terms of items though, to build up the Dom Eyes first than the Athena shield, because when it comes down to FMM, Kiwi and Dominic's damage, they don't come on only until the later stages, while you would actually require a little bit more physical defense in the early game to deal with Folkmar.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. And of course, with the damage coming in from Folkmar, I thought he has the most kills there in the early stage of the game.
That's what I thought,
yeah, that's what I thought.
He only had 3 kills.
Yeah, because I never expected Kiwi will pull so many kills in that segment. And I thought the utility, that utility has been really incredible, and no doubt that he is really the MVP here in the game.
Yeah, 6-0-11 for Jusin, and we have always been raving about the fact that Jusin just doesn't have enough damage. She's really just out there for utility. She's really a pause for mage time and time again. We are always talking about that. So I really do appreciate the fact that Dominic also came in with a little bit of that with that I guess that mentality to be the one that deals damage to the opponent as well, which is why they have decided to pick up the Edith for themselves. Although I gotta have to say, after seeing the Warcry being picked up once, I thought, hey, Warcry onto the Edith may actually be pretty good, especially since if you're playing as a post 3 EXP lane.
I suppose it's a bit of a different role as well, right? Jay being the only frontliner here, I guess that regen as well, playing in the EXP lane to help him sustain a little bit more with that tankiness. But
fair.
Yeah, looking at Kiwi's emblem as well, you can see just that utility mage, yes, but the ability to rotate so quickly around helps them then to double down on that pressure that he can put, and to top that off as well, a Purify to make sure that he can get out of, you know, the Avatar of the Guardians or any CCs that HomeBois SG tries to lock him down with.
Yeah, Wilderness Blessings plus the agility definitely keeps Kiwi on his toes throughout the entire game, on the river, in the jungle as well. And that is pretty much an amazing 13-3 game in the hands of Bleed. Although, when it comes down to looking at the bigger picture, we definitely do see that it is definitely bleeding a lot more red for the side of Bleed. Get it? Bleeding red? Yay! 143,000 damage from the side of Bleed, while we're only looking at 78,000 damage from the side of HomeBois SG. And of course, when it comes down to turret damage, it's definitely gonna be looking darned good for the side of Bleed with a total of 28,000 damage, and that's how they managed to get themselves the win. Although I gotta have to say though, the total heal that they have, 121,000, probably really is also cause of the revitalize from the side of Jay.
Yeah, the shields as well coming in from this Lolita. For sure, it's one of the big contributions to this total heals that we see right now on the side of Team Bleed. But the damage though, damage department twice. Almost twice, man.
Almost twice.
Yeah, the difference is that is big. And it only shows here that Marcus hasn't been very much online, especially the way that the side of HomeBois SG relying on him to carry the game in the later stages.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they didn't manage to get to the late game stage for all Marcus to kind of go online. So a lot of it actually rests on the hands of Ryzen, Astro, and technically Hazard as well.
Yeah.
Maybe not Hazard because I think he has been building tank. So the rest of the team, they are expected to come in with a little bit more damage to really work themselves up.
Yeah, and he was forced to play outside of, you know, we saw the lane swap coming in as well. During the team fights, he was trying to farm as much as possible, but like you said, it's just a bit difficult for him to get online with the so much threat coming from Lee. Now, top 4 here, Rich Guy, Folkmar, Kiwi, the carry, like we saw, Nakra, unfortunately, once again, for the second game in a row, the sandbag, and Jay as the best wingman.
With total assists of 12 for Jay, he's always gonna be the best wingman. I mean, after all, we're talking about Rome. Jay definitely is able to get himself in the faces of the enemies, and pretty much annoying at that. Although I do want to say, Jay is finally playing something else other than fighter roams, because we always see him play fighter roam.
It's a good look on him though.
It is.
And I think in the last probably game-ending fight as well, the moment they recognized that all Marcus was in the top lane, Jay pulled the trigger and went all the way in and managed to catch the back line of HomeBois SG. And I think riding off of that, they could, you know, just clear that team fight and close the game.
I thought that maybe and hopefully in the near future we'll be able to see a little bit more versatility from the side of Jay to be able to play more of these roamers that is just so popular in this current meta, right? Being the Tigreal, the Minotaur, Lolita, one of those heroes as well. And that, who knows, that might be one of the main reasons and main ways that Bleed Esports will be able to elevate their game so that they can play towards that kind of like team fight kind of play style, win conditions, right? But either way, we're going to be jumping in over to the mic check and listen out to what Bleed SG have got to say during the game.
Okay, nice.
Ilos, Ken. Ilos.
Ateng. Tayo missing ah.
Out.
Nice. Miss it. Help them.
Yeah.
I'm tanking.
Freya walking over.
Okay, my
I got not. Come, I stun.
Yeah.
Okay, Dom. Help them, guys. I think he's dead. Come.
Watching you.
Get out.
Just fight. Don't. Savage.
Walao eh. Okay. I got you.
May bad.
I got two again.
It's
oh
okay,
my fucking god.
It's okay, Dom. Don't cry.
Coco carry you.
We carry your ass, bro.
Minion.
Nice check in the
Kill
middle.
me. Probably I carry him.
I stun.
Alpha.
I rev.
Got it. Kill.
I rev.
Nice.
Him. Can him. Moscow flicker.
Kill them. Just go.
Coming. 940
Forward. I stun.
Don't die, brother.
I won't die, bro.
Hey, I'm gonna push.
Hey, come.
Coming. I got just.
Patay ko, pre. Patulong.
There we go, the mic check, and of course, very casual kind of conversation from them. I was expecting a little bit of tension, just a little bit.
I noticed though that it was the few of the mic checks that I haven't heard the word nice. Usually the players say, go, play, nice, but
what did they say?
They didn't say anything.
Just go, kill any.
Yeah, just stop.
Don't die, huh? Don't die, brother.
Don't die, yeah.
Won't die, bro.
They have a bit of tough love going on there.
Yeah, it does kind of seem like that, right? Even to the point that it's telling Dominic, hey, Dominic, don't cry, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
We carry you. I gotta have to say, they definitely do have very interesting chemistry between them. But you know who else have got very good chemistry? All of us! Because we are gonna be ending our part of the segment today. So hope you guys enjoyed the chemistry that we have here along with Moman, as we are gonna be jumping into Moman the Weatherman up next.
Will he agree?
Sorry?
Will he agree with us?
He better. He better. I will stare right in his eyes and I'll come into the frame if I ever need to. But in the meantime, take care from the three of us on desk. My name is Abstract. With me here is Deadeye as well as Scrubby Cheeks. We'll move it over to Moman the Weatherman to tell us what the man is going on, man.
Well, for the first time, right? I gotta agree because Abstract didn't call me Mo Boy. Mo Man. Yeah, so we have Kiwi once again returning to his position as the Reaper, the person that cannot be killed. And I really like this new look on Jay right now as the protector for Kiwi because he's doing an extremely great job. And if you take a look at this first turtle fight that's going to go on, yes, they do lose the turtle, but if you look at how they're setting up, Kiwi is trying to zone away Astro as much as possible. He does not get it, but of course, he does find the first blood onto Astro. Now, they know that the Dominator's Descent has been used, right? They do end up losing most of their members, and this is the fact that Hazard is currently level 4. Meanwhile, Dominic is level 3 and dead. So, level 3 and dead. So, there's no Primordial form available, and the Infernal Pursuit is going to wreak havoc on everybody. So this early game was not looking very good for Bleed at all. But of course, we can see the problems coming in when you're facing a Deucin, especially if you're on an Alpha, especially if you are on a Ghetto Kacha. So it's going to be extremely hard. And at this point, Kiwi is a problem. They've identified Kiwi as a problem. What do you do when someone is a problem? You take them out of the game. And that's what Hazard is trying to do right now. And this is the first attempt at trying to take Kiwi out. But no, he has the ultimate to get away. Note that that's not a flicker, by the way. He has a Purify. So he has the ultimate for that mobility. And Hazard is unable to follow up because the rest of Bleed is there. Astro does get the turtle, but at what cost? The rest of the team is falling in with that Zayman's Force on top of everybody. They have so much zoning capability that Kiwi can just play as unabided as he wishes. Now we look at this. He puts Ryzen directly in Dominic's scope. And Dominic just tries to finish him off, and knowing that there's only one source of magic damage, which is Ryzen, he goes for that flicker, sacrificing his own life, enhancing the rest of the team fight. So now Kiwi can play as scary as he wants, because he knows that Astro is a melee hero, right? When you're a melee hero versus Tzu Sin, this is what she does to you. Yeah, she just throws you around, and she throws Astro directly into the Zayman's force, into the center where Astro does not want to be in. He has the Spirit of Alpha, but it's not gonna be enough to get out. And Astro was not having a good time at all. Our Marcus were trying to get out, but Volkmar falling in at the correct time, and Bleed just played around this Tzu Sin so well. They complemented so well, and Kiwi does not have to worry, because all the time Jay was soaking up that damage. And now we have one of, it's not really a fight, but I'm just wondering, right? Like, how is Kiwi available to play in this kind of position, right? In any other scenario, you would have tried to jump the Tzu Sin, but it's just the fact that Dominic is waiting over here. And there is Jay somewhere that they cannot see on the map that they're so scared about, because there's the Aluminum Blast. There's the shield that's gonna come through as well. So if you're gonna throw any skills at Tzu Sin, it might potentially be reflected back at you. And Kiwi just gets away with it. Gets away with so much map space, the ability to just go under the tower and zone them out later on. Sure, they deal with the Lord, but there is so much map space that he is providing for them, so much value that's providing for them in this overall push that's coming through. And Kiwi just goes in unabated. They don't get any kills off of this, but they got the towers. And that's the very important part where Bleed, they really kind of focus on the objectives, and they get the advantages needed to win the game. They're collecting the pieces. They're collecting the pieces. And Kiwi's the one that's like literally finding every single piece. Like, yeah, I give it to you. 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 And really, Kiwi, once again, I'm proud to see that you are back in this status once again. So it's really nice to see. Yeah, so with the rest of the segment, of course, it's just gonna be just highlights of Kiwi just throwing people around, because he can be playing in this position. The rest of the team behind him, unable to just, homeboys are unable to jump in. And Kiwi just goes ham. It's just a story of a girl and a lantern, right? A girl and a lantern throwing people around. But that's it for me today. And I'll be throwing it down to Cheryl downstairs. So see you guys tomorrow, and goodbye.
Thanks, Mo, for those moments right there. Now I have Impa DJ right here with me. Now, firstly, congratulations on this win.
Thanks.
Yes, very, very important right here for Bleed Esports, I must say. But of course, it's never too late for this wonderful 2-0 win from you guys. Now, coming into MPL SG Season 8, during the first week, I've interviewed like 8 teams and 8 different people. And actually, a lot of them placed Bleed in about 2nd to 3rd position for the end of the regular season. So with the score, before coming into this 2-0, you guys were at 0 points. Was this something that you anticipated?
Yeah, the first week is hard for us because we're just at least a 1-month team or 2 months. But at least this week, we already got our chemistry and tempo. That's why we're more prepared.
Yes, we're very excited, and it's also very evident in the Land of Dawn. Now, there are a lot of high expectations for you guys, all right? On paper, you guys are stacked, and that's why people are anticipating you guys in about 2nd to 3rd placement. What about you as coach? Where do you guys see yourselves at the end of the regular season heading into playoffs? Placement?
Maybe any on top 3, top 4, like that.
So same, you would see, like everybody else. Okay, so we're very excited to see that. And really, you guys need to take every single game at this point, every single series. All right. And Also, another question I'd like to ask. You guys have pretty unique hero pools. I believe in week 1, day 2, we have seen Popol and Koopa, which we haven't seen here at the MPL SG scene so far. So is this like a PH strat, or is this something that we should find out more about?
It's just one of the heroes of our jungler because he has many heroes.
Ooh, Fogman has many heroes.
So many.
So special.
So many special heroes.
Like what? Can share? Okay, cannot share, but can you show us? Can you draft next time?
Yeah, we will show you.
Okay. Because some things must keep a secret, right? Cannot like that share, right? Later people ban how. So after that, you will try to show us in the regular season.
Yeah, just wait for them, guys. Wait for the heroes.
Wait for the heroes. Okay. Now there has been a lot of supporters supporting Bleed. So is there anything that you want to say now that a lot of things have been straightened out and the chemistry is back for the team? Is there anything you want to say to the fans out there?
Yeah. Thank you for all the supporters. Just keep on supporting. We will win for you guys.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for this wonderful interview, Inva DJ. Thank you. So yes, that is Inva DJ Coach right here from Bleed. So yes, we have concluded week 2, day 1. And with that being said, let's take a look at the overall standings. So yes, friends, as we conclude week 2, day 1, the great divide is here. Our defending champion has topped the charts without losing a single series. NIP Flash right here at 9 points to their name. Evil at 8 points today. We also have Rift Esports at 6 points. Vanguard Esports at 4 points, followed by Frontyardigans and Bleed Esports tied neck to neck at 3 points. HomeBois SG with 2 and RSG SG with 1 point so far. So yes, as it seems, most of our teams right now has gotten their momentum right here at MPL SG Season 8. And we're really wishing them all the best because time is ticking as we approach week 2, day 2. Speaking of which, let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. So here on your respective screens, opening up tomorrow's show at 10 a.m., we see Evil crossing swords with Rift Esports. Now for match 2 happening at 12:30 p.m., we see HomeBois SG duking it out with our defending champions of NIP Flash. And we have match 3 happening at 3 p.m. We see Bleed going up against Frontyardigans. And closing up the show for match 4, we have RSG SG versus Vanguard at 5:30 p.m. Another very exciting day. Will we be expecting more creative and unorthodox draft? And will we see a greater divide in the overall standings? We don't know how it's gonna go, but join us in finding out as we get one step closer to find out who will advance over to playoffs. So speaking of which, please do not miss out on any of the awesome updates that we have for you at mpl.sg.official to find out more on the wonderful content that we have, as well as tickets to come on over and watch live for our regular season and even playoffs. So speaking of which, MPL SG Season 8 wouldn't have been possible without all of our awesome sponsors. MPL SG Season 8 is powered by Moontan and Zenway Productions. Our presenting partner, McDonald's. Our official partner, Roto. And our partners in esports, JD Sports. Thank you so much. My name is Cheryl. It has been a pleasure being with you guys today. I'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Bye.